Ultimate Gacha System, Reborn into a Crazy Fantasy. Chapter 1, Aleron's End. A 24-year-old young man with short black hair lay on a single bed wearing grey pajamas. He was looking outside the window at the colorful neon lights of the city and distant flying cars while his black eyes behind the rims were dim and looked profoundly tired. It's a bad news, Aleron. A butler looking in his early 60s with short brown hair stood beside the bed after talking with someone on the phone. He had the classic butler outfit adorned and his figure looked slim with a fit 6-foot stature. Mr. Lake Smith claimed all of your insurance in the last attempt to save the company, including your life insurance. The butler's lips trembled. You are already registered dead. His voice cracked in sadness and anguish. The Earth Union cannot grant any support to you. This trash system will not help you. Alfred's voice was laced with despair and anger. You helped millions with your research even though it disabled your limbs, but. Alfred wanted to curse the entire world as his vision became blurry the more he saw Aleron, who was not despairing about his situation despite his life coming to an end. Alfred, it's time for you to think about a new life and perhaps a family, haha. Aleron chuckled as he turned his gaze from the window and looked at his butler who had taken care of him for the past 15 years. I think I had a fulfilling life despite my circumstances. I helped a lot of people. I read lots of fantasy light novels and experienced various lives by reading them. Aleron cheekily grinned. I'm satisfied? Alfred's eyes started streaming with held-back tears that came pouring out. What fulfilling? What satisfied? It was a cursed life? He was just 25 years old, but was on the bed for the past 15 years. God, if you are there somewhere, why did you give such a life to this kind and brilliant soul? He deserved to enjoy his life more than anyone I know. Stop crying, haha. This house is going to get confiscated, so it's time for me to leave too. You know my life will end soon. Alfred repeatedly shook his head, his tears not stopping. Aleron wryly smiled. It might be cruel for you, but I want you to do it as my last request. I want the fastest and painless death. I heard there's a pill that can do it swiftly. But it requires some documents. Aleron helplessly smiled. It seems that we have to think of something else since I'm already registered dead. Alfred bawled while wiping his face, but his tears just wouldn't stop. Come on, Alfred. You know we have no other choice. I might get my brain taken out for experiments if Earth Union found me. Alfred wanted to speak, but a huge lump had blocked his throat. He knew it was Aleron's end, but it just felt unreasonable, unjust, and unfair. I can support us both for a while with money you've been giving me to save, and if I start working some dash. Oh Alfred, Aleron rolled his eyes as he interrupted his butler. You have to first think about where you will live tomorrow since this house will be gone. I don't want to burden anyone else, especially you. You've done enough, so let's get freedom together. Aleron widely grinned. I'll have my freedom and you'll have yours. Aleron's eyes sparkled as he added, and I'm sure I'll be reborn in some magical world with moving limbs in my next life and live like others. I am sure of that too. You will live wonderfully in your next life. You will live however you want. I am as sure, Alfred said while trying to smile, but his eyes couldn't stop the tears. Aleron nodded and grinned. Yep. So let's finish this, no joke. We have to think about how you will give me freedom from this body seriously, haha. Alfred's lips trembled and more tears streamed down as he knew what Aleron's words entailed. After Aleron fell asleep once they finished talking, Alfred went to get a pill illegally by paying a few Earth credits extra. He returned soon and caressed Aleron's head while holding back his tears and putting a pill into his mouth. It swiftly dissolved in Aleron's mouth as its tiny particles spread into his body, reached his heart, and stopped it at once. The same thing happened with his brain, to kill it swiftly for a painless death. As per Aleron's wish, Alfred carried his body out of the room and descended into the empty house's living hall. It was a large house, but no one was living there anymore. Alfred put him on the sofa and used a razor shovel that ran with a battery to dig the ground behind the array of colorful flowers that Aleron requested to grow 3 years ago. The spot where he was digging was Aleron's favorite spot to read when the weather was nice. Aleron wanted to be buried there after his death. Alfred carefully put him inside after digging 6 feet and looked at his face one last time as his tears dropped. Goodbye, Aleron. May you live to the fullest in your next life. This is not your end. I firmly believe it. Alfred wiped his tears as he bid farewell and shoved a huge chunk of soil dirt he had dug back into the hole and started burying it. Alfred adjusted the soil properly to avoid making it look like someone was buried there and left with a heavy yet light heart. It was the start of his new life, and he also believed it was the same for Aleron. He soon left after calling a taxi with his 2 big suitcases containing his things. Crackle. The waiter suddenly turned so strange. Sir, we haven't had such a pouring and lightning in a while, the driver said with a light chuckle. The sky is crying and mourning. Alfred murmured as he looked at the roaring lightning amid dark clouds in the sky while rain continuously poured. Is that so? Well, who knows, the driver wryly smiled. The weather remained terrible throughout the night, and when the clock turned 3:37 in the morning, a lightning bolt struck down. It landed right on Aleron's grave and struck him before his body disappeared. Chapter 2, Aleron's New Beginning? Hold up. Darkness. So this is the famous darkness that everyone experiences before reincarnation. Cool. I really can't feel my limbs. Aleron felt excited and shouted. Yo-aha. But then he felt weird. I just heard my own voice. He felt even more weird as seconds passed. Some unfamiliar sensation crept on him before the darkness finally lifted its veil and light entered his eyes. Aleron looked at the luxurious ceiling with gold-plated patterns and lights while his expression turned blank. He could feel his heart, his eyes as they blinked, his breathing, and Aleron's right hand moved up and appeared before his eyes. I can move my limbs. Just as he muttered, the brightness dimmed as he saw many people and uproar ensued. He awakened. The savior finally opened his eyes. Our hero is here. 2 knights in silver armor appeared to his sides before grabbing his hands and helping him stand up. I can move, Aleron muttered as he felt his legs and arms clearly, delight filling him. Hero. A sound boomed in his ears as Aleron looked around the grand royal palace, with a middle-aged king and queen 5 meters on an elevated ground while a bunch of people in various attire stood in the surroundings. So I didn't reincarnate, but got transported with my body here. Aleron raised his eyebrows. Dear hero, would you please put your hand on this crystal tablet so we can see the divine blessing you have received from Goddess Elysia? Aleron, in his pajamas and wearing a smile on his face, eagerly put his hand on the crystal tablet. I guess my new life begins already. The crystal tablet showed his status, but Aleron swiftly heard a series of gasps. Impossible. This can't be true. The princess with long wavy blonde hair rushed forward and looked at the tablet with focus and somber expression while the entire throne hall turned silent. No talent in magic. Average physical stats. Divine blessing can't be used due to not meeting requirement. The princess muttered while her eyes widened with disbelief. Knights, the king shouted, his expression ugly. Capture him and prepare for divine source extraction. The 2 knights beside Aleron grabbed his arms while the other 2 arrived and grabbed his legs. What are you doing? What do you mean by divine source extraction? Aleron shouted and struggled to get away, but he was powerless against their grip. Aleron's heart turned cold as he felt something bad was going to happen to him. Stop struggling. A golden-armored knight walked alongside the 4 that carried him and looked at him with a mean glare. What the hell is going on? They called me their hero a moment ago, and now I am like their worst enemy. While they took Aleron away, the murmurs and ruckus in the throne hall grew. Silence, the queen spoke with a severe expression, her long blonde hair braided with hairpins and a tiara on her head. The hall turned silent as all the nobles, officials, and knights looked at the king and queen. My lord, the civil unrest is increasing due to the encroachment of the demons from northeast Delvera forest, so we shouldn't disclose this matter in public, the court magician said while caressing his beard and bearing a frown on his face. We needed a hero, so we should give one. You all heard this, the king swept his glance across the hall. We have summoned the hero of our kingdom. He is well and alive and will help us. Minister Rowan, send an elite team to find an unfamiliar, but talented young man by searching faraway villages and towns within our kingdom's borders. Queen narrowed her eyes and added, we shall extract the divine source from this weakling and imbue it into another. We shall proclaim the new hero as our kingdom's true hero. In a stone chamber with a chilly atmosphere, Aleron was forcefully bound with ropes on a stone bed with eccentric patterns. Only a few minutes passed before more people appeared in the stone chamber led by the kingdom's court magician. The court magician looked at Aleron with pity for a brief moment before he nodded at the other mages. Let's begin. He will die after we extract the divine source, so no need to hold back. Just put your whole focus on the divine source and support me in extracting it. Hearing that, Aleron's struggle finally ceased as his eyes overcame with despair due to not being able to free himself. No, he couldn't even speak anything because they sealed his mouth. Struggling was also futile as they tightly bound him. All his eyes showed was utter despair as he found out what his fate entailed. This can't be happening. I arrived in another world, but I can't live. I can move again in this world with magic, but I can't live. Why am I here then? Suddenly, Aleron's thoughts were interrupted by a spike of pain that shot into his mind and then his body. His eyes turned bloodshot and a muffled and soundless scream released from the vibration of his throat and sealed mouth. Aleron couldn't scream physically, but his mind was crying and screaming unrestrainedly due to this strange, but the most hellish pain he could imagine. The divine source was in his soul, so the mages were fiddling in his soul without care for him as Aleron felt pain he couldn't block nor endure. It was as if his soul was getting pierced, burned, crushed constantly. Unable to hold on any longer, his consciousness drifted away into darkness, and right after that, he heard a clear and crisp voice ringing in his head while the pain began to vanish. High imaginary potential detected. Compatibility rate, beyond maximum. Settling in. Aleron was confused, but also hopeful. Whatever this is, I hope it can save me. Please, let this be my golden finger instead of another. Fecal matter. I am already, almost fucking dead. However, all he received was the darkness that enveloped his consciousness and his thoughts ceased to be. Aleron completely fainted. Meanwhile, the mages worked for an hour before they finally extracted the divine source and infused it into a magical and valuable palm-sized crystal before putting it in a luxurious wooden box. Knights, the court magician looked at 4 silver-armored knights and said, bury him in the garden under the blood oak tree. No one shall find his body. The 4 silver-armored knights nodded while the mages left the stone chambers. While the knights were unbinding Aleron, his eyes slowly opened, filled with weakness and daze. But in his mind was a strange thing that overlapped with his vision. Ultimate Gacha System. Level 1. Gacha points, 13. Summoning banners. 1 Lords of Arcane. Summoning ticket, 1. What is this? Ultimate Gacha System. Aleron thought, but his current weakness was threatening to send him back into darkness again. He was feeling death all over again, but it was more painful this time. It took all of his willpower to remain conscious. Do you wish to summon? Yes, summon. Aleron answered, trying to hold on longer. Aleron's eyelids closed as he couldn't keep them open while consciousness also got wobbly. But his willpower and desire to live kept him awake long enough to change his fate. Lords of Arcane, use its ticket. The 4 silver-armored knights were carrying Aleron toward the door when they suddenly felt a strange aura oozing out of him. Startled, they dropped him on the floor. Thud. What's going on? But soon, 4 of them saw a magical whirlpool with dark green and dark violet waves manifesting over Aleron. Simply looking at this aura caused the silver-armored knights to feel death. Who are dash. Thud. Aleron heard a few thuds around him as if people were falling and his eyes barely opened. Again. He could blurrily see a figure clad in a black robe, with a pair of black curved horns on the figure's head and dark green eyes looking at him. Save me, Aleron blurted out with all of his strength before his eyes closed again. But this figure's voice still entered his ears. As you wish, my lord. Chapter 3, Necropolis. On a king-sized bed within a luxurious room, Aleron lay peacefully with his eyes closed. Beside the bed was a chair, on which a handsome man with long grey hair sat while reading an old, tattered book. As if sensing something, the man looked at Aleron, whose eyes slowly moved before gradually opening. After a brief confusion in his eyes, the expression of relief settled in. I am alive. Yes, my lord. Aleron turned to his right upon hearing the voice and saw the man with a handsome countenance, 2 demonic horns on his head, and his dark green eyes looking straight into his. You. Aleron was surprised. The man stood up and bowed with his right palm on his chest and a smile hanging on his lips. My name is Darzax, my lord. Hearing that, Aleron saw a window panel pop up in his mind. Darzax the Graveborn. Class, Archmage Sorcerer. Speciality, Necromancy, Master of Death. Power level, 1,293,490. They were going to kill me, but you saved me. Aleron had never felt this relieved in his life. Never felt this happy to be alive. It was completely the opposite of the last moments of his previous life. He accepted death in his last life because he judged it was his end, but not in this life. He wanted to live this new life and enjoy it, especially after arriving in this fantastic world with moving limbs and a system he had never read before. Thank you for saving me, Aleron smiled brightly at Darzax. Darzax shook his head with a faint smile and looked at Aleron. Your wish is my command, my lord. You made me an existence with meaning, so I shall serve with you my utmost devotion. So this is my first summon? So cool. Aleron's eyes sparkled. Oh yeah, what is this room? Aleron looked around in confusion. It's so luxurious. It is the royal bedchamber. I have disposed of the royal family and everyone in the palace as they were a threat to you, my lord. Oh, wait, what? Aleron was dumbfounded. You killed them all. Indeed, my lord. Darzax nodded and bowed. For your safety, I have turned this kingdom into a necropolis. Necropolis. Aleron repeated the term with a dazed expression. No way, right? Necropolis meant the city of the dead. If he was to take the meaning and put the pieces together, it meant that Darzax had killed everyone in the city and turned them into undead. WTF? His specialty is necromancy and master of death. He knew it, but he still wanted to confirm it. Necropolis as in, the city of the dead. Aleron asked while his heart started racing. He said necropolis, he said he killed everyone. Aleron's heart beat faster. Clack. Suddenly, the door to the room opened before a fit middle-aged man with blonde hair and wearing a chef's uniform entered with a trolley of food. Aleron looked at him, and his mouth opened wide in shock. This middle-aged man did not look like a human. He was strangely dark with faint shining on his body due to sunlight from the window as if he had microcrystals on his skin. But his most striking feature was a pair of folded vampire wings behind him and fangs. My lord. Please eat this delicacy made by this kingdom's best chef. Darzax smiled. Aleron gulped and turned to Darzax. Did you make everyone into an undead? Of course, my lord. Darzax bowed. Everything for your safety and to save you. Your soul was injured and I needed powerful souls. Refine them to acquire pure soul essence, and heal you? But worry not, we have a considerable army of undead with various ranks. Darzax smiled and waved his hand. In the next second, Aleron saw a dreamy holographic-style image containing arrays of cartoony characters in mini-form, a hierarchy of undead. The first 5 rows were the largest and biggest, with a title above them and a number beside it. Zombies-1,139,200, Adept rank. So the weakest zombies are also stronger than current me? Damn. Aleron gulped and looked below as the armies got smaller, but more powerful in ranks. Ghouls-984,190, mix of exceptional and adept rank. Liches-395,302, mix of exceptional rank and epic rank. Death Knights-98,349, epic rank. Vampires-5684, mix of epic and legendary rank. Werewolves-5402, mix of epic and legendary rank. Death Lords 32, legendary rank. Death God-1. So, the Death God is you. Aleron looked at Darzax. Darzax smiled and shortly bowed. Indeed, my lord. As I am the origin and responsible for turning them into undead in my hierarchy, I am the Death God. Holy shit, this guy is so powerful and I summoned him. Then how do you determine who becomes who in this hierarchy? Aleron asked with curious sparks in his eyes. It depends on their own strength and soul potential, my lord. What I have is my spell and my domain. I unleashed them on this city to turn it into a necropolis. My spell and domain will work towards transforming the city into a social and working necropolis. Darzax looked at Aleron and adopted a doubtful expression. If you are not fine with this and want to go for adventures and settle somewhere, then we can depart as well. Then what about this necropolis? Darzax smilingly shook his head. All beings, including zombies, are sentient in this city, but their memories of them being humans are wiped out. As their death god, I have already constructed a physical hierarchy in the city and given each race a role according to their capability to maintain the city and prosper. Unless some nearby kingdom or organizations decided to make a move, we can just leave and let them be on their own. Aleron was amazed, but then he weakly smiled. Darzax, I am grateful to you for saving me, but I also feel sad that many innocent people turned undead because of me. He looked outside the window and wondered, are they happy or sad? Did they suffer? Darzax raised his eyebrows before he bowed. I apologize, my lord. I judged it was better to completely turn this city into our stronghold for your utmost safety. This way, if people from outside come, I can immediately know, and we can also use the undead powerhouses birthed from people in this city to our aid. No need to apologize. Aleron shook his head. Darzax looked at Aleron and ruefully smiled. It's true that many innocents lost their previous lives, but if it makes you feel better, then all of them are alive as undead and living a better life than before. They are at peace in my domain. Aleron was surprised. He did it for me, after all. I feel sad, but nothing I can do except accept it. He smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then good. This is a magical world, just like many I used to read. I want to do a lot of things. But let's start with the most important. Aleron looked at Darzax, his eyes sparkling like stars. Dax, take me outside. I want to look at this world and know more about it. With pleasure, my lord. I was about to suggest that after you finish eating. Darzax warmly smiled and gestured at the food trolley filled with various dishes. Please eat to regain some spirit and taste the best food of this kingdom. Even though the chef has turned into a high vampire, his skills haven't waned. Darzax chuckled. All right. Aleron broadly grinned and nodded. He was hungry, so he started eating without holding back. The moment he took the first bite of a juicy meatball wrapped in some kind of cabbage, his eyes sparkled. Delicious. Chapter 4, War, Hero, Goddess. Nexusia Magic Kingdom. The neighboring kingdom of the Falran Kingdom, situated in the south of the Falran Kingdom. At the moment, the two court magicians of Nexusia Kingdom sat at a table with the king, divine knight, and hero of Nexusia Kingdom. Your Majesty, we sensed great disturbance from Falran Kingdom's capital. Communications to there are strangely closed off as well. Something must have happened during their hero summoning. They were going to do it today. Both court magicians spoke one by one. One was a busty red-haired woman wearing a maroon dress, while the other was a white-haired old man with a long goatee. The divine knight was a dark blonde-haired man in his 40s. His brows creased as he said, anything more specific? One of my skills did give me a hint, the blue-haired handsome hero said with a faint smile. He looked in his mid-20s. Hero Jakran, what did you discover? The king curiously asked. Jakran narrowed his eyes and said, I sensed a great amount of demonic aura from there. Given that communications are off right now, I believe that we should send a team to check out the situation at Falran Kingdom's capital. Demons? But we are at the southeast of Light Dusk Continent. The invading demons from Demonic Continent shouldn't be a threat to us so soon. Divine Knight frowned. Jakran shrugged and said with a smile, I have no idea, but my detection skill can't be wrong. Demons at our back. King Nara frowned, his brows wrinkling. After 2 seconds of silence, King Nara's expression turned stoic and he looked at the red-haired woman. Court Mage Lara, please select some subordinates to your liking and head to Falran Kingdom. I want to know what is happening there. He then looked at the Divine Knight and continued, Knight Sumaran, you are well known throughout the Falran Kingdom. I want you to contact the 4 Dukes of Falran and other big nobles for a meeting. Make haste. The Divine Knight and Court Mage Lara stood up and nodded. Understood. Hero Jakran, the Empire's call for all heroes will soon come. King Nara looked at Jakran with a somber expression. How is your progress in conquering our kingdom's labyrinth? I just cleared the 85th floor yesterday. Jakran grinned before he released his aura, making the court magician and king adopt a surprised expression. You triggered your legendary awakening? Impressive, Court Mage Ramba said while caressing his white goatee and smiling. The better one's achievements in the coming war, the more Goddess Elysia will favor one. You should work hard. Hero Jakran stood up and nodded while smiling. Indeed. I shall return and resume my endeavors. All the best, King Nara nodded. After Hero Jakran left, Court Mage Ramba frowned and turned to King Nara. Your Majesty, Hero Jakran is on the same rank as us now. His power is impressive, but his nature is a bit problematic. What did he do? King Nara raised his eyebrows. Although he is clearing the labyrinth floors fast and getting stronger, his lascivious nature has extended from maids to various noble women, even those who are married. He had made moves with his charm and entrapped several wives and daughters of nobles already. Court Mage Ramba sighed and added, so far he has only forced himself on maids several times, but this might change with his growing power. King Nara frowned and rubbed his temples. The demonic continent was quiet for 200 years, but they started making moves again and we had to initiate hero summoning as per the goddess Elysia's command. But why do these heroes do not have the heroic qualities? Sigh. King Nara sighed as his head slightly drooped. However, his eyes changed sheen soon, appearing cold and ruthless. Ramba, prepare a powerful slave sigil. Are you sure, your majesty? Ramba asked in a startling voice. Could it be that he is feeling a threat from the hero? I am sure. Before he grows any stronger, I have to tame him. Falran Kingdom, Luxadia City, one of the 4 major cities. High above in the sky, Aleron and Darzax rode on a golden bone dragon with shadowy energy instead of flesh filling it. My lord, the city below is the best city of this kingdom with connections and transport to various nearby kingdoms via their flying ship. Darzax smiled and added, we can register as adventurers here, and learn more about this world. Great. Let's go fast, Aleron grinned, thrilled. I want to become powerful and go on adventures. We shall descend after I use some spells on you. Please wait, Darzax said before his aura changed and Aleron started hearing notifications while feeling strange, but comfortable. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 12 Dark Support. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 15 Dark Resurrection. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 11 Basic Elemental Resistance. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 11 Advanced Elemental Resistance. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 12 Invisible Shield. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 14 Invisible Shadow Armor. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 13 Unrivaled Empowerment. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 13 Death Empowerment. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 15 Death Connection. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 15 Death's Embrace. You have been buffed by the skill, Tier 9 Grave Sense. Holy shit. Aleron was dumbfounded as he read those skills effects. This city doesn't seem to have anyone coming close to my power, so you will be safe with these buffs, my lord, Darzax smiled. Safe? I am fucking unkillable now, Aleron internally laughed out loud. Most of the skills were supportive, but the last one was different. Grave Sense is cool. So I can sense the location of anyone who has the intention of killing me within 1 kilometer around me. Thanks, Dax, Aleron grinned. Let's go now. Darzax nodded and waved his staff, causing the black crystal ball on it to glow faintly before both of them disappeared. The golden shadow undead dragon also vanished into the mist a second later while Darzax and Aleron emerged from the darkness in a narrow alley near the slum area of the city. The Adventure Guild is nearby, let us go, Darzax said as the duo joined pedestrians on the footpath of the street. Chapter 5, Darzax's Status. Aleron and Darzax arrived at the Adventurer Guild branch in this area and entered. New faces, that middle-aged man is so handsome. The other adventurers present in the hall commented as Aleron and Darzax walked toward one of the receptionist booths. We would like to register as adventurers, Aleron said with a smile. The black-haired receptionist was looking at both of them when they were walking, so she immediately nodded with a smile. Understood. Please wait for a bit. I'll call a staff member who will lead you to the registration room. Are you too new to the kingdom? She asked curiously. Yes, Aleron nodded with a smile. She looked at Darzax, but he just bowed his head slightly with a faint smile. I'm just a mere servant of my lord here. Please don't mind me. Aleron internally wryly smiled. He was about to tell her he was from a village and arrived in this big city with his uncle to become an adventurer, but Darzax ruined this backstory. Servant, the receptionist was surprised, looking at shifting her look from Aleron and Darzax as if finding it hard to believe. Hey, Liz, what's up? A young man in his late teens arrived wearing casual brown trousers and a white shirt. Take these two for registration, please. Aleron and Darzax started following the guy through a corridor. You can call me Odar. So how confident are you, my friend? Odar said as he grinned at Aleron. Confident for what? Aleron tilted his head in confusion. I mean your status. You got any innate talent or something? Odar asked with a wry smile. Oh, I'm not sure, Aleron shook his head. This big guy here seems like he wasn't a farmer or driver before. Ex-adventurer. Odar asked with a laugh as he looked at Darzax. Aleron internally sweated. Dude, he is a fucking death god. You can say that. Darzax chuckled and nodded. I am a former adventurer, rejoining again with my lord. Your lord. Odar was dumbfounded and looked at Aleron as he started becoming nervous. Are you a noble? Relax, haha. I am a nobody. Just treat me as a newbie adventurer. Aleron couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Odar's reaction. I guess nobles throwing their weight around is more common than not. Odar wryly smiled and stopped walking before turning left at the door. Alright. Let's enter and get you registered. As they entered a moderately big room, Aleron noted a magical 2-meter tall and wide faint blue crystal wall standing in the middle. Put your hand on it. It will measure you and show your status, which I will use to create your adventurer card. The higher your rank, the more benefits you will get from all branches of Adventurer Guild. Aleron nodded and put his hand on the crystal wall. It faintly glowed before golden symbols appeared that soon transformed into letters and numbers. Name: Aleron. Race: human. Lifeform rank: mortal, 13%. Physical status: strength, D, 9/100. Agility, D, 10/100. Stamina, D, 7/100. Health, D+, 53/100. Arcane status. Magic potency, C, 134/500. Mana pool, C, 134/500. Innate talents, none. Ouch, Odar cried out and patted Aleron's shoulder. Don't worry, friend. People can also awaken talents even if they don't have inborn ones. Aleron smiled and nodded before pointing at his life form rank. What is that life form rank? Why is there 13% on it? When you kill living beings, you absorb their life essence and make progress in your life form. But you have to increase your stats to the peak of mortal rank before your life form ranks up. How to increase my stats? Aleron curiously asked. Well, you gotta work hard for it. You have to train, eat particular resources, and fight for things you want for your progress, Odar said before he doubtfully looked at Aleron's health stat. This health stat is high because you ate a D-rank mystic food or stat potion or something that increased it. No, my lord. The food you ate increased your health. I had ordered the chef to make that type of food using D-rank magic ingredients to make you healthy. Aleron heard Darzax's voice in his head as he understood. Oh yeah, I remember I ate D-rank mystic food at the palace, Aleron nodded with a grin at Odar. Yep, that explains it, Odar laughed. Palace? This guy is definitely a noble. And he indeed seems to be a good one, Odar thought while internally grinning. I should help him out since he is new here, and get on his good side. Alright, your turn, Odar said as he looked at Darzax. Darzax walked forward and put his right hand on the wall. Darzax's stats, he must be crazily powerful, right? Aleron thought, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. The blue screen showed strange symbols before they soon transformed into letters, numbers, and question marks. Name, Darzax. Race, lifeform rank, exceed. Physical status, strength, X, 69,403/100,000, agility, X, 73,940/100,000, stamina, X, 100,000/100,000, health, X, 78,403/100,000. Arcane status. Magic potency, X, 96,326/100,000. Mana pool, X, 99,410/100,000. Innate talents. What the fuck? Odar shouted and jumped in shock. Even Aleron was dumbfounded. Odar tremblingly looked at Darzax, sweating bullets even. Why you are exceed? Darzax raised his eyebrows at Odar. That I seem to be. Any problem? And no, of course not, Odar said while forcing a smile. I mean, if you are here to destroy this city or something, can you wait a bit, please? I want to escape. Odar, Aleron walked forward and patted Odar's shoulder with a smile. Relax, my lord. Odar jumped back and knelt on the ground before Aleron. This guy is the Exceed Guy's lord? Are they from the Long Enu's Empire or the Nightwing Empire? I heard only they have powerhouses of Exceed lifeform rank. Aleron helplessly smiled. Given his reaction, we urgently need to find more information about this world. Indeed, my lord. Please forgive my incompetence, Darzax apologetically said. I should have read books in the royal palace's library. It's fine. I'll handle this, Aleron said with a grin. I have read many books to know what to do. So, Odar, how about keeping a tight lid on Dax's rank? Also, become our guide and we'll pay you handsomely. Odar's eyes instantly shone. He stood up and took out a black card with blue patterns out of nowhere. Take this communication card and just give me 5 minutes. I will bring your adventurer cards and accompany you as your guide. Alright, we'll wait outside, Aleron nodded with a smile. Make sure nobody knows what you saw here today, okay? I swear it upon my life. Chapter 6, Skill and Magic. A new banner? Aleron and Darzax went back to the hall and looked around. When Aleron spotted the big quest board, he immediately said, Dax, let's go and get a quest. I want to complete one after learning some skills and combat. That is a good idea, my lord, Darzax smiled, feeling happy as he looked at Aleron's face. He appears to be excited to learn and adventure. I shall serve him to my best. At the corner sides of the hall was a rest lounge consisting of several tables. The lounge at the northwest had a filled-up table, consisting of 5 people. This party noticed Aleron and Darzax and talked about the duo after erecting a barrier. When Odar arrived 5 minutes later with adventurer cards and left the guild hall, this party also followed them quietly and naturally. A short guy with bob-cut green hair said, Boss Roxanne, I've marked Odar. We can follow them leisurely now. The party of 5 consisted of people ranging from their mid-20s to 40s. The leader was a woman in her 40s called Roxanne, wearing a warrior's outfit, a red-brown armor set with a broadsword resting straight behind her back. She had braided long brown hair and was 6 feet tall. Aside from her, the only other girl at the party was a peach-pale beauty in her early 20s with straight silky white-purple hair in a shoulder-length hairstyle. She had a charming face and a shapely figure covered in a sleek and slender silver-white patterned mage robe, with her killer blue eyes only adding to her already beautiful appearance. Lady Rias, are you sure you want to check him out? The green-haired short man asked respectfully. Indeed, my lady, the bald muscular man nodded. He seems less impressive than others we've checked out so far. I think we should go to Nexezia. I heard it's better than this Falran kingdom, said the third and last man in the party, black-haired and slim with over 6 feet in height. We've wasted 3 days here. You all don't need to butt into Lady Rias's decision, Roxanne snorted. The hierarchy in the party became clear. We'll check him out since he meets the criteria for it, no harm in that, Rias softly said while looking in the direction where Aleron, Darzax, and Odar left after leaving the city. The short green-haired man suddenly exclaimed as he checked the tracking he put on Odar. Roxanne frowned. What happened? This trio is already at Plummy Woods. Given this speed, that middle-aged man with that kid shouldn't be weak. He should be at least epic rank if he crossed 20 kilometers this fast with 2 people. He must have used a powerful skill, the bald muscular man commented while rubbing his chin. Should I move us there quickly? Yes, Ragnar, Rias said with a soft sigh. If he also doesn't trigger the artifact, we'll go to Nexusia Kingdom's capital and search there. Understood, Prince's cough. I mean Lady Rias, Ragnar awkwardly smiled as he received glares from Roxanne. He immediately used a skill that caused golden brown sands to cover everyone before they vanished into the earth, moving through a protective earth elemental barrier underground at a breakneck speed. Ragnar, slow down. Or what, you want to compete with their speed? The green-haired short man snickered. Earth displace drift. You're getting better at this, Roxanne nodded as she saw Ragnar displacing the sphere of earth covering them and speedily moving underground. Thanks, but I need to focus, Ragnar grinned with some sweat beads on his forehead. I'm going fast and also need to look out for obstacles. What? You quit your job? Aleron was startled before he wryly smiled. Yes, boss, Odar said while pounding his chest with his fist. I shall accompany you as long as you require my assistance. Darzax, Aleron, and Odar moved through the trees and greenery of Plummy Woods, an 80-square-kilometer big forest area filled with magic beasts of D rank and below. It was a famous spot for rookie adventurers to complete lower-ranked quests of collecting materials or killing monsters. We've arrived at the spot, boss. Aleron and Darzax followed Odar through a thick bush wall before arriving at a secret area hidden by a hill, bush walls, and other greenery. It had a sizable pond in the middle, with a horde of red-horned black deers with red patterns on their body at a corner. Some were resting while some were drinking water in the pond. I knew it, Odar said with a grin upon seeing the horde. These sanguine deers usually come here to rest after their foraging and hunting. Sanguine deers noticed guests in their territory and immediately went alert as their eyes started glowing. Boss, can you quickly hide us with your power? They will attack us if they see us, Odar quickly said. Darzax snapped his finger before a dark veil appeared around them before vanishing. Aleron and Odar didn't feel any difference in their sight after the dark veil disappeared, but the sanguine deers suddenly looked confused. The ones already rushing at them stopped and looked around. Haha, they are cute, Aleron said with a laugh. He turned to Darzax, his eyes sparkling. Now it's my turn. Teach me. Can you feel the mana pool in your body? Darzax asked with a gentle smile. I can, Aleron nodded as he opened his palm. Soon, faint blue sparks appeared on his hand. Mana. Magic potency determines 2 things, my lord. First, the quality of your mana. If you use a fireball with 10 mana and I use a fireball with 10 mana, the difference would be massive because I have higher magic potency. Darzax began explaining the basics. Yeah, I figured it was that, Aleron nodded before curiously asking. So what is the second thing it determines? Darzax smiled and waved his hand, causing a magic circle with another smaller circle inside it. The second thing it determines is the size of your magic board. Odar laughed and said, I bet your magic board is so big, we won't be able to see it whole. But he suddenly realized that he was talking with an exceed rank powerhouse, and coughed. Sorry about butting in. Aleron amusingly smiled. It's fine. Don't be stiff and act yourself. He then turned to Darzax. So what does magic board do? Magic board is where you will draw your skill. When you visualize your skill, it will turn into symbols in the magic board. Whatever detail you visualize with your imagination and arcane knowledge you've learned, it will turn into symbols in magic board, which then you will arrange to your liking. However, if you visualize the execution of a powerful skill and the symbol it produces surpasses the limit of your magic board, it won't work. As such, the higher your magic potency, the higher the quality and power of your skill. Aleron understood and nodded, his eyes sparkling. Interesting. This type of magic system is something I hadn't read before. Once you have designed a skill in magic board, you can easily turn it into a skill rune using mana. From then onward, you can simply tap into your skill rune and execute the skill. Cool, Aleron grinned. I can't wait to use a skill. Darzax smiled and added, I am sending you the method of a D-rank skill called Exploding Arrow. Follow the steps and use it. Darzax's eyes flashed slightly and a mysterious ethereal white string emerged from his fingertip. This short white string floated towards Aleron and entered his forehead. In the next second, Aleron's mind received general knowledge of how mana worked and the steps to execute a skill through it using the magic board. After a couple of minutes, Aleron opened his eyes as he finished creating the skill rune of Exploding Arrow by following the steps. Exploding Arrow. Rank, D. Attribute, Flame. Effect, release an arrow with condensed firepower that explodes upon impact. It was not hard, but let's see how I execute it. Aleron pointed his finger at the sanguine deer. Drinking water. He moved the mana into the skill rune he created and triggered it. Mana gathered before his finger that swiftly took the shape of a sleek flame orange arrow. Aleron felt his hand slightly shake as the control of this suspended arrow was within his hand. His mind? My lord, don't use too much mana for now. Just use 10 or 20, Darzax suggested. Right, Aleron nodded. After a second, Aleron's eyes shone as he fired the arrow. Swoosh! It shot forward and stuck the deer he aimed at before exploding in a fiery blast, severely injuring the level 27 sanguine deer. Right after Aleron used his first skill, a system notification rang. A new gacha banner has been unlocked, Myriad Spell Pool. Chapter 7, Myriad Spell Pool. Ultimate Gacha System. Level 1. Gacha Points, 13. Eye Summoning Banners. 1 Lords of Arcane. Summoning Ticket, 0. 2 Myriad Spell Pool. Summoning Ticket, 1. So, I got a free ticket for a new banner. But how do I get more tickets? You must unlock the gacha room by spending 100 gacha points. You can buy summoning tickets and other functions from the gacha room. How do I get more gacha points? Aleron curiously asked. By enacting gambling. What? By enacting gambling. Aleron clicked his tongue and fell into thought. So I have to gamble. I'll do some experiments about this later. For now, I have to summon. Aleron told Darzax and Odar to wait a bit before closing his eyes. Let's see. Aleron internally licked his lips in excitement as he looked at the Myriad Spell Pool banner. In his mind, it looked mysterious and ethereal with constantly changing cool and colorful magical phenomena. Damn, what will this give me? Aleron eagerly pressed the button below, using up the summoning ticket of Myriad Spell Pool. As this is your first summon in Myriad Spell Pool, you will summon from the top category. The banner turned into a black hole before it burst out with chaotically moving books. The books were fully magical with exotic designs and shapes. But soon, one of the books with strange dark blue and black tentacles with dark gold patterns and a terrifying maw shape became bigger while the other books vanished. You have summoned Eldritch Tome of Arcane Aberrations. Holy cow, Aleron exclaimed upon seeing the name. This book looks freaking cool and dreadful both. But what is it? Aleron eagerly grabbed the book and immediately got the information about it while its panel popped up. Eldritch Tome of Arcane Aberrations. Type, Grimoire. Grade, Primeval. Aleron opened his eyes and saw the book in his hand, scaring Odar while raising Darzax's eyebrows. My lord, this is... Damn, what in the hell is that? Odar scaredly jumped away from Aleron since the book's maw was facing right at him. This guy is Exceed Powerhouse's master, so I knew he must have some crazy items, but what in the horror is this? Odar thought while looking at the terrifying big book that floated in front of Aleron and slowly opened along with its jaw, showing its ancient light brown and sandy pages with eccentric symbols. It's my grimoire, Aleron answered with a grin as he eagerly turned to the first page of the grimoire. He could strangely read everything and understand it. Tier 1 spell, Grimbolt Spear. Description: upon casting Grimbolt Spear, the caster's outstretched hand becomes wreathed in crackling, ethereal energy, composed into the form of a spear made of shadows and red lightning. Grimbolt Spear instantly emerges from the target's shadow upon casting. ___ effect: upon impact, Grimbolt Spear prioritizes the target's blood and veins or mana trail if they lack flesh and blood, burning them with intensity and igniting the target's blood and mana for further damage. If the target dies, it absorbs all the essence of targets and channels to nearby targets. Arcane Syllabus, 13. -1. Dark Essence Invocation. -2. Lightning Conduit. -3. Enhanced Speed. -4. Shadow Drift. -5. Subtle Manipulation Enchantment. -6. Umtumed Energy Absorption. -7. Microconduct Enchant. -8. Chain Conduct Enchant. -9. Condensed Energy Burst. 10 Enhanced Mana Potency. 11 Mana Reaction Ignition. 12 Blood Reaction Ignition. 13 Core Blood Seeking Enchant. Spell Parameters. Type, Pure Offense Attack Type Spell. Cost, minimum 100 mana. Range, 50 meters radius around the user. Chain range, 10 meter radius around the target. The book's page had all the details of the spell, along with its arcane syllabus symbols. But the most shocking thing was that Aleron immediately learned the arcane syllabus as their information and knowledge entered his mind. At that moment, he truly felt the wonders that he could only imagine previously, but this was way better than him imagining. Magic is amazing. Magic is awesome. I want to learn more. Aleron's eyes shone brilliantly. He immediately stretched his hand at the herd of sanguine deers and locked on the deer that he had injured. However, the deer had already recovered half of its health since sanguine deers had high vitality and regeneration power. Dax, can you fill up my mana pool? I need 100 mana, Aleron said while grinning from ear to ear. I am going to use a spell. The arcane syllabus in that grimoire feels beyond my current knowledge, appearing to be a type of secret knowledge, my lord. I hope you exercise caution, Darzax said while recovering Aleron's mana. Aleron laughed and said, worry not, it's bound to me, and I learned this spell. Boss, what kind of spell did you learn from that scary book? Odar gulped. It's not wicked, right? Well, Aleron's eyes whirled with power, indicating his use of mana and executing the spell. Just watch. Chapter 8, Encounter. In the next second, Aleron's arm transformed mystically, turning into a meter-long spear from his elbow with ethereal shadow metal patterned with crimson lightning design. The black and red eccentric sparks that whirled around his transformed arm only added to the already phenomenal sight. Damn, Odar was shocked. This is a 100 mana spell? WTF. This. Darzax's eyes shone. Watch that deer, Aleron said before his arm the Grimbolt spear, pulsed with power and released something into his shadow, which instantly emerged from the deer's shadow and struck it, entering its body as it cried loudly for a second before exploding. However, not a single drop of blood dropped on the ground. Its bones were also darkened. It was like the deer was completely sucked dry of its energy and vitality. And that was not all, because two nearby deers were targeted next as the Grimbolt spear struck them right after the first sanguine deer died. Odar's mouth opened wide just like his eyes as he saw sanguine deers dying one by one with just one fucking spell of 100 mana. In just a few seconds, the horde of deer died. I am not dreaming, right? Odar pulled his cheek and slapped himself, but the sight before him remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Darzax's eyes showed a new emotion. For the first it was a hint of excitement. My lord, may I take a look at that grimoire? Aleron broadly grinned and waved his hand as the book floated before Darzax. Sure, boss. Odar suddenly jumped and kowtowed before Aleron. Please take me as your follower, subordinate, servant, or even a human table. I'll be happy if you would just share a pissworth knowledge with me from your unfathomable self. This guy reminds me of those bootlicking characters I read. Aleron couldn't help but laugh. Get up, Odar. If you want to follow me, then so be it. Grab those deer's magic cores. We are done with my first quest. Yes, boss. Dax, let's return to our castle. I bet the royal family must have a lot of treasures and resources, Aleron grinned. I want to use those resources and get powerful faster. We shall do that, but, Darzax turned to the left and gave the grimoire back to Aleron. I'll read this later, my lord. For now, a group of 5 is approaching us with unknown intentions. One of them put a tracker on Odar, but I didn't remove it since I thought we should finish business with them at an inconspicuous place. Aleron followed Darzax's gaze while raising his eyebrows. Interesting. The bushes and trees moved before Aleron soon saw a muscular warrior woman, and a beautiful charming woman following 3 men. Aleron's gaze was stuck on Rias as his male instincts got kicked. I never thought I would see those beautifully described fantasy characters in the books I read right in front of me, in the flesh. And that girl is so pretty. I apologize for this sudden intrusion, Rias said with a polite and slightly apologetic smile, her gaze locked onto Aleron. Could I have a minute with you, please? I just need to see if this artifact reacts with you. Do anything funny to my lord, and none of you will live to see the next second of your life, Darzax said with narrowed eyes before the scenery around them changed. But that was not the only thing that changed. Roxane, commander knight of Long Inu's empire, legendary rank. Her face drastically changed, her eyes showing dread. Ragnar, short guy Balo, and tall slim guy Taro, 3 bannerate knights of Long Inu's empire, epic rank. The trio's face changed into a horrified one, their eyes showing suffocation and fear of death. Princess Rias, the youngest princess of Long Inu's empire, legendary rank, and strongest in this party. In search of a person that a divine seer prophesied would be in this region ruled by 3 kingdoms. For her future, she needed to find this person and go through a certain trial. Her eyes showed great shock and a hint of graveness. This special group of people encountered one not bound by anything of their world on this day, thereby completely changing their destiny and twisting their fate. Chapter 9, Ruin of Black Shard Moon. An Exceed powerhouse with his domain awakened. Who is he? Roxanne thought while internally sweating buckets. The 3 knights behind them were already knocked out as they had lost their consciousnesses. Lady Rias's face also turned pale, but the necklace she wore suddenly shone and covered her in a shield, protecting her and creating a powerful barrier to withstand the pressure and protecting from attacks. The situation suddenly became tense for this group that came from one of the strongest places on this light dusk continent, Long Inus Empire. What are you doing, Dax? Aleron asked, sending his thoughts to Darzax. Just establishing our power, my lord. Please verbally command me to release my domain, Darzax replied with a smile. Aleron understood the gist as he grinned and nodded. Rias was looking at him and was about to speak, but Aleron immediately said with a light chuckle, release the domain, Dax. Let's see what business they have with us. As you wish, my lord, Darzax respectfully said before everyone saw the normal scenery of the forest and pond again. The pressure on them vanished as they felt freedom from the shadow of death that was looming over them. My lord. Rias was startled. An Exceed powerhouse calling him as a lord. Lady Rias, we may have encountered people from another continent or some hidden force perhaps. Roxanne informed with graveness. I have seen all 3 Exceed powerhouses of Nightwing Empire, and they definitely don't have a second Exceed with domain awakened. But if this powerhouse belongs to them, then our Loganus Empire might fall behind in the coming war. I think they are not related to Nightwing Empire, Rias replied. And maybe, we might have found our candidate. Prophecy pointed to this area because he was here. We'll find that out soon, my lady. Roxanne wryly smiled at Rias's optimism. Outside, Rias composed herself and smiled as naturally as she could before saying to Aleron, I suppose I should properly introduce myself first. The group had never revealed their true identities to other young men and women they checked before, but they couldn't afford to stay anonymous this time. Darzax felt something was off upon seeing this group following them with tracking, which was why he scared them to gain the upper hand in whatever business they were going to speak about. I am Rias Longinus, the youngest princess of the Loganus Empire. Rias made a curtsy bow while grabbing her dress before looking at Aaron and adding, pleased to make your acquaintances. Aleron said with a smile. Rivenal. Fuck, I just made it up, but it's not that bad I guess. Next time, I'll make a better name. Aleron internally noted to prepare some cool names for backup. Rivenal. Roxanne frowned. Rivenal, I've never heard of this surname. Mr. Rias nodded and took out a palm-sized black medallion with golden and brown patterns, with a pattern of a mysterious sword surrounded by beautiful and unique whirly patterns. Darzax and Aleron looked at the medallion. Darzax's eyes glinted as he inspected the medallion. Looks like a key of something. What is this? Aleron curiously asked. This is my ticket to the ruins of Azure Shard Moon, Rias said as her expression turned solemn, but I cannot go there alone. I have to bring a person who resonates with this key to enter there. They had also never revealed information about the ruins of Azure Shard Moon. If the Nightwing Empire or other forces on the continent found out that Princess Rias was roaming in the southeast area of the continent, her life could be endangered since the competition for Azure Shard Moon was intense among the top forces. However, Rias suspected that this Exceed powerhouse should already know about it, and given the power she measured of the Exceed rank senior with her skill, it was best to become honest. These ruins are one of the oldest on our continent and only open once every 10 years. In terms of importance, they are ranked highest. Aleron raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining. Secret ruins, damn, I have to go there. Interesting, so what do I do now? Aleron asked with a faint smile. I hope this medallion resonates with me, hehe. This event is definitely for me. Put your hand on it please, Rias said as she stretched her hand that held the medallion towards Aleron. If the patterns on the medallion shine, then my search will end, but if it doesn't, then... Rias looked at Aleron and Darzax before smiling. I suppose we can talk about some other business then. Aleron was slightly dazed seeing her smile but swiftly composed himself. Damn, she is so beautiful. But in the next second, he was stunned as he realized something. I actually never even saw a girl this close in my previous life since I was fucking 10 years old. He was bedridden since he was 10 fucking years old? Crap. But he read tons of books, so he was living his life in fantasy previously, unlike now, where he was living in a real fantasy world. Cough, sorry for dazing away, Aleron coughed and put his hand on the medallion. Let's see. The moment he put his hand on the medallion, Aleron heard a notification. Imaginary potential activated. A new banner is in creation. Meanwhile, the medallion also started shining brightly. Rias was shocked and then pleasantly surprised while Roxanne saw it glowing and released a breath of relief with a hint of worry. But who are they? Who is this Exceed powerhouse and this young man he calls his lord? Exceed rank powerhouses in their empire were second only to the emperor? They were respected higher than everyone, but here there was an Exceed powerhouse acting respectfully towards this young man. Not even the crown prince could get this treatment in their empire? Chapter 10, Returning. Ugh, Lady Rias. The three knights who had lost consciousness also woke up at this time, but the bright light of the medallion swiftly attracted their attention. They looked at Aleron and then Darzax, which invoked a hint of fear in them. It looks like I resonated with it. Aleron grinned. What now? Rias looked at Aleron and Darzax while glancing at Odar behind them before turning to Aleron as she spoke, her tone slightly pleading. Usually, I would want to invite you to the Empire, so we can train and get powerful before the ruins open, but, are you willing? She didn't know their background but knew it was at least more powerful than her background, so she feared he would reject this partnership. Of course, I am, Aleron said with a light laugh. I am also looking forward to venturing into this ruin. It's good that you are eager, but you are not alone, Roxanne suddenly said, but her tone was calm. The natural candidate is only one, but she can also choose a candidate of her choice one time if she can't find the natural one. The minimum life form rank requirement to enter the ruin of Azure Shard Moon is epic rank, and you must also be powerful enough to survive, explore, and fight for treasures there. Aleron laughed and nodded. Yeah, that is natural. I have to be strong to enter the ruin and have fun there. So, when is it opening? After all, he was confident about getting stronger. Ultimate Gacha System, I have to utilize it and the resources of kingdoms to get stronger. The ruins will open after 9 months, Rias said with a smile. You can come to the Empire with me now or any time you wish. Aleron and Rias talked for a bit more and exchanged their communication cards contact. Rias and the group left afterward. They were staying in the Luxadia city for 2 more days for some other business. Dax, let's go back to the kingdom and learn more about this world. We'll also use resources and stuff, so I can get stronger, Aleron said with a grin. I want to learn magic too. Kingdom? Boss, you are from a kingdom? Odar suddenly asked. Not really, Aleron laughed. Anyway, do you want to come with me as my subordinate or back to your previous life? Boss. Odar shouted with a serious expression and cupped his fist. I have no one behind me or ahead of me. I want a better future which I believe I will get by following you, so I am saying goodbye to my life here. Please make me your subordinate, Odar bowed. Aleron nodded and turned to Darzax. Let's go back, Dax. In the next second, all 3 of them were enveloped in a black veil before they vanished and appeared high in the sky above clouds. Holy shit, this. Odar internally shouted. Darzax's giant bone dragon appeared again as the 3 of them rode on it, flying back to the fallen Falran Kingdom's capital. Boss, what kind of dragon is this? It's dark golden with shadowy energy instead of flesh. It's an exceed rank bone dragon, Darzac said with a faint smile. Its name is Marisol. Exceed rank. Odar gulped. Aleron was surprised, then it must be very powerful. My secondary magic path is summoning magic, so I do have a lot of summons though only one exceed rank minion, my lord, Darzac said with a smile. I want to summon one more exceed rank life form for your protection, so I hope the kingdom's treasure has some sort of catalyst that can help me with it. We'll find out soon, Aleron laughed. Kingdom's treasury? Boss, I am confused, Odar hesitantly said. You'll find out soon. Suddenly, Aleron heard a notification of the new banner's successful generation. A new banner has opened Secret Realms, Fest of Demiplanes. Oh ho. Aleron curiously opened the banner to know more about it, only to get shocked and excited like never before upon finding out what this banner actually entailed. Luxadia City, Duke Palace. Duke Rahad? It's been confirmed that the Falran Kingdom's capital has fallen. It's filled with undead. In the hall, Duke Rahad sat at a table with 5 people. Hearing the news that arrived, everyone at the table frowned. Undead. Roxanne raised her eyebrows. Yes. From the aura and inspection our team did, the capital is completely filled with undead energy. Dark clouds have covered the entire capital, not letting any sunlight pass through it. The whole city is lit up with ghastly dim lights all over. It's as if the capital suddenly transformed into entirely something else. Moreover, we couldn't stay there longer because we were attacked by the former elite guards of the kingdom, who strangely had demonic wings and fangs, their eyes blood red. Duke Rahad frowned before looking at Roxanne and Rias. I shall send a notice to Adventure Guild to put a quest to find more information about this. I'll also send my elite team to scout the place, so if you will assist you if the need arises. Roxanne nodded. We are here for 2 more days precisely to inspect the anomaly that occurred there. If the demons have breached the Falran Kingdom and taken control of the capital, we have to destroy them as fast as possible. Chapter 11, Eldertide Archipelago. Aleron sat comfortably on the bone dragon Marisol on a jelly couch that Darzac created with magic. We might have to make some big changes soon, Aleron thought while grinning as he looked at the new banner. I can't believe I'll get a demiplane as well, crazy. 3 Secret Realms, Fest of Demiplanes. Summoning ticket, 1. Aleron didn't wait longer and immediately used up the summoning ticket of this new banner. He was super excited as he eagerly looked at the constantly changing exotic sceneries in various bubbles. The things he had read and fantasized about were coming true. As this is your first summon of this banner, you will get one of the demiplanes of the highest category. After 5 seconds, a bubble sprung out from the black whirlpool as Aleron received a notification along with some information and a mysterious rune in his source space. Source space was the mysterious space that housed Aleron's sources. For instance, his arcane source was also there. The dreamy blue orb was his magic crystal, indicating his magic potency that was responsible for his magic board's size and the potency of his mana. Below this blue orb was a circular pool of light blue energy, which was his mana pool. Arcane status. Magic potency, C, 134/500. Mana pool, C, 147/500. But the mysterious rune appeared a few meters away from his arcane source and established itself in Aleron's source space, binding with him. Congratulations, you have acquired the Secret Realm, Eldertide Archipelago. Secret Realm, Eldertide Archipelago. Realm rank, Primeval. Realm system, 2 moons, 2 suns. Size, 600 million square kilometers. Description, the Eldertide Archipelago is a vast and ancient cluster of islands steeped in mystery and magic. Its primeval rank indicates that it is a place of immense, untamed power, home to both wondrous and dangerous secrets. Major secret regions. -1. The Crystal Spires of Auroraville not found. 2. The Elder Tree Sanctuary not found. 3. The Serpent's Spine Mountains not found. -4. The Shimmering Lagoon not found. 5. The Underwater Abyssal Kingdom not found. 6. The Twilight Glade not found. -7. The Obsidian Tower not found. Aleron's eyes almost popped out of its socket as he looked at the status of this demiplane. Holy crap! It's bigger than Earth and Aleron's eyes shone as he was beyond thrilled. Dax. Yes, my lord. Darzac turned around to look at Aleron while Odar also looked at him. What happened, boss? Odar curiously asked upon seeing Aleron grinning with excitement in his eyes. We'll have some change of plans. Aleron looked to the side and saw the Falran Kingdom's capital city with dark clouds looming over it closing in as the dragon flew towards it. Afterward, Aleron grinned and waved his hand as he created a mysterious golden blue cloudy portal before him. We are moving the necropolis in this demiplane. Darzac looked at the portal Aleron created and was startled. This demiplane. Odar repeated Aleron's words, his expression dumbfounded as he looked at the portal. You mean a secret realm? But how can you open its portal like this? Odar was dazed, his mind getting short-circuit. Aleron laughed in response to Odar's expression. I'll check it first, my lord. Darzac waved his hand and sent 5 strange black birds with a single big eyeball in place of their heads inside the portal. It appears to be a fairly powerful and rich demiplane given this atmospheric aura, so it's better to scout the area we are entering. Aleron nodded. If possible, I really want to move the whole necropolis in this demiplane. This way, we can leisurely travel while keeping the city with us for super convenience. He thrillingly added. This is best. Necropolis? What's that? Odar snapped out of his daze as he heard this unfamiliar word a second time. Look there, Aleron pointed at the Falran Kingdom's capital. Odar turned around and followed Aleron's finger and gaze. He frowned looking at the big area covered in dark clouds and said, this. If I remember the map correctly, that place should be Falran Kingdom's capital. Why is it covered in dark clouds? Aleron coughed. Well. Chapter 12, it begins. Well. Aleron coughed and thought for a moment before he adopted a rueful smile. Falran Kingdom's stupid king treated me badly, almost killing me aft dash. What? Odar exclaimed in shock, interrupting Aleron. They fucking dare hurt the big boss who is a boss of an Exceed powerhouse. Damn, they lost their minds. Yeah, they almost killed me after torturing me, Aleron sighed. Odar trembled. Tortured. That's why Dax killed everyone in the city for my safety and made them undead, hence turning this city into a necropolis, city of the dead, Aleron explained. Odar needed time to digest this piece of bombshell that Aleron dropped. Aleron looked at the city, thinking about the people who died as he sighed. Well, I only told Dax to save me, but he took extreme measures. I feel it was excessive, but he did it to save me and I am alive because of him. He did say the people are alive as undead, but their memories. Aleron felt not thinking about this, so he put it in the back of his mind, intending to resolve this later. My lord, the demiplane is vast and seems to be full of islands that vary greatly in size, Darzac said as he opened his eyes after he finished a bit of scouting inside the demiplane. At the same time, the bone dragon Marisol also arrived at the capital as it landed before the huge royal palace. So, can you put this whole city in one of the islands? Aleron asked, his expression hopeful. Darzac smiled and nodded. The island this portal leads to is vast enough to fit in 50 cities like this easily. It is filled with abundant natural resources and monsters up to legendary rank. My lord, Darzac added with a chuckle, it is indeed a good idea to put the necropolis in this demiplane. I'll send in Death Lords inside first to clear enough area on the island for this city. Afterward, I'll transport the whole city inside at once by creating shadow displace formation. So you can do it? Awesome. Aleron heartily laughed, thrilled at the good news. Odar snapped out of his daze hearing Aleron's laughter, his eyes turning fiery. Big boss? The king of this kingdom was short-sighted and stupid. And I swear I will not tell anyone about this. So, what task do you have for me? Odar eagerly asked. Nothing for now, Aleron chuckled. Just follow me and well, get strong. We are going to use the resources in this city and royal palace, and have the alchemists create pills and potions to increase our stats. Boom! Just as Aleron finished speaking, 52 powerful auras appeared and kneeled before the bone dragon. Death Lords. The strongest Death Lords were the former court mage of the kingdom and the eldest princess, who was also the strongest magic knight of the Falran kingdom, former. This duo stood at the forefront of the group, their aura and appearance were also more powerful than others. But all of them had some similar features. They had majestic demonic wings and looked completely different than what their race name suggested. Death Lords each one had pale skin, 2 bone horns with patterns, fangs, red eyes, and giant demonic wings, which were folded at the moment. Stand by, Darzac commanded before turning to Aleron. My lord, can you create the portal to this demiplane anytime? Let me check. Aleron waved his hand as the portal vanished. He then looked at the empty area before the Death Lords group and used the demiplane rune in his source space, causing a giant portal of 10 meters high and wide. So I can also control the portal's size? Nice. All he had to do was to think and activate the rune to open the portal to the secret realm of Eldertide Archipelago, which was freakingly bigger than planet Earth and filled with secrets and fun according to what he read in the demiplane's status. Darzac sent an eyeball bird inside again and raised his eyebrows before smiling. The location of the portal is the same as before. Good. Then let's start, Aleron grinned. Darzac put down Aleron and Odar to the ground with a wave of his hand as the bone dragon Marisol vanished. Death Lords. Enter the demiplane and clear enough area for this city to move in, Darzac commanded his Death Lords. And do not leave the island after finishing your task. Collect natural resources and find resource spots. Mark all of such spots of the island. Understood. All Death Lords responded and started entering the portal while Odar continued to watch with a dumbfounded expression. That was the eldest princess of Falran Kingdom who slayed and protected various areas of the kingdom. No one in this whole kingdom wouldn't recognize her. Her long wavy light green hair and face haven't changed. I am not dreaming, Odar pulled his cheeks as he looked around before stopping his gaze at the palace, his expression dazed once again, but this time in acceptance and not disbelief. Falran Kingdom is no more. Falran bloodline is gone. Holy shit. Chapter 13, Progress. In the palace's upper floor garden, Aleron sat at a round table in the small open pavilion. A bunch of pills and empty potion vials settled on the table before him. Aleron had already chugged the potions to increase his physical stats and was digesting their effects by meditating. Mortal rank strength potion, agility potion, stamina potion, and health potion. But he was not alone. Odar was sitting right beside him while Darzac sat across them with a bunch of books on the table, reading about this world's history, geography, and other information. He had also commanded the strongest 50 vampires and werewolves of legendary rank under him to create the shadow displace formation in the city. Aleron opened his eyes after a few seconds as he finished digesting the potion and felt 10 times more powerful than before, feeling his body in its best shape and condition ever. Name. Aleron. Race. Human. Lifeform rank. Mortal, 23%. Physical status. Strength, D+, 100/100. Agility, D+, 100/100. Stamina, D+, 100/100. Health, D+, 100/100. Arcane status. Magic potency, C, 134/500. Mana pool, C, 147/500. Innate talents, none. Now, I need to fill up that lifeform rank progress to 100%. It filled up to 23% after I killed those deers, so it shouldn't take me long. Let's go, Dax. It's time for me to do some hunting and breakthrough. Darzax smiled and put down the book before both of them vanished into the table's shadow and emerged from the shadow of a tree in the small forest 2 kilometers away from the capital city. Meanwhile, Odar stayed behind as he was a rank above Aleron and needed more time to digest the pill he ate. Why am I so blessed? I am getting stat-increasing resources for free. Odar cried tears of joy while meditating to digest the pill's effect and feeling his stats increasing. I have to work hard and display my worth too. Dax, give me a sword I can use, Aleron said as he stretched his arms and legs. I want to fight physically. Darzax had stored all the item-type treasures in his shadow pocket, a sort of inventory. He also couldn't find anything above epic rank worthwhile. There were only a few legendary rank items, but not very valuable in his eyes, and nothing useful as a catalyst for him to do summoning. As for various magical resources, Darzax ordered the best alchemists in the kingdom to use them and turn them into consumables. The alchemy house of the kingdom was fully busy at the moment as everyone inside was working to produce pills and potions. Since they had turned into vampires, werewolves, and ghouls, they could work more than their previous human selves. This sword is good, my lord. Darzax took out a strange golden sword. It was strange because its blade wasn't made of metal, but a rough golden beam. It had a rough texture, unlike a sleek lightsaber, and it didn't even look like a laser, but it was an energy structure nonetheless. This is a light elemental sword of epic rank. Other epic rank weapons are too heavy and have requirements, while the few legendary rank weapons we have are not something you can wield at the moment, but this one is as light as a feather and deadlier than most, Darzax said with a smile. Great, Aleron said with a laugh and grabbed the sword's dark golden metallic hilt. After grabbing the sword, Aleron eagerly waited for a new banner to open. However, 5 seconds passed by and nothing happened, making him frown. What happened, my lord? Darzax asked upon seeing Aleron standing and frowning instead of going to kill the sleeping earthen plate bear 30 meters away. Why isn't the new banner opening? You have reached the limit of opening new banners. Please level up the system to level 2 to gain more banner slots. You need 10,000 gacha points to level up the system. Oh, nothing. I was checking something inside myself, Aleron said before he looked at the bear and walked towards it. But the moment he was within 10 meters range of the earthen plate bear, its ears twitched and it woke up. Rawr! Seeing Aleron, it made a dash towards him with its crystal brown claws and patterns on its earthen-plated body shining. Aleron was surprised, but he stood his ground and narrowed his eyes before pointing his palm at bear. Grimbolt Spear 50 mana. His left hand transformed instantly before a deadly Grimbolt Spear shot into his shadow and emerged from the bear's shadow before striking its body. The bear's momentum was lost and it tumbled forward while it was severely injured in its belly. Aleron waved his right hand that wielded the light elemental sword at the bear, who stopped just 1 meter away from him after tumbling. Swoosh! The sword's blade passed through this level 38 elite rank bear's head like a knife cutting through butter, killing it swiftly. Chapter 14, Gamble, Gotcha Room. Damn, this sword is OP, Aleron exclaimed. I didn't even feel any impact. It was as if I was slicing the air and not that tough neck of bear. Darzax nodded with a smile. The crafting of this sword is praiseworthy, and it is also the only one with energy-structured blade. This kingdom doesn't have any blacksmiths who can craft this, so the royal family must have gotten it from somewhere else. As light as a feather, but as deadly as the sharpest blade. Ha ha ha. Awesome, Aleron said with a laugh. Onwards to the next monster. Darzax nodded before both of them vanished and arrived 100 meters away from their previous location, in front of a cave entrance. This cave has multiple types of monsters numbering over 50, Darzax said. Perfect, Aleron grinned. I also need to check out the way to earn gacha points. Aleron and Darzax entered inside, walking downwards as they arrived at a huge underground cavern with a pond and some greenery inside. Glowing blue and green moss on the walls lit up the cavern as Aleron and Darzax saw 15 red-horned rabbits near the pond, all of them mortal rank and ranging from level 25 to 30. Now then, let's do some gambling. Gambling. Darzax tilted his head in confusion. Aleron nodded, his expression thoughtful. Experiment 1, I'll gamble on myself killing these 15 rabbits in under 1 minute once I initiate the combat with them. Ding, gamble accepted. Aleron was surprised at the sudden notification, but that was not all, as a panel also appeared in his mind. Gamble quest. Task, kill all rabbits in the cavern under 1 minute. Reward, 39 gacha points. Penalty, minus 35 stat points from all physical stats. So that's it. Aleron understood and grinned. I don't understand, my lord, Darzax wryly smiled. If you can explain to me, I could be of help. Ha ha ha, you can say I have a special power, but to use it, I have to gamble and win that gamble, Aleron said with a grin. I see, so that's why. Darzax understood and nodded before he asked, and since it's a gamble, is there a penalty if you lose? Yep, Aleron nodded and decided to experiment more. Now then, I'll change the gamble. I will kill all these red-horned rabbits within 5 seconds once I initiate the combat. Gamble updated. Gamble quest. Task, kill all rabbits in the cavern under 5 seconds. Reward, 368 gacha points. Penalty, -50 stat points from all physical stats. Legs will be disabled for 10 hours. Damn, the penalty also increased. But this is perfect. Aleron grinned as he consumed 100 mana, and his left hand transformed. Grimbolt Spear. Swoosh. The dreadful shadow black spear with red lightning patterns and sparks shot out from the central red-horned rabbit's shadow and instantly obliterated it before the 3 shadowy red lightning shot into other nearby rabbits. Those 3 also died instantly before the Grimbolt spear fed on them and continued its attack, chaining to more rabbits and killing them. It didn't even take a full 5 seconds. Instead, all 15 rabbits died in 3 seconds. You have acquired 368 gacha points. Aleron grinned. Time to open the gacha room. He used 100 gacha points and opened the gacha room, a place where he could buy summoning tickets and supposedly more things. My lord, the passage leading deeper into the cave is there. Shall we go? Darzax asked. Yay, Aleron nodded and followed Darzax while he looked at the new feature and opened it. A fancy panel appeared in his mind the moment he opened gacha room, with a theme of a fancy, cartoony room and more functions inside. Gacha room. 1 summoning shop. -2. Gacha roulette. -3. Banner pool. Locked. Requires level 2 system. -4. Locked. Requires level 3 system. Let's see how much a summoning ticket costs. Aleron opened the summoning shop. Summoning shop. 1 Lords of Arcane summoning ticket x1 500 gacha points. -2. Myriad spell pool summoning ticket x1 500 gacha points. -3. Secret Realms, Fest of Demiplanes x1, 500 gacha points. 500 for 1 ticket. Alright. Aleron closed the summoning shop and opened gacha roulette. A big round roulette appeared in his mind, with 6 different sections on it. Each section had words on it, indicating the category it represented. Gacha roulette. Spin cost, 100 gacha points. Skills. Items, weapons, armors, accessories. Items consumables. Monsters. Innate boon. Mystery box. Dax, wait a bit. Aleron stopped walking in the passage. The deeper part of the cave was already in front of them just 20 meters away, but Aleron wanted to spin before entering. There. Yes, my lord. Just wait a bit, something will happen, Aleron said with a grin before he spent 100 gacha points causing the roulette to spin. Press the red button when you want to stop the spin. Aleron pressed the red button in his mind after a few seconds as the roulette started slowing down and a needle appeared at the side. The stationary needle at the side was hitting the borders of the 6 sections and slowing down the roulette, eventually stopping it after 5 seconds. Congratulations, you have gained a skill scroll skyward slash. Chapter 15, Darzax's Foe, Prodigy? Skyward slash, let's see. Aleron muttered before he opened the scroll. Skyward slash. Rank, C. Category, Martial Magic Skill. __ description, leaps into the air and executes a feet push maneuver while slashing the sword. Condensed in a circular motion downward, taking a spinning wheel form and cutting at the target at a fast speed. __ effect, the strike achieves a wheel-shaped slash, shining due to the wind energy condensed on its blade that moves and vibrates at a high speed around the blade, cleanly cutting the target into 2 or inflicting tremendous slash damage with powerful penetration. Skill parameters. Type, offense. Cost, minimum 50 mana. Range, close. Requirement, wind syllabus level 1. Aleron also saw the picture and other details in the scroll how about to execute the skill. So I have to learn it myself. It won't work like Grimbolt Spear, Aleron muttered. Do you want to learn it now, my lord? Darzax asked. Aleron tapped his cheek with a thoughtful expression for a second before grinning. Yeah, I want to see if I can learn it myself, Aleron said as he focused back on the scroll. I want to know where I stand right now in my personal talent. Darzax's eyes shone as he smiled. That's admirable, my lord. I shall help you with a sparring partner. Darzax smiled before a shadowy black gate with ghastly blue wisp and patterns appeared to their left. From the dark whirlpool in the gate, a shadow shot out before stopping 1 meter away to their left, kneeling on one knee with their head down. He is the most skillful blade warrior under me, with the most knowledge in this field, Darzax smiled. Get up already. Ricky the Whispering Blade. Ricky was a pale-skinned bald man with red marks over his head, body, and limbs, wearing only black trousers while his upper body was carved with scars that shone red. He looked like he was in his 30s. Aleron looked at him and was dumbfounded as he looked at Ricky's status. Ricky the Whispering Blade. Class, Blade Lord. __ Lifeform rank, Legendary. Speciality, Whispering Serenade Blade Arts. Power level, 748,504. His combat power will become on par with me once he breakthroughs to exceed rank, Darzax said with a wry smile. I might even be at a disadvantage in a pure 1 versus 1 battle. I doubt that, Darzax. Ricky stood up and said with a loud laugh. You would seal my combat power with your crazy spells before I break them and touch you. Ricky grinned and added, but it's a different story if I manage to ambush you. Awesome, Aleron grinned. So he is your strongest subordinate. No doubt in that, Darzax smiled. According to my memories related to him, he was my toughest foe who defeated me and almost killed me. Ricky rolled his eyes, but this guy returned stronger as a harbinger of death, killed me, and made me his undead servant. I would have loved to read your story, haha, Aleron laughed hearing the duo's exchange. Anyway, I want to learn this skill on my own, let's just do sparring as I try to execute it. Understood, Ricky nodded before a snow-white katana materialized in his hand with a redwood hilt and silver metallic ring. Darzax nodded and turned to Aleron, my lord, I shall go and bring some monsters for you to hunt once you finish your training. Aleron smilingly nodded, thanks. After Darzax left, Aleron started practicing solo to get the hang of the skill execution. Thankfully, although the skill scroll didn't give information on how to design and execute the skill, Aleron still got knowledge of Wind Syllabus level 1 thanks to the system. So it's giving me the profound knowledge of skills and spells I get. However, it is up to me to master that knowledge, utilize it, and learn skills by wielding it. Although imagining a phenomenon produced its arcane syllabus in one's magic board when one created or learned skills, much of this knowledge was already physically noted, experimented, theorized, and refined. As such, people often learned and practiced various syllabuses of elements, arcane syllabuses, cause and effect, intent-driven, action-driven, and such subjects in various academies in kingdoms. But some knowledge was still forbidden, secret, or undiscovered. Some people could learn knowledge of some subjects faster while learning slowly in some other subjects. It was related to one's affinity, mindset, and talent. At the moment, Aleron was learning this C-rank skill. His first time learning something himself that excited him greatly. Let's see if I can do it. Aleron eagerly stood in a proper stance while wielding the light rend sword, which was the name of the epic rank light attributed sword. He had finished learning the skill design as the light rend sword's blade was covered in a fast circulating wind flow. Boom! Suddenly, a blast occurred in the sword's blade, dispersing the circulating wind coating. This is tough for a beginner, my lord, Ricky chuckled. The sword's blade is pure light attribute, so it's clashing with the wind energy. Yeah, I have to make it such that it doesn't clash, Aleron muttered as his eyes glinted. In his magic board, Aleron redesigned the skill a bit. Since he knew the 13 arcane syllabus of the tier 1 spell, Grimbolt Spear, he decided to use that knowledge to adjust this skill a bit. After a minute, Aleron finished designing the skill and established its skill rune. Let's see. Aleron muttered as he focused and used the skill again, causing the light rend sword's blade to be coated with the wind circulation again, but this time, Zee. Ricky's eyebrows jumped up, the energy of light and wind actually combined, creating a mystical coating of high-speed circulating cyan wind energy that was condensed and sparkling with golden sparks that sped up the wind circulation even more. Did he use some advanced arcane syllabus to achieve this? Ricky was amazed. Damn, this is so cool. Aleron exclaimed as he looked at the sword's blade dangerously humming and oozing out a sharp, piercing aura. This is impressive indeed, Ricky nodded with his eyes sparkling. How did he learn this knowledge and is capable of utilizing it despite being this weak? Darzax's lord is a strange being. Of course, it was impressive. The knowledge of the arcane syllabus that Eldritch Tome of Arcane Aberrations gave to Aleron was considered secret knowledge? Alright, time to use it properly now. Aleron grinned as he used the last bit of his mana to execute the skill's maneuver. His body was enchanted with magic, his feet receiving more enchant type. Ricky smiled and nodded, let's start. He appears to be a prodigy in magic, that much is as clear as the pure excitement in his eyes. Now, let's see how he fares in combat. Chapter 16, Limit, Combat. I did it. Aleron laughed, feeling thrilled as he successfully executed the skyward slash. He failed in the first try, but perfectly executed it in the second try. Ricky raised his eyebrows, impressed. Alright, his combat sense and ability to learn is fast. Well, of course. Aleron was also considered a prodigy back on Earth for developing a medical app and chip, helping millions thanks to it at the mere age of 10. But the incident after that robbed his limbs and turned his life upside down. Let's do some more sparring, Ricky, Aleron said with a grin. I want to get better. With pleasure, Ricky smiled and stood in a front sword stance. Aleron also grabbed the sword and dashed forward, doing a horizontal slash. Ricky leisurely deflected the slash of light rend sword with his katana, flinging away Aleron's hand and breaking his combat sequence while his katana surged forward and stopped at Aleron's neck. Never let your opponent deflect your attack. If you think you will fail the exchange, then you must react fast with wrist and hand movements to either stabilize or initiate another move, because after deflecting your attack, your opponent's blade will be coming to take your life. Aleron nodded with a serious expression and a learning expression. Let's continue. During the next 5 minutes, Aleron and Ricky sparred with pure sword exchange. Ricky matched Aleron's level in terms of sword wielding while teaching him, but he never held back against Aleron and defeated his every chance and move. Aleron was not dejected. Instead, he was just excited and eager to improve and land a strike on Ricky. He could feel himself improving and getting better, which thrilled him to no end. It feels so good to get stronger. While Aleron was feeling this, Ricky was getting surprised constantly. With each minute passing, Aleron was improving tremendously in swordplay. Impressive. Ricky's eyes glinted while sparring with Aleron. Ricky pushed Aleron to limits while defeating him in each exchange, but Aleron came back stronger with new moves improved by observing Ricky and creating them with his insight and talent. Toof. Aleron was pushed back as he fell again, but he got up quickly while breathing. His physical stats had increased drastically, but the power he was putting into swinging his sword against Ricky, who matched his level and defeated him every time, still drained his stamina swiftly. Just as they were about to start again, Darzax arrived and said, "My lord, I've captured monsters from mortal rank to epic rank. 10 monsters from each lifeform rank." Perfect, Aleron's eyes shone. Darzax released the peak mortal rank monsters he captured as they emerged from a dark portal. 2 bull-type monsters, 1 rabbit-type, and 2 boar-type. Aleron was statistically more powerful because he was also at the peak of mortal rank in physical stats and a bit higher than mortal rank in magic stats. As such, he decided to fight 5 monsters at once first and also told Darzax to remove his buffs from him. Aleron wanted to fight for real, without support. He was aware that this would be his first real battle since he was going to fight 5 monsters at once, without using skills and only using pure martial combat with his sword as per his wish. After all, they would die with only one proper attack due to the light rend sword, so Aleron tried to avoid their attacks in his way, fought properly, and landed a single clean strike on each of them during the quick 1-minute battle against those 5 monsters. He made quick work of them, but due to not having prior experience in combat, he also received 3 attacks at the start of the battle and got injured. But after killing the 2 boars, he had an easier time killing the other 3. This adrenaline rush he felt was something he never experienced before, and it excited him greatly. "Take out more, Dax. I am nearly 70% in progress," Aleron said with a grin as he wiped some blood near his lips that oozed out due to an internal injury, which Darzax already healed. Darzax waved his hand and took out the remaining 5 peak mortal rank monsters. "Let's gamble a bit," Aleron said with a glint in his eyes, standing properly while holding the sword in a stance. "I will create a new sword skill on my own while fighting these 5 monsters in under 2 minutes and kill all with the skill at once." Ding! Gamble accepted. Gamble quest. Task: create a sword skill while fighting the 5 monsters in front of you in under 2 minutes, and kill all 5 at once with the skill. Reward: 439 gacha points. Penalty: mana pool sealed and going blind for 24 hours. Ding! You have used up the 2 gamble of today. Level up the system to add 1 more gamble. Daily. So no more gamble quest for today. Aleron was surprised. "My lord, do you already have an idea for this skill?" Darzax asked in surprise. "It looks like he has an idea," Ricky laughed. Aleron grinned. "Nope, but I can think of one. I can visualize and design a sword skill capable of killing all 5 monsters at once. Release them, Dax." "I am ready," Aleron added as he looked at the 5 monsters bounded by shadow ropes before him. Aleron narrowed his eyes, determined and stubborn. "I want to believe that I can do this and want to strive for it. I've read tons of books to know that I need to get better myself. For that, I have to push myself to my limits. And no way in hell I want to be mediocre, be it with this system or without it." Aleron's grip on the sword tightened while the monsters were released from their shadow bindings and rushed towards him. "I've also read a lot of skills, spells, and other powers. Surely, I can visualize and create a solid skill right now, not to mention that I have enough arcane syllabus knowledge to create a skill for this situation." 2 vine groove bears and 3 flame rock bisons. All of them rushed towards Aleron. Aleron jumped strongly as he shot up like a spring and stood on a tree's branch while designing his skill. Both bears roared towards him before vines shot out from the branch where he stood, intending to pierce into him. Aleron jumped to another tree, but the 3 flame rock bisons rushed there with their head and horns lit up with flame fiercely, smashing the tree entirely. The monsters only targeted Aleron because of Darzax's spell, and it was going very well. Aleron jumped again before the tree fell, escaping swiftly. Sword strings: if I want to kill all of them with 1 skill, I can create something like that based on the arcane syllabuses I know. Let's do it. Aleron grinned. While Aleron was escaping from the monsters and designing his skill, Darzax's eyes suddenly flickered as he sensed something. "It looks like we have some guests," Ricky said as he looked in the direction of the necropolis's entrance. "They are powerful, but they won't survive against the vampire guards." Darzax nodded before he adopted a thoughtful expression. "Ricky, put this in their shadows when they escape." Darzax waved his hand as several tiny, creepy-looking eyeballs appeared. "Escape? You're letting them go?" Darzax nodded. "If they escape after encountering guards, they can leave as the guards won't chase them." Darzax faintly smiled and added, "And if they enter inside the city, then it's up to their capability if they can leave safely." "All right, I'll put these trackers if they escape," Ricky said with a nod before he vanished along with the tiny eyeballs. Chapter 17, Rapid Progress. 1. Formation complete. Duke Rahad's palace, Luxadia City. His elite team that reached the Falran capital returned after an hour. The middle-aged black-haired team leader went into the office room where Duke Rahad and Roxanne were talking about some matter. Looking at the injuries on the team leader and his weakened aura, Duke Rahad frowned. "Teres, those injuries? Why haven't you recovered yet?" "It's harder to heal due to their death-attributed attacks that weakened our recovery," Teres said with a grave expression. "Vampires and werewolves, but slightly different from the ones we've heard about. Against our team, only 2 guards fought, 1 vampire and 1 werewolf. They defeated our entire team while the other 10 guards just watched, enjoying it like a show. Roxanne raised her eyebrows. Their power? Duke Rahad asked. All of them were at epic rank, Teres said before he took a deep breath and added with a grim expression. The city had a lot of epic rank powerhouses according to the aura detection artifact. And multiple legendary ranks. Multiple legendaries. Duke Rahad frowned and turned to Roxanne, who also frowned. How many specifically? Roxanne asked. This artifact can't detect the aura of legendary rank if they want to keep it hidden, but we still sensed over 5 legendary rank aura, Teres answered with fear in his eyes. Moreover, we were only at the entry gate. Duke Rahad stood up, his face sweating bullets while his eyes filled with fear. They have such a big force? What if they decided to take over this city and the rest of Falran Kingdom's cities and towns? We won't stand a chance. This invasion is not your problem alone, Duke. Calm down. Roxanne stood up and placidly continued. We will inform Longinu's empire about this and have those invaders vanquished before they grow any more. Duke Rahad composed himself and turned to Teres. Go and recover. Rest until all of you have returned to your prime condition. Teres bowed and left the office room. If they had only 1 or 2 legendary rank powerhouses, our group could do something about them, but Roxanne shook her head. Headbutting against that many epic ranks and 5 legendary ranks is courting death. Are you going to leave or still stay for 2 days as you said? We'll stay, Roxanne replied with a smile. The other matter we came here for was fortunately finished. Lady Rias found a candidate. Duke Rahad was pleasantly surprised. Who is that lucky one? Roxanne narrowed her eyes, and her smile turned slightly sharp. Please do not speak about this matter, nor ask us anything about it. Internally, Roxanne sighed. Well, it is up to him if he wants to become the candidate. I apologize, Duke Rahad said before he sighed. It slipped my mind that this is a sensitive matter. You've attached yourself to this land and people, right? Roxanne asked with a chuckle as she slapped Duke Rahad's back, causing him to cough. It's fine, Rahad. After all, you got a wife and kids now, but don't forget your real duties towards the empire. I understand, Duke Rahad nodded with a serious expression. Roxanne nodded. Good. Now, send the best scouts to Falran capital and establish a communication link. Keep a live observation there so we can see if they are making any moves. Understood. Aleron's mortal rank life form progress reached 99% after he killed those monsters with his self-created sword skill sword strings. With a swing of his sword, its blade would release string-like flexible beams that would shoot straight into Aleron's shadow before emerging from the shadows of his targets and piercing them. This attack was shadow attributed, with condensed shadow energy inheriting the sword's attack power. Grimbolt Spear's knowledge came in handy. Of course, it was not as powerful as the Grimbolt Spear and was basically a watered-down effect with a new way of execution since sword strings could also kill multiple targets precisely and swiftly without causing damage or destruction to their surroundings. After killing those monsters and winning the gamble quest, Aleron was short of 1 monster as his progress was stuck at 99% of mortal rank. Darzax went to grab 1 more monster that Aleron swiftly killed by using a sword string. The moment his progress reached 100%, Aleron's aura rose before he felt a surge in power within that stream throughout his body. Aleron successfully ranked up to the adept rank lifeform, increasing the ceiling of his foundation. Afterward, they returned to the palace. Aleron ate a few pills and potions to make his stats increase again and soon reached the peak of adept rank, just like Odar. Physical status. Strength, C, 500/500. Agility, C, 500/500. Stamina, C, 500/500. Health, C, 500/500. Arcane status. Magic potency, C, 500/500. Mana pool, C, 500/500. Odar was shadow fighting while executing skills, spending mana and stamina to get used to his newfound power and solidify his foundation since he got a vast boost in stats. After Aleron also reached the peak in adept rank, they started sparring against each other to solidify their foundations. As for ranking up from adept rank to exceptional rank, it was not as easy as ranking up from mortal rank. To evolve further and reach the exceptional rank life form, one needed to awaken an innate talent. Awakening an innate talent required hard work and focused willpower directed at a purpose. Usually, people would train hard in an area they feel they are best at to awaken an innate talent related to that area of expertise. After sparring with Aleron for 2 hours with a few breaks in between, Odar, Aleron, Darzax, and Ricky ate some food at the open pavilion in the garden. Aleron was especially hungry after all the sparring. But while eating and talking, Odar's body suddenly shone golden while a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. B-boss. What happened? Aleron was surprised. I just awakened my innate talent. Oh, what's the innate talent? Ricky asked before putting a meatball in his mouth. It's called Aid Rush, Odar said with a smile and looked at Aleron. Boss, this is good. Wherever I am, I can teleport to you by using this innate talent. What do you mean? Aleron curiously asked. Here, Odar waved his hand as he created a rectangle panel with mana with words on it. Aid Rush. Effect, you can put a person as your master. The moment they think about calling you, no matter how far you are, you will manifest a chain. You can either ignore the chain or choose to pull it to appear beside your master instantly. You can also manifest the chain on your own if you think about your master. Cost, 10% of mana. __restriction, 1 use per day. Interesting. I didn't think innate talent would have this kind of mystical effects, Aleron was surprised. That's the power of one's mind, my lord, Darzax smiled. If you imagine something reality-breaking, then it means it is possible to break the reality, therefore reality is far-reaching and shaped by not itself, but by others. I read this sentence in some ancient ruins in my previous life. Tisk, Ricky clicked his tongue. If reality breaks, it's not reality breaking, but fantasy breaking. Ha ha ha, Odar laughed. True, Aleron grinned. He then rubbed his chin and chugged the juice glass before leaning back on the chair. I also want to awaken an innate talent, but I have to focus on a particular thing in practice, or... Aleron looked in the gacha room. Gacha roulette. Gacha points, 720. Spin cost, 100 gacha points. Skills. Items weapons, armors. Items consumables. Monsters. Innate boon. Mystery box. I can buy 1 ticket, and do 2 roulette spins. Let's see what I get from this first. Aleron spun the roulette. He stopped it after a few seconds and the needle pointed in the items consumables. Congratulations! You have gained a Rage Mist Potion. Rage Mist Potion. Rank, C. Effect, increase strength and agility by 300 for 1 minute. Note, after the effect wears out, the user will feel sluggish for half an hour. Oof, what a waste, Aleron smacked his lips. First that sword skill, and now this? Will this give me anything good or not? My lord, the formation is ready, Darzax suddenly said with a smile. We can transport the city to the secret realm right now if you want to. Yeah, do it. Aleron nodded while looking at the roulette and did another spin. Please give me something good. In the next second, everyone felt a slight tremor for 2 seconds. The entire city shook while its borders were shining with a curtain of shadowy light, sparkling with black motes. After a second, the entire city was covered in a shadowy dome before it instantly vanished, leaving a crater that stretched over 50 kilometers square. Meanwhile, the scouts who were observing the city were shocked. The city disappeared. What the fuck? I'm not dreaming, right? No, the city is not there anymore. Holy shit. On the other hand, Aleron's roulette stopped and the needle pointed into the... Congratulations, you have acquired a mystery box. Chapter 18, Rapid Progress, 2, Unexpected Op Boon. A fancy box wrapped in red and blue patterns appeared on the table. What is this, boss? Odar curiously asked. Darzax was surprised. I can't see through it. Interesting. Ricky narrowed his eyes. My guts are telling me there's unfathomable power in this box. Aleron laughed and answered, this is a mystery box. If I open it, I will get a random thing. Let's see what it is. Darzax and Ricky looked at each other before looking at Aleron. Boss got some strange power. Indeed. Aleron pulled the bow tie string on the box and it shone brightly before it opened with magical confetti bursting out. The box shortly turned into motes while manifesting a mysterious blue oval crystal, with a wondrous phenomenon of white sparks dancing in the pristine lapis crystal. Darzax and Ricky's expressions changed into one of utter shock as they sensed the power within the crystal. This. Darzax's eyes trembled. What kind of energy is this? Odar couldn't even sense anything but could feel that it was extraordinary. On the other hand, Aleron, who got a notification and information about what it was, had his expression transformed into an utterly flabbergasted one. Congratulations, you have acquired the Lords of Arcane Lapis. Lords of Arcane Lapis. Rank? Information, the one-of-a-kind lore source that existed in the Lost Terratries cosmos. Effect, an unlimited source of lore. __ unique trait, devouring abyss of arcane invokes a resonance within the user when it comes to all magic-related knowledge, significantly elevating the user's capability to comprehend all knowledge related to magic. This boost increases depending on the user's passion. The crystal shone and shot into Aleron's forehead as a mysterious mark appeared on the spot for a second before it vanished without a trace in the next second. My lord. Darzax stood up with a somber expression while his eyes glinted with spells, scrutinizing Aleron to see if anything happened to him. Ricky was also doing the same, but both of them had their expression changed shortly as they looked at each other with shock. At the moment, the aura coming from Aleron was like a bottomless pit of abyss, invoking palpitation even within them. Meanwhile, Aleron's eyes showed tremendous excitement upon seeing that special trait. I'm fine, don't worry, Aleron said with a grin. I didn't know I would get something like this from a mystery box. It's crazy. Your source has changed, my lord. I don't sense even a speck of mana within you, Darzax said with confusion. That's a new type of energy, and it's profoundly more powerful than mana. Ricky caressed his beard while inspecting Aleron. Darzax nodded, so much so that I can't understand the structure of that energy even a single bit. Aleron looked at his status, and his grin and thrill couldn't help but increase. Arcane status. Magic potency, C, 500/500. Lore energy, infinity. It's called Lore, though I don't know what kind of energy it is, Aleron said, his eyes bursting with curiosity, but I can't wait to try it out. Aleron stretched his palm as a mysterious lapis blue drop with faint white motes appeared. Crazy, I am controlling this way better than mana. He was shocked at how easy it was to wield this energy. Darzax and Ricky narrowed their eyes. My lord, this energy, it is far higher in potency and potential than mana of someone like me who has nearly 100k magic power, even though your magic power is only 500, Darzax said, appearing a bit dazed. My horizons are broadening, Ricky laughed out loud. Or I am just dreaming. You are not dreaming, Aleron laughed. Anyway, I can't measure this energy's power like you two since I don't have experience, but this feels like a part of me. He laughed and pointed his hand at the sky. Controlling this is even easier than breathing. Fireball with accelerated sequence, coating condensed layer, contained impact. Aleron's eyes flashed as he designed the skill in his magic board with ease, filling up the entire magic board with symbols of arcane syllabus that appeared with his visualization design. As for the energy, I'll infuse it as long as the fireball stays in this size. A ball of flame was conjured in front of Aleron's index finger. It was the size of a tennis ball, but Aleron poured magi lore into it while controlling it to maintain the same size. I don't feel heat at all, Odar said in surprise. Other people's fireballs emit heat, but boss, your control is superb. The power of this energy is even more superb. Ricky weakly smiled as he muttered while sweating, what the hell? My lord, that is a bit dangerous, Darzax stammered as he sensed the amount of potency in that fireball. Be careful. It got a bit big. Time to stop. Aleron stopped infusing more magi lore energy into it and grinned. I feel like I poured in around 1,000,000 magi lore energy. Time to shoot it. Aleron looked at the sky of this secret realm and grinned. The sky is clear and beautiful with white clouds. We'll see the effect clearly, haha. In the next second, he shot the fireball at a 90-degree angle toward the sky. Swoosh, boom. After traveling 1 kilometer in a second, the fireball exploded in such a devastating manner that a giant hole appeared in the fabric of space due to the intensity of the explosion. The black hole devoured all the firepower of the fireball and lit up fierily, even disturbing its intense suction force. The hole swiftly mended automatically after a second, but its sight still made everyone's jaw drop to the ground. What the actual fuck? Aleron cursed out loud in pure excitement and shock. What is this magi lore energy? So powerful. Answer: Magi lore is the highest form of arcane energy, capable of resonating with thoughts and emotions while having no limits to the application it can perform, as it is only limited by the wielder's thoughts, emotions, and imaginary potential. Generally, only Acetantrank life forms can begin to house magi lore energy within them. My lord, this magi lore energy is something otherworldly, Darzax said with a weak smile. Please be careful when wielding it. Yep, and for that, I want more knowledge to perform superb magic feats. Aleron's eyes shone. Darzax, bring out all magic-related books you collected from the royal palace's library. I will devour all the knowledge of magic. As you wish, my lord, Darzax heartily smiled and waved his hand, creating a pile of books around the tables. I'll clean the table since we finished eating, Odar said with a grin. Boss, good luck with your studies. Odar swiftly cleaned the table with a wave of his hand, collecting plates and bowls with strings of mana. Afterward, Aleron snapped his finger as a book floated before him. Darzax, I don't even need to specifically control it, haha. It is like I can command magi lore and it does things for me, like bringing this book here. So, you didn't use magi lore, attach it to the book, and brought it. Ricky raised his eyebrows. You just thought about it and magi lore did it. Exactly, Aleron grinned. Of course, this didn't work when I created a fireball, so I guess it works on things that I've mastered. That's still crazy, Ricky wryly smiled. Indeed, Darzax laughed. As expected of our lord. What do you mean the Falran capital disappeared? Rias asked with confusion. It vanished from its location, Roxanne wryly smiled. The entire city, along with its full border of high walls, and everything within. So the demons left. Ragna wondered. They left indeed, but we don't know where they went. If they teleported some other place on this light dust continent to get out of our sight and prepare, then we'll have to find them fast before they launch their attack on unsuspecting cities and towns. Rias nodded. Inform the Empire and Adventure Guild about this situation. Tell the guild to spread this information everywhere. Understood. Also, Balu and Terao want to go to a famous bar here. Of course, I said no, but they asked me to ask you about it, Ragnar asked hesitatingly while smiling shamelessly. Selling out his friends. Return at midnight sharp, Rias said with a smile. Thank you, Lady Rias. Roxanne rolled her eyes. Get lost. After finishing the discussion of this matter as Ragnar left, Rias looked at the comm card and muttered, I hope Mr. Ale gives us his answer soon. You really want to take him to the Empire, eh? Roxanne wryly smiled. Rias nodded. He has agreed to become my partner for the trial, so I hope he can stay at the Empire for the next 9 months until the trial begins. We can also deepen our relation with him in whatever background he has. Roxanne patted Rias's head and smiled. We'll get a positive answer since he readily agreed and was looking forward to it. I hope so. Chapter 19, Rapid Progress, 3, Innate Talent Awakening. Aleron just touched the floating book to feel its texture, but all the knowledge within the book suddenly flooded into his mind, startling him. And then his eyes brightened. Of course. This is a crazy boon with an unknown rank. If I can't even absorb a magic book's knowledge with a touch, then what's the point of having this high rank? All the knowledge of that book was absorbed by him with a touch? Aleron laughed out loud as the books lined up before him and he touched all of them one by one, absorbing all the magical knowledge with ease. I can understand everything. Odar returned from the kitchen and was dumbfounded. Boss. Well, no need to second guess, Ricky laughed. He is indeed one-tapping the books and learning everything within. Darzak sighed in amazement. He is indeed devouring all the knowledge. Aleron's state was hyper at the moment, with his entire focus singularly imposed on the magical knowledge entering him as he digested everything. Magic is so awesome. After 10 minutes, Aleron absorbed hundreds of books that Darzax took out, but without pausing for a second he looked at Darzax and said, Dax, is that all? We got more or not? For the magic-related books, that was all we had, my lord, Darzax wryly smiled. Oh. Aleron sat on his chair and leaned back before putting his head on the table and arms around his head. I'm going to take a nap. He must have been exhausted, Ricky said with a chuckle. He absorbed so much knowledge at once, after all. Tink. Suddenly, an intricate magical symbol manifested around Aleron, dreamy and powerful. And then one more magical symbol made of magi lore energy appeared. And then one more, and they started popping up fast. In just a minute, there were thousands of magic symbols around Aleron. What's going on? Odar asked with confusion. This magi lore energy, it is reacting to Aleron. Ricky narrowed his eyes. But it's not hard to decipher. The arcane language of these symbols is the same. It's unrestrictive, Darzax murmured. And its meanings are getting lost. I can't decipher anymore. Ricky nodded. Due to the monstrous magi lore control Aleron has and the otherworldly trait of this arcane energy, something is happening. This feels like talent awakening, Odar said while scratching the back of his head. Instantly, Darzax and Ricky looked at Odar. What? Odar gulped. Ricky burst into laughter. You are actually right. Lord is awakening his innate talent. Darzax nodded with a smile. This possibility slipped my mind. It's just, we won't be able to imagine the scale of this innate talent due to the involvement of magi lore in this. Another minute passed by before all the magic symbols suddenly shone and started gathering into a chaotic swirl of magi lore and ultimately turning into a pristine light purple crystal orb with a lapis blue whirlpool inside it. But this orb floated into Aleron's head and entered inside. Afterward, Aleron's aura burst out as the surrounding energy reacted to his breakthrough. Boss broke through to exceptional rank. Odar cheered with a shout. Haha, I can't wait to see the innate talent he awakened. It must be crazy. Aleron's eyes opened as they shone with refreshment and clarity like never before, stretching his arms and yawning. I feel good. How long was I out for? Feels like I slept for hours. Odar and Ricky burst out laughing while Darzax lightly chuckled and answered, My lord, you only slept for 2 minutes. And I broke through. Aleron was surprised as he felt the newfound flow of power within him. This, my innate talent. Spirit mind of magi lore. Description, the temple of the arcane, courtesy of your pure passion that resonated with magi lore about learning magic for the sake of nothing else but pure curiosity towards it. There is no one more worthy to embrace arcane than you. Effect, S. You may understand all phenomena of magic on which your eyes lay and curiosity settles. Destruct any skill, spell, or constructed form of magic by devouring it within the spirit mind space and even learning it, even if the arcane knowledge of those constructs is forbidden, secret, restrictive, or requires catalysts, as long as that knowledge is within the realm of magi lore. Horishiat. Aleron screeched. Chapter 20, Rapid Progress, 4/4, Rich Island. The necropolis was in peace at the center of the vast island in the secret realm, Eldertide Archipelago. From time to time, 50 to 100 zombies would leave in groups from different exits of the necropolis on all sides while holding big trolleys and tools. Just 2 kilometers away north was an arcane vein, a particular and limited area with a high concentration of magic, filled with magic stones. An arcane vein was considered a treasure trove because magic stones were stones filled with pure magic power and mana, and their usage extremely important in a multitude of areas for development. When they are infused by an external magic, they transform and evolve based on that power. The main use of magic stones numbered a lot, to brew potions, concoct pills, empower spells, formations, and such. They were essential because of their versatile applications. A single arcane vein of the lowest grade could easily support an entire city and make it prosper for years. They were graded from D grade to S grade in Light Dusk Continent, but the arcane vein near the necropolis was above S grade. 2 grades above. SSS grade. According to the survey and inspection by the Death Lords, they found 8 arcane veins on this island, all of them being SSS grade. At the moment, the entire city of the dead was working and mining the SSS grade magic stone, the likes of which only the 2 big empires and limited top forces on the Light Dusk Continent had access to. On the top floor's garden, a gentle breeze constantly blew in the cold atmosphere of the beautiful night that painted this part of Eldertide Archipelago. Aleron and Odar sat cross-legged under a tree in meditation as they ate pills to reach the peak of the exception rank. Name: Aleron. Race: human. Life form rank: exception, require epic awakening. Physical status: Strength, B, 1000/1000. Agility, B, 1000/1000. Stamina, B, 1000/1000. Health, B, 1000/1000. Arcane status: Magic potency, B, 1000/1000. Magi lore energy, Infinity, Infinity. Innate talents. Spirit mind of Magi lore. Their stats had reached the peak of exception rank after digesting the pills, so they were stabilizing their rapid growth by meditating. 10 meters away from them in the small open-air pavilion, Darzax and Ricky stood across a table in front of each other while looking at a rectangle cloudy screen on the table. It was a map of this island with many symbols at various spots. Ricky whistled while raising his eyebrows. This island is rich. 8 arcane veins of SSS grade, 1 unstable energy spot with unknown magic aura, 2 vast meadows filled with top-tier legendary rank natural resources, Darzax said with a nod, and the rest of the island is filled with random high-grade resources all over. Ha 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 ha, we can live a high-class lifestyle with such wealth, Ricky laughed with gusto. This kingdom's booze is bad. How about we start by getting some good booze from another kingdom? We'll be going to an empire soon. They should have good stuff, Darzax smiled. If one wanted to break through from exception rank to epic rank, they must trigger their Epic Awakening. Epic Awakening was nothing fancy, but it was not easy to trigger it. It required one to prove oneself, to themselves. A seed of confidence, a seed of power, that one must believe and prove that it exists within themselves and manifest it. Generally, people trigger their Epic Awakening by fighting a clearly stronger monster than themselves. As such, it requires one to have exceptional skills and combat ability. What was more powerful than a peak exceptional rank powerhouse who seeks Epic Awakening? Fighting a powerful epic rank monster. By defeating a stronger opponent, people plant that seed of confidence within them and trigger their Epic Awakening. Meanwhile, as soon as Aleron stabilized the foundation of his arcane source by meditating first and his physical body by sparring with Odar and Ricky, his aura suddenly burst out. You broke through, eh? Good, Ricky grinned. What? Odar was dumbfounded. How can you break through like that? How did I break through? Aleron looked at Odar, his eyes wide. I was just about to ask you how to fucking break through to epic rank. Nothing's wrong with that, Ricky laughed out loud. Epic Awakening varies from person to person because it depends on one's mindset. Ricky grinned. Unfortunately, most people need action to get a reaction in their mind. I don't get it, Aleron said before sucking his cheeks inside, causing his lips to look like fish lips. And then, he spoke in a weird voice, don't mind my mouth, you continue. Oh, this is epic life rune, eh? But it just gave me a 20% boost in all of my stats. I thought it was going to be something awesome, Aleron ruefully smiled. 20% boost in all stats? WTF, Odar smacked his lips. That's a peak epic life rune, boss. You can't get a boost higher than this in epic life rune. People need to kill tough epic rank monsters all alone to trigger Epic Awakening of this level to gain this big boost, but you. Odar sighed while shaking his head as he added. Comparison is a door to doom. Door to doom indeed. Odar and Ricky went out to the southwest meadow of the island named Hazed Sun Meadow by Darzax because it looked like a hazy sun from above. The resources in this area were of multiple attributes, but the majority of plants, flowers, trees, and such were of fire-related attributes. Ricky wanted to do some spirit blade tuning, which was his specialty to empower his arsenal of blades with external powers. As such, he was using the resources of this meadow. Meanwhile, Odar was fighting against epic rank monsters to trigger his Epic Awakening. He died 3 times and was revived 3 times by Darzax, but Odar was determined to kill the strongest epic rank monster and was honing his skills with Ricky's training. Darzax was overseeing the zombies, ghouls, vampires, and werewolves as they collected the resources from the island. Death Lords had killed legendary rank monsters upon Darzax's order, but there were still plenty of epic rank and below monsters on the island that needed to be hunted to extract resources. As such, Death Lords acted as the guards to the working population and protected them from monsters to increase the efficiency of work. The night passed by with everyone busy and Aleron sleeping. As the morning shone and Aleron yawned with a peaceful expression while stretching his arms, the second day of his new life in this world began. Darzax, Ricky, and Aleron sat in the garden pavilion as the breakfast arrived at the hands of the High Vampire Bore, the former top chef of the royal palace and also an epic rank powerhouse. My lord, this kingdom doesn't have resources to concoct pills that can increase your stats in epic rank, but this island has plenty, Darzax smiled. A batch of epic rank growth pills will be ready after 5 hours. Great, Aleron said with a chuckle. After breakfast, we'll go and give Rias my yes to her partnership. As you wish, my lord. How's Odar doing? Aleron asked. He died 15 times and was mind-broken for a bit, Ricky said with a laugh. But he defeated the epic rank monster and triggered his Epic Awakening an hour ago, attaining a peak epic life rune like you. Now he is sleeping due to utter exhaustion of his mind and body, Darzax wryly smiled. He pushed himself too much. Not bad, he is working hard, Aleron said with a laugh. Aleron, Darzax, and Ricky appeared at the center of a giant crater where the necropolis was previously located. Since the secret realm's door was always attached to Aleron, it was portable along with the necropolis. The trio flew towards Duke Rahad's city to meet up with Rias. The group arrived there within a couple of minutes with Darzax's Shadow Drift spell. Chapter 22, Do It. After arriving at the city, Aleron called Rias using a comm card. Aleron, Miss Rias, I have arrived in the city. Where do we meet up? Rias, please come to the Duke Palace if you don't mind. Aleron, all right. We'll be there. That's our target. Aleron pointed at the biggest building, a majestic palace over 100 meters tall in the city in the shape of the letter A. But I want to look at this city, so let's walk. Aleron grinned as he looked at the shops and people. However, it wasn't long before he walked past a special big alley and his face fell. Clank, 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 clank. The alley's entrance point had a big board that read Beast Folk Slave Trade. Aleron saw a native intelligent race of this world aside from humans for the first time, but it was not in a good picture. Those people looked just like humans, with human skin tone and physique, except that they had some additional features. Cat beast folk who had cat ears and tails with nimble physiques, cow beast folk with horns, long flappy ears, a tail, and strong limbs. Wolf beast folk, ox beast folk, bunny beast folk. They were imprisoned inside small iron prisons, one in each. Why are those beast folks treated as slaves? Aleron muttered. A passer middle-aged man with a few strands of hair on his head was about to enter the alley when he heard Aleron. He paused and laughed before opening his shit-filled mouth. Young man, you lack some knowledge in history. Beast folks are a cursed race. The beast folk empire Lyran from the northern star continent attacked us 500 years ago. Many of them settled here after the war, unable to go back due to the harsh sea that separated northern star continent. 100 years ago, Nightwing Empire declared all beast folk as slaves and those who aid them would be considered an enemy of humans. Understand? The middle-aged man patted Aleron's shoulder before leaving. Darzax created an invisible barrier around them to prevent their voice from leaking after the middle-aged man left. On the other hand, Aleron looked in the alley, his emotions wacky because he didn't like what he was witnessing. Darzax and Ricky didn't say anything and just silently stood behind him. No. Aleron suddenly heard a scream and saw a little girl looking like a 14-year-old with white flurry wolf ears and tail getting dragged out from a door by a tall muscular man. What did that little girl do? And others too. Aleron's face was cramped, his expression sad. Why can't they leave peacefully with others? Sure, many people died because of him in Falran capital. Many innocent people. But many of them were living as undeads while those who were dead had their souls freed by Darzax as they went into the cycle of the cosmos to live their second life somewhere else. He felt sad that those innocent lives were lost, but he had no anger towards himself or Darzax because of it. He had no regrets. If he could change his outcome previously by delaying and commanding Darzax to escape before his torture, he would do it. The capital would have been saved. But what happened, already happened. There was no changing it. Death was an escape, at least to Aleron. He only accepted it in his previous because he had no other choice in the end. But these beast folks couldn't even accept death to escape from their living hell. The Callers controlled them, and they lived a life of humiliation and pain as witnessed by Aleron at the moment. He could imagine the fate of that 14-year-old young beast folk girl, but he didn't want that to happen in reality. What do you want to do, boss? Ricky placidly asked as a black sheath appeared at his waist, hiding a katana that was ready to drink blood. Aleron took a calm and deep breath as his eyes turned clear. No fighting. We'll resolve this fast without causing a ruckus and letting anyone notice us. Dax, do you still have the magic stones we found from the royal family's treasure room? Aleron asked as he turned to Darzax. Those B-grade magic stones? I do have them. Ricky, crush them to make them smaller and rain them on this alley, Aleron said. All right, Ricky nodded as he stretched his hand towards Darzax while a black circular pool appeared on his palm. Darzax started dumping those B-grade magic stones numbering around 5,000 into Ricky's shadow pocket, a storage made of shadow energy. Dax, you will use your shadow drift to snatch all beast folks at once into your shadow pocket after Ricky rains the magic stones. There are 46 beast folks total, half of them are in the alley and the other half are in the rooms on both sides, Darzax said as his eyes glinted, scanning everything. Get them all and send them to the secret realm, Aleron said as he turned his head back to the alley. I'll open the demiplane's door into your shadow pocket, so you can directly send them there. Boss, I want to ask you something before we begin, Ricky suddenly said, a weird smile hanging on his lips. What? Aleron raised his eyebrows. Will you do this every time you encounter beast folk slaves? Yes, Aleron nodded with a serious expression, and I will erase the slave system from this continent. I know there are many slaves and people suffering, and I can't help everywhere, but I will not ignore things I don't like. I won't just let it happen in front of me if I can change it. Aleron clenched his fist as he looked at the faces of those beast folks. Since I have the power to change their fate, then their fate shall change. They can live in Necropolis and work for their living peacefully while progressing. This will also help us. It's a win-win situation because I have power, resources, and space. Aleron narrowed his eyes. I couldn't change my fate in my previous life, but I can do it in this life and do much more. Aleron's eyes fierily burned. Do it. Chapter 23, Onwards to the Longinus Empire. Aleron, Darzax, and Ricky arrived at the Duke's Palace after finishing their task at the slave trade alley. They successfully transported all beast folks to the necropolis while leaving silently and leisurely. As they walked towards the outer gate of the Duke's Palace, the guard stopped them. However, it wasn't for long. Let them in. A middle-aged man arrived from inside in a few seconds and said, they are guests invited by the Duke. Aleron, Darzax, and Ricky entered inside, following the middle-aged man into the palace. My lord, the people who came to investigate the capital yesterday are here in this palace, Darzax informed Aleron. Our necropolis is gone, so they won't have to worry about it anymore, Aleron replied. Haha, they must be in shock regarding that, Ricky chuckled. The trio arrived in a luxurious hall with couches, sofas, and tables where some familiar faces were already present. Princess Rias, Commander Knight Roxanne, and 3 Banneret Knights, Ragnar, Balu, and Taro. Aside from them, there was Duke Rahad and a beautiful red-haired busta woman with a mage's robe, court mage Lara of the neighboring Nexusia kingdom. Please, sit, Duke Rahad politely said as he gestured to Aleron's group to sit on the empty sofa to the right. Duke Rahad and court mage Lara were in front of them, and Rias and Roxanne were on the sofa to their left while the 3 knights stood behind their sofa. Duke Rahad and court mage Lara were seeing them for the first time, but they were informed about the power of these guests by Roxanne. Mr. Ale, Rias smilingly nodded at Aleron. Just call me Ale, Aleron smiled. And I am prepared to depart anytime to the Empire. Rias's eyes shone. Thank you. I will not disappoint you, she said with a grateful smile. Is there anything else? Aleron asked as he looked at Duke Rahad and court mage Lara. We indeed have a minor topic to discuss if you don't mind, Duke Rahad said with a polite smile. It is about the Falran capital. I've heard about it. Aleron nodded and listened to the situation that stemmed due to him from their mouths. Rias, they got one more powerhouse. I can't measure him, Roxanne relayed. He is not exceed, but very powerful, Rias replied. A peak legendary. And Mr. Ale reached epic rank already, Roxanne wryly smiled. I wonder why he waited till now to become powerful. Usually, heirs of empires and big forces reach epic rank at the age of 14 after learning the basics of physical and magical knowledge. Doesn't matter. True. But we are inviting these powerful people to our empire without knowing their background. This is not safe. I hope we can find out more about them or their intentions of being here at least, Roxanne said. Of course. I will try my best in regards to that, Rias nodded. Also, I can't sense Ale's source aura with my skill even though I can sense the source aura of that legendary rank powerhouse. Strange. Physically, he has indeed reached epic rank or he may have unsealed his power which could have been in sealed state when we met previously, Roxanne speculated. Must be an artifact or something. This situation is strange indeed, Aleron nodded before he wryly smiled, but we don't have much information about this. I'm sorry. Please, no need to apologize, Duke Rahad lightly laughed. Anyway, we shall not bother you about this topic anymore. If you ever come to Nexusia Kingdom for any business or anything, be sure to inform me, Court Mage Lara said with a smile as her big melons jiggled with her crossing her leg under the dress. It would be my honor to provide any assistance possible. Crazy physique, Aleron internally gulped and glanced away from there. All right, Miss Lara. I've noted this, Aleron nodded with a smile. Since we have no more discussion to do regarding this, how about we go for a walk, Mr. Ale? Rias said with a smile. After having lunch, we can depart from the city and reach the Longinu's royal capital by the night. Sounds good, Aleron's eyes shone as he smiled and grinned internally. I want to go on a date. Gotta think of something to be alone with her. Or I shouldn't do that and remain cordial first. Whatever. I will do what I feel like doing, which is going on a date with her. This city must have many fun places. Dax, Ricky, you got it. Actually, we don't need to do that anymore, Duke Rahad said with a laugh. I've activated the teleport formation and got the message from Empire. Instead of wasting time, you can depart and reach there within seconds. Oh, is it done? Rias raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then we can depart right away, Ale. Aleron's lips twitched as he forced out a natural smile. Sure. Boss, you'll get more chances later. Haha, Ricky relayed with laughter. Darzax wryly smiled. Tisk. Anyway, the Empire must be way better, so I can also go on a date there. Aleron's mood changed swiftly as he looked forward to reaching the Empire. Chapter 24, Dawnstone Mountain, Longinus Empire capital. To the northwest of the Light Dusk continent stood a wondrous mountain known as Dawnstone Mountain. Dawnstone Mountain was 8,000 meters tall and huge in size. The base of the mountain covered 19 kilometers of distance while its peak was 3 kilometers wide. The upper half of the mountain was empty with only nature covering it, but there were a few secret structures of the Longinus Empire situated there that not everyone could visit. From the middle to its base, the surroundings of the mountain had an abundance of structures, a city filled with 20 million people. Above the city, in the middle of the mountain stood tall a 700-meter palace made of crystals, woods, and exotic stones that overlooked the city. The palace was half carved out of the mountain and half constructed outward. Royal Palace of Longinus Empire. Dawnstone Mountain, the royal capital of the Longinus Empire. Above the palace and to the back side of the mountain was a structure constructed inside the mountain, a huge hall with a big magic circle and metallic formation around it. It shone faint silver for a brief moment before several people appeared. Aleron, Ricky, Darzax and Princess Rias, Roxanne, and the 3 knights. A short white-haired man with a scar on his neck stood outside the formation, standing beside an eccentric 1-meter-tall crystal with magical patterns. Welcome back, Princess Rias, he said and bowed while his eyes scanned the new people before stopping on Aleron. So he is the one? Humph. Sir Raphael, Rias said with a smile as she walked towards him. The others followed her. Please make arrangements regarding Lotus Dawn Courtyard. I want it to be prepared as soon as possible. Lotus Dawn Courtyard is occupied by Mr. Hansel, Raphael said in a respectful tone. Rias's eyes smilingly narrowed. Empty it, please. As soon as possible. Understood, Raphael left. It will give rise to some trouble, Rias, Roxanne wryly smiled. Humph. Just because he is the brother of my mother, he doesn't get the right to it, Ria snorted. Follow me, please. We are at the back of the mountain right now, Ria said with a smile as she turned to Aleron, Darzax, and Ricky. The group exited through a wide gate and saw beautiful scenery from 4,000 meters height on the mountain. Aleron and others could see a vast forest filled with small mountains, hills, and small water bodies spanning 40 kilometers before stopping at the vast ocean. The group rode on a big open carriage pulled by 2 epic rank emerald horn horses and started moving towards the other side of the mountain by road. So that's the starlit ocean. Aleron's eyes shone. It's sparkling? The ocean was sparkling indeed, as if it had some special magical phenomena attached to it. Starlit ocean, Rias nodded. It is dangerous just as it is beautiful to look. Up until now, we haven't managed to fully cross it. Only exceed rank powerhouses can survive passing through the ocean, but they also don't have a guaranteed survival unless they have their domain awakened like Mr. Darzax. But didn't the army of Beast Folk Empire attack this continent 500 years ago by crossing this ocean? Aleron asked in confusion. Yes, they arrived on huge ships fully intact according to history, but we still can't create ships that can survive that ocean, Roxanne said with a sigh. The magic power and phenomena in that ocean prevents such things. I see. The carriage was going fast, so it soon arrived at the other side of the mountain. Such a big and beautiful city, Aleron was surprised as he looked at the aesthetic structures littered on the mountain till its base 4 kilometers below. People were riding on flying carpets while wheeling on roads with various types of carriages and cars. Lotus Dawn Courtyard was a beautiful courtyard with an aesthetic wooden palace, a pond, 2 different types of pavilion, a training ground, a garden, and beautiful trees and plants arranged in it. It was at the top west of the palace, built at the corner with privacy and peace of mountain nature surrounding it. Princess Rias and Roxanne arrived there with Aleron, Darzax, and Ricky. This is your residence, Rias said with a smile. I hope it is to your liking. It's amazing, Aleron said with a laugh. Thank you. It is the best courtyard we have. Of course, it's amazing, Roxanne internally thought. After talking for a bit, Rias left saying she would return after half an hour. Taking this chance, Aleron also decided to talk with the beast folks he saved. The necropolis had plenty of space and houses, but its atmosphere was only suitable for the undead. The beast folks couldn't live there properly, but Aleron had a whole island now with plenty of space. As such, he decided to start building another settlement for people. After treating beast folks' untreated injuries and giving them healthy and energetic food, Aleron sent them to the new settlement area 5 kilometers west of the necropolis. The settlement was roughly built with wood and stone, consisting of simple houses constructed by vampires and werewolves who had higher mastery in the plant and earth arcane syllabus. Ricky stood beside Aleron on the central hall's terrace in the beast folks settlement, watching the people settle in houses with their faces lit up in happiness and relief. Boss, you are really treating them well. Aleron smiled. I like it when people are happy and not suffering, so I am making the positive changes I can bring to their lives. Chapter 25, Worth of Power and Kindness, Background? And they'll treat me better, Aleron said as a smile hung on his lips while his eyes turned slightly distant as he remembered the first time he felt angry and decided to bring change. Slaving is a form of killing. It kills a living soul's spirit and puts them in hell. I saw it with my eyes. That's true, I suppose, Ricky nodded. Aleron clenched his fist. When I was 4, my father took me to a factory where I watched people slaving away and dying. They had a strict schedule and a bad environment filled with poison, but they couldn't leave for money, and couldn't leave because they needed money to feed themselves and their families that lived in the factory owner's area. The factory owner trapped them in this vicious hell for money, from which he would also feed some of it to justice to keep it silent and blind. Couldn't they find other work? Ricky asked with a frown. Aleron shook his head. Those people were from a forest tribe where he built that factory. He bought their forest from the government and destroyed their original livelihood by promising to give them work in a factory with good wages. But he just slaved that entire tribe, trapping them there with no way out. 2 generations of people slaved. It was just like how humans bred chickens for food. I don't want to see that, so I will change it, Aleron gritted his teeth. Just like how I destroyed that factory, I will also destroy everything like that? Ricky looked at Aleron and internally sighed, while also feeling admiration. Such a statement, it sounds like a naive babble, but when you say it, I want to believe you can do it. I hope you stay true to this in your life regardless of how life treats you, my lord. Aleron looked at the beast folks and smiled. Look, they are so happy. They have hope to live now, and this hope will make them stronger. I help them, so they will be helpful to me and we will rise together. If only everyone could understand this, Aleron snorted. Haha, that's true, Ricky gently laughed. Aleron clapped his hands as its sound echoed wide, attracting all beast folks' attention. Everyone. Those who don't know magic will learn it first and those who already know will practice in the surroundings. This rich island is ours, so let's live fully, get stronger, and enjoy. All beast folks cheered and shouted. All of them found out worth of power and kindness at once with this incident. They felt nothing but pure admiration and gratefulness towards Aleron. Thank you, Lord Ale. Thank you, Lord Ale. Dax, assign some undeads good at teaching in the settlement to teach them. They must have a variety of talents, so we'll give work to them accordingly. Understood, my lord. Now then, half an hour is almost gone, so it's time for my date with Rias, Aleron grinned. Should we come out or stay inside? Ricky asked. Stay inside, of course. You can explore the islands, but stay cautious at the edges of the island and don't go to other islands. We are in the weakest area of this secret realm according to the demiplane rune I have, but there are a lot more powerful areas and monsters above exceed rank in this world. Understood. Then Darzax and I will go for some exploring, and I'll finish my breakthrough to exceed rank, Ricky said with a chuckle. You can. Aleron was surprised. Nice. Go for it, haha. I want to see how powerful you get. Ricky wryly smiled, and I want to see how powerful you are, but you need to hone your combat prowess further for that. I have to learn to utilize my powers, so I can create my combat style, Aleron grinned. But I'll learn it with Rias, haha. I'm going out now. Have fun. Darzax and Ricky smiled. Aleron left the Elder Tide archipelago, arriving back in the courtyard's mansion. Rias and Roxanne also arrived shortly. So where are we going first? Aleron asked as he walked towards the duo. Mr. Darzax and Ricky won't be joining us. Roxanne looked behind Aleron, not sensing anyone's presence in the courtyard aside from Aleron. Nope. They are busy with other work. Roxanne sighed in relief and nodded at Rias before waving her hand and creating a barrier around the trio. Rias looked at Aleron. I have chosen to hide the fact that you have an exceed rank powerhouse with you. But I can't hide it for long, Rias said before pausing and biting her lips. If you don't mind, would you please tell me your background? I can take an oath about keeping it secret, but it is important that I know about it. Aleron raised his eyebrows. My background. It's non-existent. But I can create one, Aleron's eyes glinted. Her worry is also justified since she brought an exceed rank powerhouse and someone like me who is a lord of that powerhouse, hehe. Sigh, Darzax being my uncle background would have been nice, but it was ruined at the start. Whatever, I shall cook a new one. Alright, but you have to promise not to tell anyone about it, Aleron said with a serious expression. Roxanne and I shall take an arcane oath regarding that, Rias nodded. Roxanne also nodded as she stretched her hand, palm open. Rias also did the same before they both took an arcane oath that if they revealed Aleron's background to anyone, then their arcane source would be destroyed forever. The duo looked at Aleron afterward, waiting for the reveal. Ahem, my background is pretty simple, Aleron smiled. I am. Chapter 26, Background, X, Backworld, Y, Going Out. I am from there, Aleron said as he pointed at the sky. Rias and Roxanne followed his finger and looked up, confused. Where? Rias tilted her head. She is so cute, Aleron internally sighed and patted his heart. Ahem, you see that star? Yes, I am from there, Aleron said with a big smile. Roxanne stared at Aleron while Rias wryly smiled before pouting. Stop joking, Ale. No, I meant. I am from another world, Aleron grinned and put his hand on his head. I swear on myself. If I lie, then may my arcane source get destroyed. Rias and Roxanne's eyes widened in shock. Actually, Aleron looked around before lowering his voice. I am here to scout this world. I just arrived here a few days ago. What? Both of them had disbelief in their eyes, but they couldn't help but believe due to the oath Aleron took. He was really from another world? Really? Rias asked, gulping. Aleron blinked and nodded twice. Yes. As such, both of them digested this fact. How is your world? Is it different from this? Roxanne curiously asked. Aleron grinned and nodded. Very much different, haha. That's why I am curious about this world. Then shall we go and fill in your curiosity? Rias smiled and stretched her hand. Hand holding already. Aleron stretched his hand, but Rias shook his hand and said with a playful grin, welcome to the Ardentia world. I hope you'll like it here. Thank you, haha. I hope so too. So where are we going first? Aleron asked while looking out of the carriage window at the pedestrians and structures. The trio was in the closed carriage that entered the city. There's one more matter, Ale, Rias said with a rueful smile. Since your known identity is a normal young man I found in the Falran kingdom, I have been presented with a condition if I want you as my partner in the trial. Oh, what condition? Aleron curiously asked. That is for you to take a position in the top 10. In the Light Dusk battle tournament that will start after 4 months, Rias said with a helpless smile. Initially, I was supposed to choose the champion of this tournament since we couldn't find a natural candidate, but even though I found you, they need you to prove your power. That's perfectly understandable. Since your empire's progress depends on this trial, they obviously want a strong partner, Aleron said with a laugh. I'll work hard and train. That's why we are going to the best academy of the Light Dusk continent, Rias said with a smile. This academy is the most prestigious and supported by the Big Five of the Light Dusk continent. You can also say that it is the oldest and strongest place intact on this continent, Roxanne said with a sharp expression. The only place on this whole continent which has a direct link to the goddess Elysia. Goddess Elysia? There's a goddess in this world? Holy. Aleron was surprised. It sounds awesome, haha. When are we reaching there? Rias chuckled and said as she put a lock of her white-purple hair behind her ear, we'll depart. For that tonight. For now, we are going to the Longinus Empire's academy. Fine by me, Aleron nodded, his eyes closed and smiling. I also want to learn knowledge presented in your academy and learn the magic of this world. Your world has different magic. Roxanne asked in surprise. Not really, Aleron replied with a jolly laugh. It's just a figure of speech. Aleron looked at the duo and cheekily grinned, but I have some cool magic. You want to see? I am curious, Rias nodded with shining eyes. Damn, I have to create some cool trick since she is showing this expression. Alright, then behold, Aleron grinned and stretched his hand towards Rias, his palm open. Time to cook. Aleron imagined and visualized the effect that he wanted Magi lore to take before constructively putting it in his magic board all within 2 seconds. Both of them saw mystical energy beautifully gathering at the center of his palm in the form of microstring patterns before forming a tiny orb on his palm. What is this? Rias asked as she pointed at the tiny orb the size of a pinky fingernail. Tap on it. Rias tapped on it, and it suddenly shattered and released beautiful pinkish red motes that gathered into a cute and beautiful bird with exotic feathery pinkish wings and ruby eyes. This. Roxanne was shocked. Rias was greatly startled as well, but her eyes immediately filled with mirth and she chuckled as the cute bird rubbed its head on her cheeks. Whoa, it really worked. Aleron was excited that his spell really worked. Magi lore is superb. This bird can take the form of a bangle and protect you with a barrier and healing by responding to your crisis via your thoughts. Aleron grinned. I poured in around 1 million Magi lore with extreme healing and defense against physical and magical attacks at the base. That absorption syllabus's part should also work as I intended. It should protect her properly. Aleron internally nodded as all the knowledge he learned from Falran Empire became helpful. Since he had a pool of knowledge, he could also create more arcane syllabus based on that and his imagination as a foundation. Not being aware, Aleron gave her a level of protection capable of withstanding the attack of the most powerful powerhouses on this light dusk continent. Oh yeah, I should also create something like this for myself. I guess I'll brainstorm about it after devouring magic knowledge in this empire. The bird transformed into an aesthetically beautiful bangle after nearing her wrist and bound to her. It's beautiful? Thank you so much, Rias said with a broad smile. It's so powerful? It seems that he is really hiding his true powers. Roxanne was also shocked, even feeling palpitation when she tried to check the power of that bird. What is that power? This. She suddenly had a new worry emerging. I hope inviting them here won't lead to anything bad for the empire. The trio talked about various things related to the city and told Aleron about some places they would visit later as time passed. And soon, the carriage arrived at the Longinus Empire's prestigious and strongest academy that nurtured the best of the best found within all territory of the empire. Chapter 27, Longinus Academy, Club Heads. At the moment, the whole Longinus Academy was in uproar. The student council president and the strongest student in their academy, Princess Rias, was finally returning after 6 months of outside training. The freshmen were eager to see her while seniors awaited her return. Princess Rias is coming to the academy. Really? So we can finally see the youngest legendary of the empire. But I heard that she is coming with the trials candidate. What? Do you think those 7 will stay quiet about this? As Aleron, Rias, and Roxanne exited the carriage before the academy gate, a few hundred students stood in the open grounds before firecrackers and flowers blasted into the sky. Welcome back, President Rias. Welcome back, President Rias. Aleron was taken aback. It seems she is popular here. And president? Must be student council president or something. Silence. Rias's voice rang, freezing Aleron beside her as this was an unexpected response from her. He saw an icy expression on a stern face when he glanced at her. Instantly, the ground turned silent. This is not allowed on the academy grounds. Go do your classes and activities. Rias's voice rang while all the students smiled and scattered away in silence. What's going on? Aleron muttered in confusion. This is her when she is at the academy. Roxanne chuckled. Everyone respects and listens to her. Rias wryly smiled. Sorry for the trouble, Ale. It seems that this girl has some admirable achievements to her name. Aleron was curious about her feats. We'll meet with the club heads first, Rias said to Aleron before turning to Roxanne. Roxanne, you go and inform the announcer about the candidate news. Roxanne nodded before a pair of blue energy wings appeared from her back and she flew towards the central and biggest building in the academy campus, which was 20 stories big and circularly wide. You must have a flying skill, right? Rias asked. Yep. I can fly. Where are we going? Aleron nodded. It was easy to create a flying skill with his current knowledge and prodigious talent. At the back of the campus, to the academy club area. That's where students train, practice, and compete against each other. I have to inform my friends about the news as well. Sounds cool, let's go, Aleron grinned. As the duo flew over the central building and other buildings in the surrounding, they crossed a patch of woods 400 meters thick before arriving in an exotic area bustling with students. I could already feel a lot of magic pulses, but damn, everyone seems to be having fun. Aleron was excited. Past the giant and long trees, he saw 3 floating platforms where students sparred against each other. On the ground, there were unique shapes of buildings clearly constructed with magic, tree houses, and various structures of big sizes. But the biggest was a building akin to a fantasy castle made of stones and crystals. It was 10 stories tall and massive wide, with 7 unique towers sprouting from it, indicating the 7 club heads of the academy. You see those 7 towers? They are the strongest clubs of the academy, and their leaders are the 7 strongest students, Rias said with a smile, her eyes showing that she was eager to meet them. They are my friends. Who is strongest among you all? Rias chuckled and said, I am strongest if we fight for real, but there is someone more skilled and talented than me. If I don't use my bloodline powers, he can win against me, she added with a wry smile. Bloodline? Interesting. They soon arrived at the club castle, moving at its closed giant doors. Unlike the other areas, this castle was utterly silent. Aleron didn't see any students nearby or anywhere around it. Come, Rias walked towards the gate, which automatically opened when she was a meter away. Just as Aleron stepped inside, he saw 7 people standing 10 meters away while facing them. 3 beauties and 4 dudes looking in their early 20s. They wore the long academy black robes with different badges on their shoulders and different design stripes on the robes. Damn, the dudes look handsome and girls are world beauties, Aleron thought as he looked at their figures and looks. Meanwhile, I look like a young chaplain or a sailor. Tisk compared to them, he indeed appeared average. With a plain white loose shirt on his lean figure and creamy trousers, he purely chose these clothes because of comfort and he really thought he looked good and chill in these, and he liked it. But looking at these people, comparison can go to hell. Screw it, Aleron stopped thinking about it. I am good as I am, humph. Chapter 28, Cooked and Preached. Welcome back, Rias. A slightly brown-skinned slim handsome man with black hair walked towards Rias while smiling and cupped his fist before bowing. It was bleak here without you. I am back, Leo. Rias smiled and nodded. He reeks of main character energy. Aleron's nose twitched. Seems like the one Rias talked about just now, the one more talented and skilled than her. As those 7 students finished greeting Rias, they looked at Aleron with their gaze hiding what they were thinking. A long blue-haired girl with orange eyes adjusted her round goggles as she looked at Aleron. Rias, is he the one? Indeed, Selena. Let me introduce you to the person who resonated with the artifact, the chosen candidate, Rias said with a charming smile as she held Aleron's hand. Ale Rivenal. All 4 boys felt a prick in their hearts as they saw that while the girls internally scoffed. None of them had accepted Aleron. I have to show what I am made of. Aleron internally rolled up his sleeve as he could clearly feel contempt from those 7. Here is my trump card. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Aleron smiled and clasped his palms together. Nice to meet you. What is that gesture? A short orange-haired girl with a shapely figure and peach skin tone curiously asked. Isn't that obviously, SYLPHY? The green-haired man with a spiky hairstyle laughed and said, seems like some tribal manner. Didn't Princess Rias go to the Falran Kingdom's areas? These kids. Aleron's eyes twitched. I guess I'll broaden their horizon. Danny, the black-haired guy who greeted Rias first glanced at the green-haired guy, who obediently looked away and clicked his tongue. Tisk, you didn't have to butt in like that, Leo. However, Aleron suddenly felt the atmosphere turning cold with its source right beside him. Daniel, it seems that you've forgotten your manner and dumped away your intelligence while I was away. Hehe, the third girl among them who had long silky pink hair and a short height of 5 feet 2 inches snickered at Daniel getting scolded. Apologize, Daniel. Rias's cold voice felt like a charming melody to Aleron as he felt good about Rias talking back on his behalf. Haha, it's fine, Rias. Aleron said before Daniel could apologize and stretched his hand at Daniel, who awkwardly and swiftly shook hands with Aleron as he had no other choice. You're familiar with shaking hands, right? Aleron smiled. Of course, Daniel nodded as he tried to compose himself. Good, Aleron took his hand back and clasped his palms. This gesture is called Namaskar. It is used to greet people and honor them so that we can have harmony between us. The literature meaning is I bow to you, which is a basic gesture to pay respect. Because you only gain respect by respecting others, and this respect is a basic respect shared among living for the sake of living, towards everything in the world. Aleron finished as he stretched a warm grin on his face. So nice to meet you, Daniel. And you all too. I think I cooked too much, but I know I've read something like this in a book in my past life. That was something I didn't know before, Rias said, smiling, and her eyes shining as she let out a pearly chuckle. I like that type of thinking. Maybe that's how they greet each other in his world, Rias thought, glancing at Aleron and smiling. He seems carefree but has a breadth of warmness that I can't describe. On the other hand, my friends really cut my nose here, Rias wryly smiled. But of course, the 7 club heads were taken aback as well, and fortunately, they were not idiots. Aleron's response made them feel ashamed of their attitude before. They didn't show it but adjusted their attitude promptly and subtly. Moreover, Princess Rias's reaction to Daniel's remark also meant that she was favoring this candidate she brought despite not testing him yet. Whatever they thought inside, things were not awkward or unpleasant anymore after what Aleron said and seeing his nature that seemed carefree and jolly. Chatting with Aleron, who laughed and smiled while inputting his comments and jokes after hearing their talks, mellowed out everyone. Aleron also took this chance to get to know more about Rias and other things through them. Chapter 29, Rias Feats, Sparring Session. As everyone talked, mainly those 7 club heads, Aleron found out that Rias was 19 years and 6 months old, the youngest legendary of the Empire who became legendary at 18, and the only one with the highest purity of the Longinus bloodline in the past 6 generations. Among the 6 children of the Emperor, she was the only girl, the only princess. Rias Longinus, the precious golden apple of the Longinus royal family and the whole empire. Just a year ago when she broke through to legendary, she went to the Great Herald Labyrinth and cleared its last floor, awakening her diving blessing twice due to her potential, and creating a record of the youngest one ever to clear the Great Herald Labyrinth. Aleron understood why she was treated like this here and also understood her importance to the Empire. These 7 lunatics are obsessed with her. Aleron wryly smiled and wondered. Does Rias have max stats in charm or something? Alright, we've talked enough. Now it's time to see how much you all improved while I was gone, Rias said with a grin. Let's go to the floating stadium. By the way, Rias, Leo said as he looked at Rias with a plain expression that showed a hint of seriousness. Is the tournament condition regarding the trial still present? Yes, I was about to tell you this but it slipped from my mind, Rias nodded. The condition is still present and Aleron is also given the same condition. All 7 of them had their eyes brightened upon hearing that. Although you all can't win against Ale, I don't want to discourage you, Rias internally smiled. So good luck. She believed that Aleron was simply hiding his strength and felt he was much more powerful than shown on the surface. But the club heads were determined. Ale Rivenal, I apologize for the remark I made, but I will come to take that spot with my everything, Daniel said with a severe and determined expression. Keep dreaming, said Lily, the pink-haired girl with a cute snort. Only I will go there with Princess Rias. Come on, Lily, the light brown afro hairstyle short guy, slim and short, snickered loudly. You are weakest among us. No chance for you. Shut up, Tarek. Do you think you stand a stance? Humph. Stop fighting. Selene rolled her eyes and waved her hand, creating a magic circle that covered all of them. Hold tight, we are transporting. Transporting. Aleron raised his eyebrows. Space power. Rias smiled and answered, Selene is a genius in space syllabus, and the talents she awakened are also related to that. Cool, Aleron nodded and observed the magic circle. Instantly, he felt resonance with it as its knowledge flooded in him. I'll check this out later. The Falran Kingdom's library didn't have much knowledge of the space syllabus. In the next second, all 9 of them disappeared and arrived at the floating stadium above, the biggest one which also had 500 seats in the surroundings for spectators. Princess Rias and club heads are sparring. Let's go. You all heard the announcement that rang a minute ago, right? The guy that Princess Rias found is also there. Tisk, how dare he try to steal Leo-sama's spot? The tournament will prove everything. I want to see what he can do. I heard he came from some village in Falran Kingdom's territory. Aleron saw the uproar of students below and could also make out some sentences students spoke, but he shrugged away shortly and looked at the battleground while the stadium started filling up with spectators. Time to learn, Aleron's eyes glinted, thrilled to watch how they combat and learn. I need to create some skill runes so I can execute skills instantly. I'll create some skills according to the combat style I like to develop while watching them and then spar with them. Aleron thought. Oh yeah, I also need to see the next pages of that grimoire. Ladies and gentlemen, how can such a juicy combat session start without your favorite commentator? A chubby man with a round tummy and silky blonde hair arrived, floating with a pair of black wind wings above the battleground. Roland, Rias nodded and greeted the chubby guy with a smile. Hope you had a great journey, Princess, Roland chuckled before his voice rose a few notches, spreading far away and filled with hype. So who is entering the ring for the first match against President Rias? Rias was already at the center of the battleground since she wanted to spar, but those 7 club heads intently looked at each other after Roland finished speaking, their aura turning serious. The stadium also turned silent as students whispered. And so it begins. Yeah, I bet Senior Leo will win. Nah, Tarek is faster when it comes to this. Aleron looked at the 7 of them standing in a circle as they soon stretched a hand outward. Don't tell me. Aleron muttered. Rock. Paper. Blade. Aleron almost fell on the floor hearing the last word. Blade, fine. It works. After 3 rounds, Leo won the game and jumped into the battleground while smiling. Let's have some fun. I leave the rules to you. Rias summoned her staff as it slammed on the ground with a thud, blowing a gust of wind around her. Let's go with the golden strike rule. Roland clapped as his voice echoed. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle mode is golden strike. Above the stadium, a big golden screen with 2 sections appeared. Each had a name above it. Rias, Leo. For the freshmen who don't know, golden strike mode is simple. The first one to smack their opponent on the ground will win. Ready. Roland looked at Rias and Leo. Ready. As both of them nodded, Roland started a countdown of 3 seconds to start their battle. Aleron leaned back on the chair, keen to observe their battle while creating his skills but also feeling like something was missing something. A second later, it clicked in him. That's right. Popcorn is missing. I love popcorn and it seems suitable to eat in many situations now that I am in this world. Omo, I need to make some of those. Aleron nodded to himself, noting this down. Chapter 30, First Series, Wilderness Rumble, 1. Swoosh, boom. Rias released 2 flame drills that shot toward Leo with dreadful precision as they curved toward him from both sides. Leo's sword shone as his figure blurred while a powerful aura burst out from him before 2 wind energy blade projections stuck in incoming drills and exploded as both attacks self-destruct. The smoke resulting from the clash was swiftly dispersed as everyone saw Leo shooting towards Rias with a vertical whirling tornado enveloping him. Everyone cheered as they saw this, but then gasps rang as Rias's eyes glinted and her staff released a beam that reached Leo first before Leo could reach her. The icy blue beam instantly froze the wind whirling around Leo along with him. Crack, boom. A burst of intense flames expanded from Leo, breaking the ice and freeing himself before 2 lightning orbs appeared above Rias. Crackle. Rias's feet released a burst of wind as she shot upward, dodging the lightning strike from those 2 lightning orbs. The battle continued as they hurled attacks at each other while moving around. Nice, Aleron grinned as he watched the battle after the initial surprise he got due to his innate talent, spirit mind of Magi lore. Indeed, Aleron just had to lay his eyes on their skills and magic moves to instantly get their understanding. If he wanted to create those skills, he could do so easily, except that he couldn't with his current stats since his magic board wasn't big enough to add details of those skills. But why am I learning those skills? I thought I could only learn one skill at a time. Aleron confusedly thought and looked at his talent again. You may understand all phenomena of magic on which your eyes lay and curiosity settles. Doesn't truct any skill, spell, or constructed form of magic by devouring it within the spirit mind space and even learning it, even if the arcane knowledge of those constructs is forbidden, secret, restrictive, or requires catalysts, as long as that knowledge is within the realm of Magi lore. But he didn't need to look at it since the system's voice rang the answer in his mind. Answer? Your talent's power is significantly boosted due to Magi lore of Arcane Lapis's effect, Devouring Abyss of Arcane, which invokes resonance in you and allows you to understand all magic-related phenomena. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Aleron internally laughed. Well, I want to create skills, so this is good, but I want to create better and fancy skills. Since I have 1001 stats in magic potency right now, my magic board can hold way more magic symbols in it than before, though my stats will reach 5000 soon after the pills are ready. Meh, I'll just create some skills now and then better ones later as my magic board becomes bigger. I have knowledge of a kingdom's library and grimoire, so, Aleron internally rubbed his chin while watching the battle. Oh yeah, my weapon? I can't use that light rend sword here, but do I really want a sword as my weapon? Aleron thought for a moment before his eyes shone. Hell yeah, of course, I want to use a sword. I want to use those fancy and cool sword moves that Ricky uses, hehe. He knew he wouldn't be able to use those cool sword moves immediately as they require extreme physical body utilization as well along with magic, for which he needed to train and practice. But for now, let's start with magic, Aleron grinned. Since I have no restraint or restriction in magic due to Magi lore, I can create any kind of skill I want. Wait. Aleron suddenly paused as he realized something important. There's a goddess in this world and there must be more powerful beings as well. If they find that I have Magi lore then things could get nasty. Aleron narrowed his eyes. He knew not to trust a goddess in a fantasy world blindly. She wouldn't necessarily be a good being. Aleron looked into his source space and focused on the arcane source, the dreamy blue orb that indicated his magic potency, and the Magi lore of arcane lapis that floated below the magic potency orb. His mana pool of arcane source was replaced by Magi lore of arcane lapis, which supposedly held unlimited Magi lore energy. This is not good. I have to show others that I have mana and keep Magi lore hidden. But this was easy to solve as Aleron got an idea. Since Magi lore was a higher version of mana and had more flexibility, Aleron used Magi lore to create a pool of mana. I'll create a pool of 5000 mana. If someone asks why I have more mana than other stats, I can just say I got a magic flower I found that did it. After he finished creating the mana pool, Aleron focused back on the magic board and began creating his first series of skills while watching the battle. I'll create a skill of each type, Omo. Aleron nodded while grinning and eagerly started, deciding to create an attack type skill first. He began to form a vision of his desired skill and started the visualization process. Magic symbols rained down on the magic board as Aleron used his arcane knowledge to solidify and refine his visualization. During this process, Aleron could use arcane syllabuses to add effects to his skill and magic symbols would rain on the magic board accordingly. I still have space, Alright, then I'll boost a few sections. The magic board had many symbols according to how Aleron designed the skill, but some symbols were big and some were small, with different forms and shapes. However, one could still change their area size, the amount of space they occupied in the magic board, and this was an important aspect of skill creation. After all, the amount of area occupied by respective magic symbols decided how much of their effect would appear when the skill was executed. In simple terms, the size of a magic symbol's area determined how much energy it would take and give output in return by using that energy. As such, more area means it would suck more energy and produce a stronger effect. Since this is an attack type skill, I'll expand the areas of flame converge, micro combustions, and enchanted burst output to bring out more of this skill's potential. Aleron thought and nodded with a smile. Omo, this is good. Establish. The magic board shown as Aleron used some Magi lore as a medium in which the magic board was printed, establishing a skill rune. Let's go. Aleron excitedly looked at the skill rune floating in his source space. I should create a showcase to put skill runes. Aleron used some Magi lore and created a big black stone wall in his source space before putting the skill rune there. The first skill in the series of Wilderness Rumble skill set, Pistol Fire Monkey, is ready. Suddenly, the system notification rang. Congratulations on creating your first proper skill. Its evaluated skill rank is S. Pistol Fire Monkey. Rank, S. __ description, conjures a sophisticatedly constructed magic monkey wielding 2 pistols that shoot fireball bullets. These bullets are produced from the formation in its body and shoot through the pistols. Their speed is 2000 m/s and explodes upon impact. After the initial explosion, the moment its smoke and skill effect expands to 1 meter from where the bullet impacted, all the explosive energy would combust and fierily explode again. The first condensed explosion would be fatal and the second explosion would be a fatality, a marvelous skill that made use of extremely sign-rigizing concepts suitable to the skill's theme, deserving of its S rank. / spell parameters. _ type. Construct attack type / pure offense construct. Minimum cost, 500 mana. Require more mana for extra bullets after the first 2 bullets. Minimum 50 mana per bullet. An S rank skill and that end of description. Damn, am I a genius when it comes to creating skills or what? Aleron grinned. Time to create a movement type skill next. Aleron excitedly started his next project while Rias began sparring with Selena after Leo. It took half an hour for Rias to spar with all 7 of them as all the students enjoyed the battles. At the moment, Rias was sparring against Lily. Meanwhile, Aleron also finished his wilderness skill set, creating 2 attack type skills, 1 movement type skill, 1 defense type skill, and 2 control type skills. After creating these skills, he was itching to fight with someone and decided to tell Rias he would spar with her or anyone. Why is Princess Rias not getting tired? A freshman in the audience asked. True, she didn't even break a sweat yet. Well, her stamina is abnormal due to her bloodline. I mean, everyone who has bloodline can recover their energy and stamina faster naturally, but her Longinu's bloodline is of top quality, the quality that hadn't appeared for hundreds of years until her birth. Yep. The other members of the royal family simply have the Longinu's bloodline, but hers is specifically called the Luminary Longinu's bloodline. That said, I want to see this guy's battle. Princess Rias brought him here herself, so he should be good, right? Humph, I also want to see that. Aleron heard their talks and grinned. I also want to do that. Chapter 31, First Series, Wilderness Rumble, 2, Ocean Wrath? Not bad, Lily. You improved a lot more than I expected, Rias smiled. But you got even more powerful, Lily Riley smiled. It seems the journey to hunt for legendary resources wasn't that bad. Rias chuckled and nodded. Aha, I reached halfway. The crowd cheered loudly as they witnessed an exciting battle between 2 legendary rank powerhouses. My turn now, Aleron suddenly said and stood up, attracting the eyes of club heads and Rias while the crowd gradually turned silent. You want to spar here? Rias asked in surprise. Of course, Aleron jumped and arrived in front of Rias and Lily. The crowd cheered as everyone shouted that they wanted to see him fight. We can also see his combat power this way. I know there's still time, but a little sparring won't hurt, Rias, Leo said with a gentle smile. But he is still epic rank, right? It won't be fun if we fight against him, Theron said while scratching his head. He is indeed epic rank visibly, but I also don't know his true strength, Rias thought. I can spar with anyone, just send someone or you come, Aleron said with a laugh. I created some skills, so I want to try them out. You want to try out your created skills? Daniel repeated with a stunned expression. The other club heads also looked a bit weirded out. Rias internally face-palmed, but not because of Aleron's statement. Everyone thinks Aleron is from a backwater place in the Falran Kingdom, but Tarek, spar with him, Rias said as she looked at the afro hairstyle short guy who had peach pale skin, the club head of Onyx Gale Club. Did she choose him because Tarek is fast and can react promptly in case anything happens? Leo thought while contemplating and looking at the battleground. I wonder why Rias brought such a weak guy here with no bloodline or divine blessing when there's only 9 months left until the trial. Aleron and Tarek arrived at the center of the battleground with 10 meters of distance between them. Ale, can you show me your stats from the adventure card? This way, I can adjust my stats as well and we can spar properly, Tarek said with a smile while taking out 2 black daggers. Alright, Aleron took out his adventure card, infusing mana in it, and projected it outward as everyone saw his stats. All of his stats were 1001 except for mana, which was 5000. It was clear that he had just broken through to epic rank recently, but everyone was surprised to see his mana pool having 5000 points. Did you find a natural treasure that increased your mana pool? Tarek asked in shock. Yep, Aleron nodded with a grin. I found a magical flower inside a small cave I found in the forest behind my village. Rias jokingly rolled her eyes as she knew Aleron lied. However, the students watching and even club heads were envious of such an encounter. A natural treasure that can increase stats like that was rare. Even in the Falran Kingdom's treasury, they only had limited resources to increase the stats of epic rank powerhouses, which was why Aleron didn't have pills to increase his stats after he broke through. Even in the Longinu's empire, although epic rank resources were circulated, students had to struggle and compete to acquire them. As for legendary rank resources, they were rare even in the empire. Princess Rias went out 6 months ago to adventure precisely because she wanted legendary rank resources and to become more powerful by going through the challenging journey. Even then, she still needed more legendary rank resources to reach the peak of legendary rank. Hence, Aleron's lucky encounter was an enviable point for all students. It seems that resources are hard to get for these students, Aleron thought upon seeing the reaction. Well, that's fine. People have their good luck and bad luck, Tarek said as he stood in a slightly bent stance with his right leg stretched behind and holding his daggers in front of his face in a cross-shape form. You can make the first move, Aleron, Tarek added as his aura rose, becoming visible for all to see as shadowy and light green energy wrapped his body briefly before vanishing. Alright, Senior Tarek, Aleron grinned and snapped his finger as he activated the skill rune of Pistol Fire Monkey. In the next second, everyone saw a Redford energy monkey conjuring above Aleron while holding two big-barreled pistols. Just as everyone was confused, a bullet burst forth from a pistol and fiercely shot toward Tarek, striking the ground near his leg before he could react. Boom, boom, two blasts occurred within a single second, blasting Tarek as he flew upward with a dumbfounded expression. While he was in midair, the monkey shot the second bullet, blasting Tarek out of the battleground as his magic barrier also broke and he fell injured. Everyone was shocked. Hey, why is Senior Tarek injured? His legendary barrier broke? But how? Leo and the other club heads were dumbfounded. Legendary barrier was a passive power that everyone who broke through to legendary rank would awaken immediately. Legendary barrier was stuck to one's skin and would automatically regenerate without consuming energy. It defended one from magical and physical attacks, guarding them from harm until broken. Ria's eyes glinted. Did he perhaps fail to control his power? But this proves that he is indeed much more powerful. I think he needs some healing, Aleron said with a wry smile as he pointed at Tarek. How could he fall so fast? Did I fuck up? What was that? How could you break his legendary barrier despite having way less magic potency than Tarek? Selena asked in confusion while Lily flew towards Tarek to heal him. And that skill, its bullet is so fast, we all would have a hard time reacting to it even if we know it's coming. Daniel frowned as he looked at the floating monkey. I don't know. I just created a skill like I wanted, Aleron answered with a wry smile. As for why I was able to break his legendary barrier, I have no idea. Maybe it was already weak beforehand. Did you really create that skill yourself? Sylphy asked, her eyes still shocked. This was indeed a shocking thing for them. Creating this level of skill wasn't easy after all. Even club heads required extensive training and practice to create S-rank skill that Aleron created in a jiffy. But how could they know that Aleron was indeed a genius when it came to magic? Meanwhile, Rias internally chuckled at Aleron's attempt to feign ignorance about what just happened. Guess I'll give him a hand. It's my fault, Rias said with a smile. When we were returning, I used my Bloodline's buff ability on Aleron. It was still working, so his magic potency is more powerful. Oh yeah, it's still on, Aleron exclaimed before he apologetically smiled at Lily and Tarek. Sorry. No wonder his skill was so powerful. Tisk, and here I thought I witnessed something crazy. Princess Rias's buff is so powerful. An epic rank like him broke the legendary barrier and hurt a legendary rank powerhouse. Damn. Nice save, Rias. Aleron sneakily winked at Rias. Anyway, I need to properly convert Magi lore into mana. This mana pool I created still has some potency of Magi lore, so the skill got more powerful. Aleron swiftly finished this work in his source space, arranging a mana converter between his mana pool and Magi lore of Arcane Lapis. Since Tarek is injured, I'll spar with you, Leo said with a smile as he jumped into the battleground and stood before Aleron. But right after that, several beeping sounds rang along with a loud horn that reverberated far and wide. The beeping sound was from Rias and the 7 club heads. Rias frowned as she looked at the bracelet on her wrist. The club heads also did the same and frowned. However, the loud horn sound that rang stopped and a voice echoed. Ocean Wrath is occurring. Everyone at exceptional rank and above, gather at the academy. Transport platform right away. An uproar rang in the stadium, but everyone listened to the announcement and left. Ale, follow us? I'll tell you what's happening on the way, Rias said as she flew up and swiftly left. Aleron saw her and club heads flying away by conjuring their wings. I also have a proper flying skill now. Aleron grinned and conjured a pair of sharp jet-like wings made of a metallic light gray surface and having a formation designed to utilize wind energy and fire energy. The wing's metallic design was akin to a silver eagle with feathered patterns on the surface and 2 big eyes on the upper part of the wings. Wilderness Rumble Series, Hawk Blaze Wings? The wings released a burst of wind as Aleron shot straight up before shooting forward. Spending a bit of mana, he activated the burst mode as the wind gale from his wings was suddenly ignited by fire, boosting his speed in a burst as he swiftly caught up to Rias. So, what's up with this Ocean Wrath? Aleron asked while thinking. This is day 2, so I also need to gamble twice and acquire gacha points. Since Ocean Wrath sounds like trouble, there's a good chance I can gamble big. Chapter 32, Inoran, the Angel of Divine Sunderer, First Series, Wilderness Rumble, 3. Ocean Wrath occurs once in a month or 2. Monsters from the sea would pour into the forest during this before coming in this direction and destroying everything on their way. I see. But why? Aleron asked. This has been going on since the Beast Empire attacked us, Leo said with narrowed eyes. The sea has lots of monsters and many powerful ones that can be threats. From the records, we know that Beast Emperor had done something to make them attack us periodically when he retreated. The group speedily flew towards the sea while talking and Aleron also took this chance to do something in his gacha room. I have 520 gacha points which I can use to spin roulette 5 times or get a ticket. Aleron contemplated for a moment and decided to get a ticket. A summoning ticket of Lords of Arcane. It didn't take long for them to arrive behind the forest as they saw a huge beach area littered with monsters rushing into the forest. They passed by a few small villages and a town under the Empire, so if those monsters were left alone, they would cause much destruction before eventually arriving at the base of Dawnstone Mountain. So many monsters, Aleron muttered as he looked at the monsters from the sky, rushing into the huge forest and scattering while moving forward. Leave the monsters that are going straight. We'll focus on killing stronger monsters and those that are scattering away from the path towards that valley, Rhea said as she observed the situation. Suddenly, everyone felt rustles of wind before a huge flying carpet appeared below them. 9 people stood on it, all having powerful legendary rank auras. The carpet flew up and arrived beside Rias and the group. The men and women on the carpet were generals of the empire and bowed to Princess Rias. Roxanne, Rias nodded at Roxanne and others who stood on the carpet before looking below and saying in a sharp voice, scatter and kill. I'll relay information and guide you from here while killing troublesome monsters. Her aura rose and a magic circle appeared above that rained golden motes and buffed everyone with her bloodline's buff ability. Nobody had time to waste on talking and they knew what to do, so everyone descended and started fighting. Only Rias and Aleron were left in the sky. What will you do, Ale? Rias asked. I'll fight, of course. But I need to do something first. Aleron used the summoning ticket after saying and got a notification. Note, the summoning pool of Lords of Arcane has been modified due to your evolution rank. The minimum power of a summoned being would be at epic rank. The maximum rank of summoned beings is elevated to primeval rank from exceed rank. Nice. Though I hope I get a legendary rank being at least. Aleron proceeded and soon saw someone emerging from the banner's whirlpool in his mind. Congratulations! You have summoned Inoran, the Angel of Divine Sunderer. Legendary. Rank. Outside, golden sparks materialized that swiftly converged and turned into a figure clad in gold and silver designed full body armor that was sleek and slim, not bulky at all. Her long silver hair flowed wildly due to the wind in the sky while a pair of white feathery wings appeared behind her as she floated in a one-knee kneeling position towards Aleron. My lord, she uttered in a strong yet angelic voice filled with assurance, lightening up Aleron's eyes. Wow, this. Rias was surprised at the sudden appearance of Inoran. Don't worry, she is my subordinate, Aleron said with a laugh. Stand up, Inoran. Inoran stood up and opened her eyes as she looked at Aleron. Her eyes lit up and also turned watery. Thank you, my lord. Aleron asked in confusion. Why? For Samoaha. Aleron swiftly covered her mouth while wryly smiling. Haha, I know. Rias raised her eyebrows. It seems that she was about to say something I shouldn't know. Indeed, I have yet to gain his trust fully but that's expected. Meanwhile, Aleron commanded Inoran with telepathy. We'll talk later, Inoran. Others shouldn't know that I summoned you. Phew. What if she said similar things as Darzak's about her existence getting meaning because of me or something? Aleron wryly thought. Aleron returned to his position afterward as Inoran nodded and asked with a smile, what command do you have for me, my lord? Inoran. Rank, legendary. Race, angel. Speciality, master of golden order, divine sunderer arts, golden annihilator lance master. Power level, 884,293. She is stronger than Ricky in terms of power level numbers? And judging from her specialties, she must be so powerful? Awesome. Kill monsters below and save people, Aleron said with a grin before adding. And have fun. As you wish, Inoran looked below as her white feathery wings shone golden and a huge fancy lance appeared in her hand. In the next second, a burst of powerful aura exploded from her that startled Rias before Inoran shot towards the beach like a shooting star. Boom! She crashed down in the next second as Aleron and Rias saw a huge golden explosion covering a 100-meter radius and wiping out all monsters. Who is she, Ale? Her skills are so powerful and her bloodline? Rias asked, shock whirling in her eyes. Her bloodline clearly felt stronger than mine. Her bloodline's rank and power was at the very top, rank 1, in this entire continent. Even the Nightwing Empire didn't have someone as powerful as Rias in terms of bloodline's rank and power. But here there was, an angelic woman that Aleron called out of nowhere, who had a bloodline that was clearly stronger than hers? Chapter 33, First Series, Wilderness Rumble, 4. Her name is Inoran, Aleron said with a laugh. She is so cute and beautiful, right? Well, I am also seeing her for the first time, haha. But her bloodline, she must be a royalty of high caliber with immense potential, Rias muttered while watching Inoran, who was destroying monsters left and right. The other legendary rank powerhouses nearby were dumbfounded and sweated buckets while keeping a significant distance from her. Despite being legendary rank like her, she was twice as powerful and her skills outclassed theirs by far. I am also going to join below, Rias. See you later, Aleron said with a grin as he descended at full speed and arrived at the area where no one was fighting nearby. The sea was in the west and monsters were flooding into the forest in the east before branching into the northeast and southeast direction. The villages and towns were in the southeast direction, so club heads were in this area to prevent monsters from encroaching further towards the population. Roxanne and other generals of legendary rank were at the edge of the forest towards the sea, reducing the number of monsters and eliminating legendary rank monsters before they could go into the forest. Half of them stayed on the open beach while the other half stayed in the forest and used the giant trees and forest nature for advantage in moving to kill monsters. Only legendary rank powerhouses were present on this whole battlefield at the moment, but the number of monsters was abundant as they flooded from the ocean in hundreds and thousands, their rank ranging from exception rank to legendary rank. Legendary rank monsters were not many, but the number of epic rank and exception rank were in thousands to tens of thousands. Rias looked at the rate at which monsters were emerging from the sea while giving a helping hand and commanding others to direct them to stronger monsters that escaped their radar. She took a look at Aleron as well and was immediately startled. Aleron had 2 fancy gauntlets with tiger head designs and black and dark gold patterns on them in his hands, which was his second attack type skill Elemental Tiger Symphony. Elemental Tiger Symphony. Rank, SS Low. __ descriptions, envelop the user's hands in 2 gauntlets that can unleash a symphony of 4 elemental powers designed by the user: Flame Orb, Wind Orb, Ice Orb, and Lightning Orb. Each elemental orb is designed such that its released power can synergize with other orbs for a combo effect. Skill parameters. Type, Attack Gear Type. Cost, 400 mana for gauntlets / minimum 70 mana for each elemental orb released. Range, long. This skill's rank was higher than his Pistol Fire Monkey skill and it was fun to use. Nay? Finally an epic rank monster. Aleron grinned as he saw a 4-meter-tall emerald horned horse rushing at him with its emerald scales around the legs and head shining. Aleron pointed his left gauntlet at it before a beautiful icy orb instantly conjured and shot at the horse. When it neared the horse, it shone and transformed into a roaring tiger's head, releasing a burst of frigid icy wave forward from its roaring mouth that froze the horse entirely. Right after that, Aleron pointed his right gauntlet at it and released a dark blue orb crackling with lightning. The orb struck the frozen emerald horned horse as a lightning roaring tiger projection expanded from it and released a powerful lightning bolt that synergized with the frost. The lightning power of the bolt consumed ice power and spread all over the horse visibly, with tendrils spreading across its body and tearing it apart. Dead. The roaring tiger phenomenon of each elemental orb was precisely the reason why it was named Elemental Tiger Symphony. As for why there was the roaring tiger phenomenon in the skill's design, well, Aleron wanted to make his skill look fancy, but he didn't have the time to rest because from behind the monster he just killed, a bunch of exceptional rank black-shelled turtles led by an epic rank black-shelled turtle jumped over the horse, opening their mouths mid-air as they released ink-black spheres toward Aleron. However, Aleron only chuckled. The Pistol Fire Monkey that he put on a tree's branch near him shot 6 bullets speedily, each one precisely hitting an ink-black sphere and blasting all 6 spheres with a single command from Aleron. Right after that, Aleron's left gauntlet released a flame orb, this time as it shot toward the group of black-shelled turtles that just landed on the ground. Right behind that flame orb was a wind orb released by his right gauntlet. Just as flame orb arrived before the group of turtles and released an intense flame wave forward, the wind orb exploded into it and fueled the firepower, destroying all turtles into ashes, including the epic rank 1. I love these gauntlets. As expected of me, Aleron laughed. Behind him, a venom vine snake pounced him while its fangs glinted maliciously. Alas, Aleron only had to activate his defense skill rune since he already sensed the snake, covering him in the dark green turtle-like shell which had brown patterns. Turtle Shell Barrier. Rank, a high. __ descriptions, a defensive round barrier designed like a turtle's shell in appearance that covers the user entirely and protects from magical and physical attacks. It is made with sophisticated use of earth energy and constructed with various arcane syllabuses suitable to enhance its defensive power. __ skill parameters. Type, defense type / pure defense. Cost, minimum 300 mana. Consume more mana depending on its size. The snake's fangs shattered upon hitting the barrier since it was just a pitiful exceptional rank monster. Pew boom. Aleron commanded and consumed 50 mana as the Fire Pistol Monkey shot a bullet and destroyed it. DRRR. The ground suddenly started shaking afterward, and a second later, a powerful roar resounded from the direction of the sea. The trembling increased in intensity and Aleron suddenly saw a bunch of flying fish with blade-like mouths zooming towards him from the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Aleron activated his control-type skill Rune Freezing Wind Sparrow. Chapter 34, First Series, Wilderness Rumble, 5/5, 2 Strange Fish. Freezing Wind Sparrow. Rank, S high. __ description, conjures a sparrow that rapidly unleashes bursts of frigid gusts while flying, freezing the targets into popsicles with masterful manipulation and synergy of ice and wind syllabus augmented by intent-based arcane syllabuses. __ skill parameters. Type, construct control type. Cost, minimum 500 mana. Although Aleron named it Sparrow, it was way bigger than a sparrow in size, stretching 2 meters long with 5 meters of wingspan. The freezing wind sparrow flapped its wings against the incoming flying blade tunas and froze all 50 of them with its wide area freezing wind waves as they fell on the ground. The monsters nearby crushed and munched on them, killing all of them swiftly. On the other hand, the trembling ground beneath Aleron suddenly blasted open and a giant crystal armadillo with 2 heads emerged, its aura terribly powerful. Legendary rank. Nice. Aleron grinned as his eyes glinted and he directly used Magi Lore instead of mana, executing his other control type skill Python Grapple Vines. Instantly, the ground from where the 2-headed crystal armadillo emerged glowed and released a bunch of thick and big vines like snakes that swiftly wrapped around the giant 7-meter-tall legendary rank monster and completely immobilized it. Python Grapple Vines. Rank, S high. __ description, conjures giant python-like vines from the ground and wraps around the target in deathly locked grips all over, utilizing earth syllabus and plant syllabus to design this control type skill that can also crush and kill the targets within its grips. Skill parameters. Type, control type / off control. Cost, minimum 200 mana. Consume more mana depending on the vine's size and number of vines. The vines indeed tightened and completely crushed the legendary rank twin-headed crystal armadillo, shattering it with ease since he used Magi lore instead of mana, which significantly boosted the overall power of the skill. Rias saw this and was wide-eyed with shock. I guess legendary rank is not his ceiling yet. Could it be he is as powerful as early-stage exceed rank powerhouses? I can't even sense his bloodline, which means he either doesn't have it or it is so powerful that my bloodline can't register its presence. No, even his subordinate has a crazy bloodline, so he should have one. Roar? Rias looked back at the sea and frowned. This is the second time this terrible roar echoed from the ocean. She was having a bad feeling regarding this, her intuition told her so. The exceptional rank and stronger students from the academy had also arrived in flying ships and were stationed in the formation at the very back of the forest in southeast and east areas. The military of the Longinus Empire had also arrived in the flying ships, using their magically enchanted weapons and masterful skills to fight. However, the bad feeling Rias was having came true as the ocean 5 kilometers from the island created a giant whirlpool before a dreadful aura spread from it toward the forest. All the monsters that came from the ocean suddenly turned more ferocious and became visibly powerful in their stats, with this aura sweeping across the entire beach and forest. Meanwhile, several giant tentacles stretching over 100 meters in length emerged from the whirlpool. This is bad. Rias's eyes trembled and she immediately used her skill to properly assess the monster from its magic aura, fleshy aura, and size. This is bad. It is as powerful as median stage exceed rank or higher. Why did such a powerful exceed rank monster appear this time? Is this indication of something big? The last time an exceed rank monster appeared was a year ago, but it wasn't as powerful as this one. Rias's heart started racing. I need to call Grandfather Rashi, but the Empire had 2 exceed rank powerhouses, but a total of 3 including the previous emperor. Grandfather Rashi, whom Rias mentioned, was the previous emperor and also the strongest exceed rank of their empire. However, he was not in the empire at the moment but inside the labyrinth that was 40 kilometers away, exploring its deepest part to train and acquire rare resources required to break through to the next rank. The other 2 exceed rank powerhouses were weaker, and by what Rias judged, it would be a struggle even if both of them fought against this giant exceed rank monster that was approaching the beach. The legendary rank powerhouses that fought at the beach sensed the incoming aura as fear, directly instilled in them. Tryon. Rias's communication card rang. Roxanne, Rias, what's going on? How powerful is that monster? Rias, terribly powerful. More powerful than exceed rank stationed at the royal capital. Roxanne, what? What do we do now? This is bad. Rias bit her lips and looked at the people fighting below before her expression suddenly froze as her gaze stuck on Aleron, who was flying towards the beach while shooting monsters with his gauntlets on the way. There's no other choice. I have to request help from Ale. Rias swiftly flew towards him without wasting any more time. Deep in the ocean below the whirlpool, 2 strange fish talked to each other. Their eyes were pitch black and unnaturally big with multiple circular linings instead of pupils that glowed with intense different colors. Their mouths were also unnaturally opened and they conversed like intelligent races while watching a few magical screens that showed the forest and people fighting against monsters. Brother Azeroth, I can't wait anymore. Let's have some fun already. I can't wait to drink the fresh blood of these lower creatures and enjoy them. Haha, look at them using their magic power so crudely. Wahahaha. Shut up, Apuch. We are still under the Netherworld's radar. I need to cut off the connection completely before we can enjoy our time here. If not, the father will forcefully pull us back. That silver-haired woman is unbearable. The fish called Apuch excitedly shouted with its eyes whirling intensely as it looked at Inoran moving around using her skills and destroying monsters. I want to possess her body and enjoy her soul. Hurry up, brother. I am tired of staying in this shitty fish. The other fish ignored the ramblings and focused on its work, but the gleam in its eyes also clearly told that it couldn't wait to wreak havoc. I need 10 minutes. Pour in more monsters outside and tell our group to possess legendary rank monsters. I want some of those humans to get killed. They are killing the monsters too fast. If we want to enjoy, we need to pour in monsters and let them wreak havoc. Chapter 35, Learning the Grimoire's Crazy Spells, Unexpected. Aleron flew towards the beach at full speed and floated 100 meters right above the area where Inoran was fighting. There's something big there, Aleron muttered as he looked at the giant tentacles. I need a vision skill. Aleron quickly started cooking an eye-based skill that could grant special effects to his eyes and enhance his vision. Aleron turned around and saw Rias flying towards him speedily and stopped a meter away from him. Looking at her grave expression, he asked in surprise, what happened? Any problem? Big problem. Rias looked past Aleron with her eyes faintly glowing. Those tentacles belong to a powerful exceed rank monster. If we don't kill it soon, even a mere after effect of its attacks would kill our people. We will lose control over the flooding monsters and they will spread out. Rias bit her lips and turned her gaze to Aleron, her eyes showing a clear pleading expression. I don't want any of my people to get killed. Please help, Ale. Rias looked behind at many students and military of the Empire fighting at the back of the forest. The situation would become bad for all if that exceed rank green mist kraken arrived at the shore and released a large attack. I understand. I won't let this chance go. Aleron turned around to look at the incoming exceed rank green mist kraken monster, his eyes sparkling and balls trembling with excitement. Gamble time. I'm gonna one-shot that exceed rank monster. I will deal with it, Rias. You sit back and relax, haha, Aleron said as his aura grew and he used Magi lore in his hawk blaze wings, powering it up massively as he shot higher in the sky while moving towards the crane at a breakneck speed. Zoom! My lord, Inoran saw Aleron flying away and furrowed her brows. Is he going to that monster in the sea? In the next second, her wings turned into dreamy light wings before she shot towards Aleron like a beam of light, but not before planting 7 golden pulsing silver feathers on the beach. Those 7 feathers promptly exploded with their effect covering the whole area, turning all monsters into cinders. So powerful. Rias uttered dazedly as she saw all that. But she was more excited about Aleron. He said he will deal with it? But his physical aura is clearly epic rank. Still, it didn't seem like he was joking. He seemed thrilled instead. Rias's heart started beating faster and she quickly used her ocular type skill to observe Aleron. What's that strange book? Rias raised her eyebrows, her eyes filling up with curiosity. She strangely felt all her worries about the situation vanishing when Aleron said he would deal with it. Aleron stood with his grimoire, Eldritch Tome of Arcane Aberrations, opened in its haunting display of eccentric parted maw and mystical pages laced with spells of secret knowledge. Tier 2 spell, Devouring Maw. Aleron absorbed all of its knowledge. This is Tier 2? Damn. Turning to the next page, Aleron saw the Tier 3 spell, Madness Blaze. Holy shit. Aleron's eyes trembled in excitement as he learned all the secret knowledge of Arcane this grimoire of primeval rank had in it. They seem complicated, but I can understand it so easily. Without wasting more time, Aleron turned to the 4th page. After all, he could learn this grimoire's secret knowledge of Arcane with a single glance. Tier 4 spell, Sword of Helios Eret. This can definitely kill that Kraken with Magi lore as its fuel, but this spell's size is higher than my magic board. I need to increase magic potency to 3000 before I can use this spell. Anyway, I want to create a skill myself, so I'll absorb the knowledge of all spells first, hehe. Tier 5 spell, Dark Drain. Tier 6 spell, Dimmed Barricade. Tier 7 spell, Sinister Storm Fan. Tier 8 spell, Twisted Umbral Rain. Tier 9 spell, Ink Art Frostbound Print. Tier 10 spell, Hollow Puncture. Aleron couldn't turn the page after the 10th page, so he stopped and put away the grimoire. Let's start. Aleron's eyes thrillingly shone as he looked at the giant kraken while floating 500 meters above it. It's moving fast. I have, maybe 1 minute before it reaches the beach. My lord, I can slow it down while you prepare to kill it. Inoran appeared beside Aleron and said while looking at him in his eyes. It seems like the lord has unfathomable power within him. Aleron couldn't help but slightly blush since Inoran was close to him and she looked blindingly beautiful like an angel. But seeing her eyes that portrayed her emotions, Aleron couldn't help but grin happily. Alright. Have fun with it but don't get hurt, okay. I'll give you a simple physical buff. Aleron waved his hand and used the physical enhancement skill he had created. I should consume 1 million Magi lore to execute this skill so it can boost Inoran physically enough not to get hurt by this monster's attack. In the next second, Inoran's turned wide as she received the most powerful and purest flux of energy she had ever experienced, boosting her flesh, blood, and cells to new heights. Her body slightly shook and a trail of blood left her lips, startling Aleron. Are you okay? Aleron quickly asked in concern and confusion. Did I hurt you? No, my lord, Inoran smiled and wiped the blood trail. I didn't think you would boost my physical body past its limits. Past limits? You are not in pain, right? Inoran's eyes turned watery as she looked visibly moved, her expression both grateful and joyful. I am blessed to have you worry about me, but I am perfectly fine, my lord. I used my bloodline essence to enhance my body and took on your full blessing. Inoran's eyes burned with resolve. I will not disappoint you, master. Swoosh. Inoran left like a shooting star towards the kraken, leaving Aleron slightly lost but happy that Inoran was fine. Well, as long as you are fine. He then focused back on his magic board and started creating a one-shot kill skill to deal with the kraken based on the secret knowledge of the grimoire that he just learned. But 20 seconds later, Aleron suddenly felt a powerful wind rustling and a shockwave spreading while a notification rang in his head. Congratulations. Your summon, Inoran the Angel of Divine Senderer, has broken through to exceed rank. Aleron was dumbfounded and looked in the direction of the kraken, but all he saw was the giant kraken in thousands of pieces raining on the ocean from the sky while Inoran floated amidst the blood and gore she painted. Legendary rank powerhouses at the beach saw the scene clearly in the sky as they were slack-jawed while Rias was utterly dumbfounded. How? The others didn't know who she was and how powerful she was, but Roxanne and Rias knew. They also knew the terror of that green mist kraken. There was no way a legendary rank powerhouse, even a peak legendary rank, could defeat that median grade exceed rank monster. It had physical and magical stats above 50k and that was its foundational stats. That kraken could have more defense and toughness based on its skills as well. Meanwhile, legendary rank stats peaked at 10k fundamentally with a maximum boost of 3k, 30% boost in stats, from legendary life rune evolved from epic life rune upon breakthrough. Of course, using one's bloodline essence could boost their physical stats and magic stats further depending on the bloodline's rank, but nobody they knew had a bloodline that could surmount this much of a gap. Rias's bloodline was mythical rank, but even she would only get a 50% boost to her stats. This was considered massive. 50% of 10k was 5k. As such, Rias at her peak legendary phase would have 18k stats including legendary life runes buff and more buffs depending on her skills. But was it enough to kill this exceed rank Kraken with 50k plus stats and stronger skills? No. This was why Roxanne and Rias couldn't comprehend how Inoran could blast that giant Kraken into the sky and tear it into pieces with her powerful lance at a speed they couldn't even see. She used her divine Sunderer art wielding her lance and finished it off in a jiffy. It was over within 5 seconds when she started attacking while the Kraken's attempt to defend itself looked completely futile. Alas, how could they know that the simple physical enhancement skill Aleron used on Inoran boosted her physical stats to over 100k? 1 million Magi lore was a crazy amount to infuse into Inoran, but to Aleron, it felt like a drop in his bottomless abyss of Magi lore. If he had used a buff this potent on Rias or any other general, their bodies would have exploded. But Inoran could take that powerful enhancement due to her bloodline. Moreover, she spectacularly broke through to exceed rank immediately after killing the Kraken. I am dreaming, right? Roxanne swept her sword in a whirling motion as dark green shockwaves killed all nearby monsters while her gaze remained on Inoran who was bathed in a whirl of pure and powerful energy due to her breakthrough. A white-bearded old man wielding a hammer laughed as he stood 10 meters away from Roxanne. You're not dreaming. That angelic lady destroyed that exceed rank Kraken. Who is she? Roxanne. He had a scar running across his face and was the most powerful legendary rank among the generals present here. I have no idea. Roxanne shook her head. But she is not an enemy. That's reassuring to hear. Ha ha ha. Let's kill those monsters. They are weakened now. 11. Meanwhile, Aleron stared blankly at the pieces of blood and gore of Kraken on the ocean. What about my one-shot skill? Brother? This is bullshit. That fucking octopus died instantly. That's it. I am going to possess that legendary rank Dark Hunt Seahorse and dominate that angel. I want her body. One of the two fish deep in the ocean shouted with madness in its eyes. Fine. Go, but don't use too much of your power. Hehe, I'll stay within the limit until you finish, brother. Off I go. Chapter 36, The Netherworld Royalty, Akuma, 1. Although Aleron lost his chance to use the skill he was creating, he still finished creating it. After 10 seconds and also finished cooking his ocular type skill to enhance his vision since he had already theoretically constructed this skill in his mind. This is good. Now I can inspect others thoroughly with this and observe everything. From afar easily, Aleron grinned as his eyes shone with a dreamy blue luster. I shall name it, Lapis Spirit Eyes. Lapis Spirit Eyes. Rank, SSS, Median. __ description, an eye-based power that enhances the user's vision, giving it multiple functions weaved by the user's secret knowledge of arcane. Effects. X-ray vision. Micro vision. Zoom in zoom out vision. Complete measurement of energy and aura. See-through magical phenomena. See-through physical/magical obstacles and layers. Skill parameters. Type, ocular type. Cost, depends on the effects used. Good. With this, I also won't make the mistake of using skills that might overpower and hurt others, Aleron thought with a smile. Since he would be able to measure a being's stats and potency, he would know exactly how much Magi lore he should use when he buffs someone again in the future. Looking towards the beach, Aleron used Lapis Spirit Eyes and could clearly observe everything. He looked at Roxanne and inspected her. Roxanne. Lifeform rank. Legendary. Race. Human. Physical stats. Strength, 12,740. Agility, 12,649. Health, 12,944. Stamina, 12,853. Magic stats. Magic potency, 12,704. Mana pool, 12,540. So her legendary life rune has a 30% boost to her stats. She must have a bloodline as well, but she is not using it to boost her stats at the moment. Maybe it consumes the so-called bloodline essence, which is generally limited and harder to produce if what I read in books is right. Of course, he couldn't be sure since this was reality. The magic system in this world was unlike anything he had read before, so it could be the same for bloodline. After looking at several people swiftly and using his eyes effect on them for inspection, he found the limits of this skill. To use this ocular type skill's effects on people for measurement, they had to be within 6 kilometers of him. He couldn't inspect anyone past the 6-kilometer mark from him. It was the same for zoom in vision. He would be able to zoom in on everything within 6 kilometers of him. My lord. Suddenly, Inoran arrived before Aleron like a beam of light and looked at him with her big eyes sparkling and a broad smile on her face. Master, I did good, right? Aleron couldn't help but pat her head seeing her expression and the way she asked as he laughed with mirth. Ha ha ha, you did good, Ino. Thanks to you only, Inoran grinned. Aleron laughed, you're too cute, ha ha ha. However, he suddenly saw Inoran's grin replaced by a frown as she looked below at the ocean. There's a malevolent aura below, master. Inoran's eyes glinted with gold as she used her ocular type skill to observe, feeling a clear sense of danger due to her intuition. Aleron also looked below and used his Lapis Spirit Eyes to observe, tracing the abnormal aura. Soon, he saw that it was coming from a 2-meter-tall black seahorse with dark violet patterns and scales. This seahorse's body was twitching and bending abnormally with a nefarious black aura different from its body's black color. This nefarious aura was oozing out from its eyes, nose, and cracks on its body that glowed with strange colorful hues. While he was observing, Darzak suddenly appeared beside him as well and looked below with a grave expression. This is bad, my lord. That's one powerful demon. Not just any demon, Inoran said, her expression somber. It's the highest class of demon in the netherworld hierarchy, also known as Akuma. They end up being the demon lords with minimal efforts due to their affinity with magic and powerful bloodline. They are the royalty of netherworld realms. Inoran and Darzax looked at each other and felt a connection they both shared with Aleron. Dax, she is my summon just like you. Aleron grinned and introduced Inoran. Inoran, the Angel of Divine Sunderer. Nice to meet you, Darzax nodded. Inoran also nodded placidly before looking below as her aura sharply rose. I need to measure it while your buff lasts, master. But prepare to escape at a moment's notice. After saying that, she immediately shot down into the ocean with her divine lance glowing intensely. My lord, staying here is dangerous. Inoran won't be able to kill that demon, but only by us sometime, Darzax said, his expression utterly serious. I had encountered an Akuma in my world and I am not joking when I say that I couldn't hold a candle against it and barely escaped due to my mastery in shadow teleport. Are you saying we can't do anything to it? Aelren's eyes widened. I'm afraid not. Demons already have resistance to magic in general, but Akumas are different, Darzax said while observing Inoran and Dark Hunt Seahorse. Magic obeys them. Aelren also looked below and was shocked to see that Dark Hunt Seahorse was evading Inoran's swift attacks and skills. How? That seahorse is legendary rank, but Inoran's physical stats are over 100k at the moment? Why is it able to evade Inoran's attacks? Akuma can possess others and significantly increase the physical and magical prowess of the one they possessed according to their power, Darzax informed. This is a specialty of Akumas. Normal demons can't do this. Suddenly, that Dark Hunt Seahorse's strangely warped colorful eyes glowed before a swirling black explosion occurred at Inoran's arm, destroying her arm as the lance she wielded in that hand was shot away from her. Inoran. Aelren shouted in panic. I need to create a healing skill. Dax, help her. That has been my intention from the start and I have finished preparing as well, my lord. Darzax's eyes swirled with dark green and red glow before he waved his staff. It appears that the general nature of Akumas is the same due to their superior inborn capabilities. The one I encountered was looking down on me which allowed me to escape and this one is doing the same. Chapter 37, The Netherworld Royalty, Akuma, 2. Death Binding. This should be able to contain that Akuma for a bit. Meanwhile, Inoran used her bloodline essence, healing her wounds swiftly and calling her lance back while the Akuma-possessed Dark Hunt Seahorse just watched her with a wide grin on its face without doing anything. Lovely, your bloodline nature is resistant to my nether power and you have much potential. Krahaha, how about you surrender your body to me and I won't torture you and your friends above. You should know that people like you are born to serve as our hosts, krahahaha. Inoran coldly grunted before her aura increased drastically, infusing her power in the lance. The veins on her body turned intensely red as she exerted the full physical strength that Aelren had buffed while using a powerful skill. Bitch. Akuma snorted upon seeing that and swiftly used its power. Her attack will affect me slightly due to the opposing attribute it has, humph, but you won't escape from me. In the next second, a blinding golden beam shot at it that was Inoran's lance and struck the Akuma who had wrapped itself in a black energy cloak pulsing with dark violet sparks. The lance broke Akuma's defense after clashing for 1 full second and exploded. However, Aelren was shocked to see that only cracks appeared on the monster's body instead of seeing it getting blasted into pieces. What the hell? It's too fucking tough. In the next second, the Dark Hunt Seahorse suddenly felt something and looked above, seemingly piercing its gaze and looking straight at Darzax. Bastard, you're dead soon, Akuma sneered while black chains wrapped around it with white skull patterns that glowed intensely. Inoran saw that Akuma was sealed and flew up like a beam of light before appearing beside Aelren. It won't contain that Akuma for long. We should escape, Inoran said with a grave expression. Can't I do anything about this? Aelren gritted his teeth. Inoran and Darzax looked at him. There's one way, Darzax said as he looked past Aelren, at Inoran. Inoran, if your strongest skill can be augmented by Lord's Magi Lore energy, that Akuma should die. Magi Lore. Inoran raised her eyebrows before surprise settled in her eyes. So that was the Magi Lore energy that boosted my physique. No wonder. You've heard about it before. Aelren asked. Inoran nodded. I've heard and read about it, but haven't seen it or witnessed anyone use it in my past life. I died in a war against demons, killed by an Akuma before I could get stronger. 5 seconds, Darzax said as his expression turned severe. 4. Inoran began preparing her attack skill right away. Aelren nodded with resolve and said, his fist clenched, let's kill that fucking Akuma. Master, I will prepare my skill, but it is up to you to use Magi Lore to augment it. I cannot control Magi Lore nor wield it, so you have to maintain that control. Got it. Aelren floated behind Inoran and put his hand on her shoulder. I am ready. 2. Darzax continued his countdown as he looked at the Dark Hunt Seahorse who had almost broken free of death binding. As expected, the effects of death bindings are useless against it. Right as the Akuma broke free, its Dark Hunt Seahorse body blurred and appeared right in front of the trio after a second, floating just 10 meters away from them. Its colorful eyes spiraled circularly with maddening excitement, but its eyes were not on Darzax or Inoran. Instead, they looked at Aelren. Magi Lore? Are you freaking shitting me? Die, Inorin coldly uttered as her lance glowed intensely before releasing a golden arrow boosted by Aleron's Magi lore. Fortunately, Aleron had monstrous control over Magi lore due to his unique Magi lore source. He managed to augment and control the attack perfectly. Boom! The Dark Hunt Seahorse was struck by the arrow, enveloping it in a bright golden sphere that disintegrated it completely. But, a creepy laughter rang that caused the expression of Inorin and Darzax to change drastically. Haha, ha 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 ha. What is this freaking body? This power source. Aleron's eyes swirled with colorful spirals as he manically laughed, his mind under attack by the Akuma as his body was possessed. Danger? Danger? Your mind is under attack and the soul is being eroded. Resist and fight against its influence, please. Do not give up. Do not give up. Fight against it. Do not give up. Fight against it. Do not give up. Fight against it. Aleron looked at the darkness that enveloped him, hearing the notification voices while feeling chilling yet burning pain. A pair of dark violet eyes with black and purple outlined heads appeared before him and laughed creepily. Brat, I don't know how you got such an otherworldly power, but it is mine now. Aleron looked at this horror while bearing the pain and soon understood his situation. I am possessed. If you don't want to get tortured, obediently give up and let me take over. Otherwise, I will torture you so much that you will beg for death of your mind and I still won't give you that relief. Akuma said in a jarring voice with a ruthless and diabolic grin stretching on its demonic face. Do not give up. Fight against it. Only Aleron's consciousness and Akuma were present in this mindscape, and if Aleron let Akuma defeat his spirit and will, he would completely lose his body. It also looked like the system voice and power to use the system was not available to Akuma enough though it was inside his body. I have to kick him out. While bearing the pain, Aleron's consciousness took the shape of his body as his eyes showed anger and determination. You bastard. You are not taking my body. Akuma's demonic face laughed out loud in response. You filthy human. There's not even the slightest chance of you to resist my influence and torture. Get ready to suffer in my hell. Akuma's face was warped creepily while grinning. Not just you. I will torture everyone close to you. Physically and mentally both. Krahahaha. Chapter 38, The Netherworld Royalty, Akuma, 3, Terror Show. Deep below in the ocean, the other Akuma called Azeroth had his mood changed upon sensing his brother's state. What in the cursed hell? He is already taking over a human when he knows it takes time if they resist and risks exposing himself when I am not even done. Trash. The fish-possessed Akuma started going deeper into the ocean. If he gets exposed and I am with him, I'll get screwed and fail my plan. Fuck you, a pooch. I'll have to lay low because of you. Bastard, you're on your own now. Azeroth vanished in the darkness of the ocean while working towards cutting his connection to the netherworld before doing anything else. My lord. Darzax trembled. Inorin suddenly shouted with bloodshot eyes as an asterisk-shaped golden circle appeared above Aleron who was floated with a strange grin and warped eyes. The skill Inorin used slapped onto Aleron, causing golden patterned linings to appear all over his body. With this, he won't be able to control Master's body and cough. Inorin coughed some blood as her aura appeared slightly weak. What happened? Rias arrived with a panicked expression after observing the anomaly that happened here upon seeing Aleron floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious and his aura feeble. She couldn't help but worry. Darzax snapped out of his daze as he had no time to blame himself for suggesting the idea of contending with the Akuma using Magi lore. Inorin, you know more about Akumas than me. Please tell us a way to save him, Darzax said while keeping his emotions in control, but his fists were still clenched tightly. And you should get treatment as well, you spent much of your bloodline essence for that seal, Darzax added. If your bloodline can help Lord Ale dash. It can't, Inorin shook her head before she carried Aleron in her arms before asking, where can we go to let him rest? I'll take us to the Lotus Dawn courtyard at fastest, Darzax said before the trio was enveloped in a shadow sphere and vanished. Ocean wrath was under control since no more monsters were emerging from the sea as well. There was no need for Inorin or Rias to stay there anymore. The biggest trouble was the Exceed-ranked Kraken who was buffing monsters and was about to attack, but it was already solved. In the Lotus Dawn courtyard's aesthetic wooden palace, Darzax, Inorin, and Rias emerged from a shadow sphere near the bed after traveling for a minute. Inorin put Aleron on the bed before sitting beside him, her voice filled with helplessness. We can't help him even if we want to. What do you mean? Darzax asked, his worry increasing at this negative news. I have heard about Akumas, Rias said, her eyes showing terror. It's in one of the oldest scriptures I read in the Light Dusk Academy. Akumas have two forms. One is physical and one is psychic, Inorin said, biting her lips. They either construct physical bodies themselves or possess others. Once they attempt to possess someone, they are locked in a battle against Akuma in their mindscape. We cannot interfere in that? Yes, I've read about this, Rias quickly nodded. According to the text I read, they were rulers of this continent before Goddess Elysia appeared and expelled them back to their realm called Netherworld. They can possess people after torturing their mind and soul, making them give up on their body. If Ale is possessed, then he needs to survive himself. Rias looked at Aleron, her eyes fretting, but I've never heard of anyone escaping their clutches once they possess someone. That will not happen, Darzax firmly said with his voice hoarse yet determined. That Akuma cannot make Lord Ale give up and defeat his will. I will go to the Light Dusk Academy right away and read more about this to find a solution. Rias clenched her fist and left hurriedly while saying, I'll contact Aile's comm card as soon as I find something. Thank you, Lady Rias, Darzax said while Inoran just nodded and looked back at Aleron to check his and her seal's status. Arg. Aleron was screaming while clutching his head in the midscape, his consciousness subjected to a hellish torture by a putsch. Give up, brat. That bitch sealed your body so I can't control it anymore, but it's just a matter of time. Give up and I'll let all of them live. A putsch's malevolent face turned bigger before Aleron, his demonic mouth opened wide and grinned, with Aleron's body floating between his black and violet cracked wicked fangs. If not, then you will see this picture that I will paint with your own hands. Aleron's consciousness was fluxed with images of Dawnstone Mountain and the royal palace, but it was different. He saw his own body possessed by this Akuma that was killing and torturing everyone, not sparing even a single living being. Aleron saw himself killing millions of people by unleashing infernal light violet flames that slowly burned people instead of killing them right away, giving them immense pain before granting death, not even sparing kids and babies. Darzax died, Inoran died, and Ricky died. The Akuma entered the demiplane and also killed everyone there. I'll put you in continuous despair as long as you resist, you cattle. A putsch grin twisted as he put more pressure and horror on Aleron's mind. The purpose of your birth is for me to take over your body. Accept your fate. Aleron saw all the despair and horror while subjected to pain, but never once did he produce a thought about giving up. What is he saying? Livestocks? This is my fate. Aleron's eyes opened as he stopped screaming and smashed his teeth, grinding as his barely opened eyes looked at the demonic entity's head that hovered over him. Bastard! A putsch angrily snapped and bit off Aleron's head, but a scream still echoed in the midscape as Aleron felt his head getting chewed while being alive and feeling horrendous pain. Since you want to see the real hell, then so be it. Once I break this seal on your body, you will watch as I put everyone around you and people in this city in despair at your own hands. I will paint that same despairing picture as you watch everything. Akuma nefariously spoke but soon clashed against Aleron's resistance. No, I won't let you do that. A putsch turned livid and started torturing Aleron without a break in all sorts of ways to inflict hellish pain. He should have given up by now, so why is he not giving up? No matter. You will break sooner or later as I continue. A putsch's eyes glinted sharply. This treasure of a body with an otherworldly magi lore source, I can't give up on this. That magi lore source is a treasure unlike anything I've seen. Once I get it, I will rise to become the most powerful demon lord in history. A maddening expression filled with greed and ambition plastered on a putsch's face as he continued to torture Aleron. Let's see how long you last, because I will not hold back even the slightest to get your body. A putsch's eyes swirled intensely. Out of all Akumas, only I encountered you. Your body is mine, and mine alone. But amidst the torture and pain that Aleron was enduring, a familiar voice rang that only he could receive in his consciousness. Good job for holding on and not giving up, Master. But this is not over yet. As you have reached the requirement with your soul, the protocol will activate. Soul awakening initiating. Once your soul awakens, it is up to you to defeat this Akuma. As long as you do not give into the despair and maintain your willpower, you will be able to fight against Akuma on equal grounds using soul force. It is up to you to sharpen your willpower by fighting off despair and improve your state of mind to empower your soul force and defeat him. All the best, my dear master. Chapter 39, The Netherworld Royalty, Akuma, 4, Kill Aleron? Rias didn't waste time flying to the Light Dusk Academy but directly used the teleport circle to reach there. Light Dusk Academy, the oldest, most active, and most powerful place on the Light Dusk continent. Only this place had the means to communicate with Goddess Elysia. Rias asked to meet with the Academy's principal right away and soon entered an aesthetic circular office with books on its walls, a big table at the center, and a balcony behind it on the 101st floor of the towering Academy building. It had 500 meters of width at the base and gradually got narrowed in size while going up, painting a majestic yet powerful picture due to its exotic crystal stone structure. It appears that you encountered a big trouble, my dear. The principal spoke with a gentle smile upon seeing Rias. She looked in her 40s, wearing a plain but fancily embroidered henna-colored robe mixed with black. Her black hair was folded into a bun with a light green-colored hairpin. Master Kadida, it is about Akuma, Rias said, her expression showing grave somberness. Upon hearing the word Akuma, even Principal Kadida's forehead creased. What about Akumas? She asked. Is there any way to help someone who is possessed by one? To aid them in expelling Akuma from the body? Principal Kadida narrowed her eyes, seemingly reading Rias's eyes. Why are you asking me this? Tell me clearly what happened. Rias bit her lips and answered, someone I know is possessed by an Akuma and fighting to survive. We have sealed the body so that Akuma can't use it for the time being. I am here to find a way to help him. However, Rias only saw Principal Kadida's expression turning grave and darkening. And where is he? In the palace. Why? Rias asked. Foolish. Kadida shouted as she stood up and slapped her hand on the table. Right after that, 4 scrolls flew out from different directions and floated before Rias as they opened. 73 years ago, an Akuma possessed a 10-year-old kid. Killed several legendary rank powerhouses and tens of thousands of people who lived in the town before it was killed by joint efforts of exceed rank powerhouses. 158 years ago, an Akuma possessed an exceptional rank young man. He killed 2 Exceed rank powerhouses, and thousands of other people before it was killed by joint efforts of 10 Exceed rank powerhouses using a powerful formation. Principal Kadida paused for a second before she added, the other 2 cases are even older, but when an Akuma possesses someone and gains a body, they can unleash their powers in a devastating manner. You have invited a disaster to your own home. That. Rias was shocked as she read the news. They die if we kill the body since possessing a body makes them connected, but it is a tough endeavor nonetheless, Principal Kadida sighed. But what do I do to save him? Rias asked while clenching her fist, her eyes begging, please, he is my partner chosen by Azure Shard Moon's trial key. I am here in the hope of receiving help. Principal Kadida looked at Rias, pity evident in her eyes as she shook her head. Rias, whoever is that got possessed, please kill him as soon as possible before the Akuma can use his body again. Rias covered her mouth. Why? I am already surprised that you all managed to seal the body to prevent the Akuma from using it, but it's only a matter of time, Principal Kadida said, her expression utterly serious. When it awakens, your royal capital will vanish and if left alone, millions will die. Take me there, I'll finish the job. Principal Kadida appeared before Rias, standing a meter away from her dead serious about killing Aleron. But. Rias's lips trembled. Rias, do you understand the situation? Principal Kadida grabbed Rias's shoulder, causing Rias to look at her eyes. It is an Akuma. Every time one appeared in the history, a horde of death followed in its wake. You are lucky that somehow you managed to prevent it from using the body it possessed even if it hasn't possessed it completely. However, it is only a matter of time. If we don't kill him now while we have a chance, even I won't be able to fight against it on my own. See, can you ask help from G-Goddess, please? Rias pleaded with watery eyes. To interfere here, she needs to pay a price. Unless the situation is out of hand, I can't ask for her help. Principal Kadida shook her head. This is the golden chance to kill that Akuma. Even if I talked with her, she would suggest the same thing. Principal Kadida looked at Rias's face turning blank at her answer and sighed as she patted Rias's head. Stay here, I'll go to Dawnstone Mountain and finish the job. You have no say in this matter now. Wait. Rias shouted just as Principal walked past her. What? Principal Kadida helplessly sighed. No matter what you say, the possessed must die before the Akuma gains control of the body. Please wait. Let him fight against the Akuma in Mindscape first. The body will be sealed for 15 hours, so can you wait please? Principal Kadida frowned and turned thoughtful for a moment before speaking. I have to see the status of the body myself to judge that. Rias quickly nodded with some hope in her eyes. Oh okay, let's go. Lotus Dawn Courtyard. Darzax was walking to and fro in the room while watching Aleron from time to time. Meanwhile, Inoran sat in a cross-legged position to meditate and recover. But both of them soon felt some magic pulse that attracted their attention. Inoran and Darzax looked at the balcony at the same time and saw Rias with an unfamiliar woman. Space power. Darzax raised his eyebrows. And she is, above Exceed, a primeval rank powerhouse. His eyes lit up in hope as he felt this powerhouse might be able to help Aleron. Mr. Darzax, Miss Inoran, this is the principal of Light Dusk Academy, Rias said with a slightly unnatural and worry-laced expression. Meanwhile, Kadida was also surprised to see 2 unfamiliar Exceed rank powerhouses in the room. Principal, these 2 call him their lord. Ale is very important to them and his background is also complicated. Kadida wanted to know more, but that wasn't the priority. She walked towards the bed and stood beside Aleron before putting her hand on his forehead. Inoran and Darzax looked at each other before looking back at Aleron and Principal Kadida. 10 hours, Kadida said as she took away her hand and looked at Rias. I'll go meet with your father and stay here for the time being. Rias bit her lips and nodded. Rias, your entire family and the population of this capital are at stake here. Don't do anything foolish. Rias heard Kadida's voice in her head before saw her vanishing from the room. What was that, Miss Rias? Darzax frowned. Inoran looked at Rias as well, seeking an answer. Rias's eyes spiraled as she stood with her head down. If I tell them the truth about what Principal wants to do, will they take Aleron and escape? I have to tell them the truth. Rias clenched her fists. If they can go back to Ale's world, they might find a solution there. Chapter 40, Clash of Wills, 1/2, Big Gamble, the Netherworld Royalty, Akuma, 5/5. There's a problem. Rias took a deep breath and continued. Principal Kadida wants to kill Ale before the Akuma takes control of his body. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees as Rias felt a chill crawling down her spine. Both Inoran and Darzax were stirred. But Darzax swiftly waved his hand as he enveloped Aleron and Inoran into a shadow sphere before sending them into the Eldertide Archipelago's door in his shadow pocket. Rias saw this but she continued what she wanted to say as she gripped the sides of her dress. I hope you find a solution or Ale wins against the Akuma. All the best. Thank you for informing us of this. Darzax indifferently nodded before he also vanished. Rias saw the room empty and sighed. I truly wish that you survive and win, Ale. 5 hours passed by in the blink of an eye, but it was an unknown amount of torturous time for Aleron. Why is he not screaming or shouting anymore? He should still feel this pain that cannot be blocked or get used to by one. Apuch frowned while he continued to torture Aleron's consciousness to inflict soul pain and showed him nightmares. Aleron's eyes barely opened again as his consciousness body was chained and getting tortured by Apuch's torturous attacks that directly affected his soul and mind. What are you looking at? Apuch shouted upon seeing those barely opened eyes before lighting up Aelren's body in black flames again. Aelren closed his eyes in pain again, but not a single wince or cry emerged from his soul. The only thing on his mind was to endure and not give up. He wanted to be happy, enjoy his life, and remove sadness from people around him while this demon wanted to use his body to spread suffering. I will not let you do that. Aelren's eyes barely opened again while being burned by the black flame. I am above you, demon. Aelren uttered, his eyes glaringly bright and fiery. You will never take my body. Apuch turned livid and started getting mad, using up more of his power and torturing Aelren. Damn it! Damn it! This bastard! Why is he not giving up? Doesn't he want to end his suffering? Damn it! Apuch calmed down after a while and checked Aelren's body before grinning ferociously. You will not give up until you see some real stuff. Just wait. I am going to break the seal as soon as possible and fucking kill everyone you hold dear. But suddenly, Apuch felt a surge of soul force and was startled. Soul awakened successfully. Aelren finally heard the voice again after an unknown amount of time he spent enduring the pain and torture. He already lost the sense of time due to the different types of pain and torture Apuch inflicted on him. However, the moment his soul awakened, he felt slightly eased up as some warm power felt in his control. Crack. The chains binding him broke. Apuch's eyes turned wide. Why you? How the hell did you awaken your soul? You are a fucking epic rank. Soul awakening was the main requirement of Exceed rank powerhouses if they wanted to break through to Primeval rank. As such, Apuch was indeed shocked to sense Aelren's soul awakening as soul force surged in his control. Akumas had super high resistance to magic, but not against soul force. Still, it was up to Aelren to empower his soul force via his willpower. Aelren felt a strange power in his control as he looked at Apuch and grated his teeth with fiery anger in his eyes. Swoosh! The black flames torturing him vanished as a white gold aura enveloped him. Apuch's face twisted in pure wrath and frustration due to things not going his way. He awakened his soul somehow and he can use soul force to fight against me? How? He is a fucking epic rank. How can he awaken his soul without anyone helping him? Does this world even have a method to awaken one's soul early? Aelren glared at Apuch as he tried to use his soul force to attack him, shooting a white gold ball at his face. However, the ball hit Apuch and simply shattered. Apuch's head twisted. Bastard, you think you can defeat me just because you awakened your fucking soul? You think you can win? Apuch shouted before he released a malefic wave of violet-black flame toward Aelren. The moment Aelren was hit, his eyes cracked and a scream released from his mouth as he felt pain unlike anything before. You think you can win against me? I have to scare him before he figures out soul force and grinds his willpower. Damn it. I will win. Aelren shouted as he stopped screaming and a burst of soul force unleashed that doused the malefic flame. He looked at Apuch with an indomitable expression and eyes filled with wrath. He is already powering up. Arg? Why? Apuch's head twisted and warped before his aura suddenly surged powerfully. Aelren was waiting for Apuch to attack him because he found out that if he endured Apuch's torture and stood strong against him, his soul force would increase in intensity. I have to get more powerful if I want to defeat him. However, Apuch's aura suddenly died down as he didn't do anything and just looked at Aelren with his twisted expression filled with anger. Trash, Aelren spat, his eyes disdainful. No matter what you do, you will not defeat me. Apuch's expression worsened, but he still didn't do anything. It was the first time he experienced this predicament. He had possessed bodies many times, but this was the first time he felt this much resistance. But I want this body, this precious body. Apuch's eyes whirled with madness. It's for me. That's why I encountered him. Aelren didn't know what Apuch was thinking, but he was ready to fight and stack his everything to win. I will win against this Akuma no matter what. Aelren thought with burning resolve. If I lose against this evil who actively wants to spread suffering, then may my soul receive eternal damnation. Gamble. Ding. Gamble accepted. Gamble quest. Task, initiate the clash of willpower against Apuch and win. Reward, 100,000 gacha points. Penalty, erasure of your soul, your existence. Aelren looked at Apuch, his eyes fierily burning as he wielded his soul force and attacked. Apuch. So be it. Apuch roared as his aura surged, not wanting to think anything other than to give his all to acquire this treasure of a body. Outside, Aelren's body started trembling as Apuch and Aelren clashed against each other in the mindscape. The nether aura oozing out of Aelren caused Inorin to frown. What's going on? Darzax asked in worry. The Akuma is going all out, this. Inorin put her hand on Aelren's head and was startled. Master has awakened his soul. But her expression soon turned somber. They've started battling and the Akuma is going all out. Master needs to endure and constantly get powerful by grinding his willpower and sticking to his ideal state of mind no matter what until he overpowers the Akuma. He will win. Darzax clenched his fist and kept his faith. Inorin nodded and looked at Darzax. We have to prepare. Since the Akuma is going all out, my seal will be broken soon, and even while fighting with Master, the Akuma can use his body to unleash uncontrolled attacks. To weaken Master's will and raise his chance of winning, he will do anything. Inorin's eyes turned cold. Like killing us all, and against his attacks, we won't survive. Can you increase the duration of the seal? And tell me if I can help in any way. I can empower the seal if I can recover my bloodline essence, but... Inorin sighed. Bloodline essence is hard to recover once used, but, Darzax frowned but his eyes soon glinted, we are in a secret realm. There should be resources here that can increase your recovery. Darzax looked at Inoran with determination, tell me the attributes of your bloodline and its grade, I'll go and search for resources. I need primeval grade resources of light attribute, holy attribute, and lightning attribute, Inoran said. She needed higher graded ones as her bloodline was of divine rank, but the secret realm wouldn't have it considering its limit was producing resources of primeval rank and below. Still, primeval rank ones were also enough to recover her bloodline essence. Darzax nodded, his dark green eyes filled with resolve, you focus on recovery while I go and search for it. You have 2 hours at most, Inoran somberly said, after 1 hour and 40 minutes, I will use the rest of my bloodline essence and squeeze every drop of it to empower the seal. Darzax's eyes trembled as he understood what her words entailed. She would sacrifice her life to empower the seal. He didn't say anything and just vanished from the room. This island doesn't have primeval grade resources. I have to search in other islands. Suddenly, he got a telepathic message from Ricky. Ricky, I'm done with my breakthrough to exceed rank. Darzax's eyes lit up. Darzax, trail my presence and meet up as soon as possible. The situation is dire. Lord Aleron's life is in danger. Ricky, what happened to boss? Darzax continued moving while answering Ricky. Darzax, you remember about the Akuma we encountered? Lord Aleron is possessed by one. But not completely. He is in battle, but until he wins, we have to protect the things he holds. Dear Ricky, what the fuck? Arg, alright. I am catching up as fast as possible. Darzax continued flying, his eyes resolved. We need to find resources and prevent Inoran from dying. If she died, then Lord would be sad and burdened given his nature, giving advantage to the Akuma. Even if he wins, he would still feel sorrowful that Inoran gave her life. No, this must not happen. Sorrow is something that wouldn't suit on my lord's face at all. Chapter 41, Goddess Palace, Joint Efforts, Clash of Will, Two Halves. Goddess Elysia's Palace. The resplendent palace of the goddess floated amidst billowing clouds of the softest white, its spires reaching toward the heavens like the outstretched fingers of an eager worshipper. Bathed in the gentle glow of golden sunlight, the palace exuded an aura of tranquility and majesty that captivated all who gazed upon it. The location of this palace was not on the light dusk continent nor in the skies of the Ardentia world. Instead, it was in the secret realm in possession of the goddess. Goddess Elysia sat on a couch in an open pavilion. The pavilion was in the middle of a lovely pond filled with beautiful fish. She was watching a cloudy screen that displayed beast folks of Northern Star Continent while occasionally taking a sip from a crystal cup she held in her hand. Just then, a light brown-haired girl in her 20s, wearing a white dress, arrived and respectfully said, Goddess, we found some traces of nether aura. Goddess Elysia's eyes moved towards the girl. Where? Light Dusk Continent. It appeared and vanished too. For now, I am unable to pinpoint its location. Goddess Elysia waved her hand dismissively. Someone will contact us if that Akuma creates troubles. Anything else? Bitch, the girl nodded with her head down. The last person who was summoned as a hero received the blessing of Aronix Ranger, but it was scattered and returned to us. What should I do about it? What happened? Goddess Elysia raised her eyebrows. Aronix Ranger is a top-tier blessing on my list. The kingdom that summoned the hero should also know its value. We don't know for sure, but we can guess that they tried to extract the blessing and then the container must have broken. I just checked and found that the kingdom's capital where the hero was summoned is also no longer there, as if someone unearthed it. Goddess Elysia turned her head back to the screen and nonchalantly said, give the blessing to some other human. Our goal is to initiate this war, so focus on it. Bitch. The girl cursed the goddess in her mind again while nodding outside. Understood. She left the garden and returned to a hall where many other girls were playing video games and table games like pool, snooker, and table football. Yuzu, did you finish reporting? Come on, help me beat your rally. Yuzu swept her gaze around the hall, her eyes filled with helplessness. Why was I even summoned here? Curse my life, Yuzu sighed as she missed her previous life. I was CEO of the best cosmetic company, and now I am serving this slut bitch Hoi goddess who doesn't care about anything but her gains. Sigh, curse my life. Yuzu walked towards the Street Fighter arcade machine and snorted, get up. Yay, Master of Street Fighter is here. Milky bitch, you're dead. I've mastered this character, ho. Today is the day Yuzu loses, he. What have you done, Rias? In the meeting chamber of the royal palace, Principal Kadida admonished Rias, her expression part angry and part helpless. Rias. King Longinus frowned. Where did they go? You should at least tell us that. Do not worry, Rias shook her head. I've taken an oath to keep his background a secret, so I cannot tell you where they went. However, they are currently not in Ardentia world. That is all I can say. Principal Kadida frowned. Even if they are in a secret realm, Akuma can still exit and return here. Rias, you are showing irrational behavior. King Longinus's eyes narrowed, his tone stern. The best course of action was to kill him right there and then to put down that Akuma. Rias looked at her father and Principal Kadida, who nodded in agreement with what her father said. After staring at them for 2 seconds, her eyes showed assertiveness and her bearing changed as she coldly said, you two are being irrational, not me. You are unable to trust words and my judgment because that Akuma made you irrational. Do you think I can't even make a decision to handle a situation in which a great amount of lives are stacked? Rias didn't wait even after she finished speaking and left the chamber with a surge of her aura. King Longinus and Principal Kadida were dumbfounded. It was the first time Rias had spoken to them like this. However, the weight behind her words hit them hard. Despite being just 19 years old, she had great accomplishments and never once she had failed them. She had always exceeded their expectations. Nothing we can do now. At least, the possessed is not here anymore, so we don't have any immediate danger, King Longinus said. Principal Kadida wryly smiled and nodded. I'll be around here for the next 15 hours in case it arrives. Did you start preparing for it? King Longinus asked and bowed before he continued. I shall aid in however I can. No need, Principal Kadida waved her hand. My people are working on creating a formation. Already. Thank you, King Longinus remained bowed and thanked her. Principal Kadida nodded with a smile. Where's your father? Still at the same place. Yes, King Longinus weakly smiled. If you could visit him. It's time. Inoran was meditating while Aleron's body had cracks on it that glowed colorfully while oozing out another aura, a dark navy blue mist-like aura with a black hue. It whirled and floated around the body. 1 hour and 35 minutes. Inoran counted. 5 minutes later, she would have to strengthen the seal or Aleron's body would be controlled by Akuma, who would go on a killing spree to disturb and weaken Aleron's will. Inoran was counting while meditating, and just as another minute passed by, the shadow attached to the window stirred and expanded before it spewed out Darzax and Ricky. Both of them were gravely injured, with Ricky's only right hand remaining while Darzax's body was riddled with holes that he was mending. However, Darzax released a bunch of resources from his shadow pocket before Inoran while grunting painfully. Inoran was shocked. Both of them were on the verge of death? Ricky had already lost his consciousness and was barely alive. But 2 Death Lords soon arrived before one of them melted into a strange darkness that enveloped Ricky entirely before shaping into a cocoon. Dark sacrifice. Darzax's dimmed eyes lit up slightly as he used the skill. He looked at Inoran and forced out a smile. We will recover soon. Just make sure nobody dies. Nobody. The other Death Lord, who was the formal court mage, also melted into a strange darkness that enveloped Darzax before turning into a cocoon. Leave it to me, Inoran firmly nodded as a tiny drop of blood oozed out from her finger. Before it glowed and released string that stuck to all the resources of lightning, holy, and light attributes in front of her. She started absorbing their powers into her bloodline source and started recovering her bloodline essence swiftly. In a minute, she recovered fully, and still a batch of resources was left that could recover her bloodline essence by 23%. They worked hard. I am on the verge of breaking the seal, trash. Just wait a bit and you will see me slaughtering everyone. Aleron roared as he gave his all, his soul force whirling around him and fighting off as his will. And Akuma's will clashed against each other. I have to defeat him before he controls my body. I won't let anybody die because of my failure. Aleron's eyes pierced towards Akuma without backing down. This bastard. Apuch was livid as he was getting pushed back. Just wait, just wait. He released all of his power to break the seal while doing his best to pierce through Aleron's soul force to hurt him more. However, he sensed something after a few seconds, which caused his eyes to tremble violently. Arg? Damn it. Damn it. How dare you seal it again? Bitch, bitch. Aleron's eyes shone as he also sensed it now that he had awakened his soul. Aside from soul force, a new type of energy, he also gained a new type of sense that could let him perceive things broadly and in depth. He could see that his body was sealed again. They are doing their best and believe that I can defeat him. Aleron's eyes burned with resolve while a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Akuma, I will win over you. Chapter 42, System Upgrade, Apuch's Fate. No. Apuch screeched and shrilled, but that was not enough to overpower Aleron's will that was overpowering his will. Things didn't go according to his plan at all, and instead of disturbing Aleron, Apuch himself was disturbed by his own undoing. No. Apuch screamed as the bright brilliance of Aleron ate up all of his darkness. Aleron roared and gave his everything, lightening up the mindscape with a dreamy golden brilliance resulting from his sharpened willpower that fueled his soul force. Apuch's expression finally changed from madness and ferocious to horrified as he felt his end nigh. If he lost and let that brilliance consume him, he would die. Forever and ever? His psyche would vanish. I don't want to die. He didn't want to die. And so, he gave up. Aleron felt all restrictions on him vanishing and got back control of his own body, while his senses also returned to normal from being trapped in the mindscape. His eyes abruptly shot open as he saw the familiar ceiling of the royal bedchamber. As if he had stored air within him for long, he exhaled strongly before sitting up on the bed. Master. Aleron turned to the left and saw Inoran was already wrapping her arms around his back before feeling a warm and reassured hug. My lord. Aleron looked at his left side and saw 2 slightly transparent black cocoons with Darzax and Ricky in them. Nothing, my lord. Darzax smiled with gladness in his eyes. I knew you would win and return. Easy peasy for the boss. Ricky tried his best to grin, but it looked comical due to his messed up face. Inoran looked at Aleron with teary eyes and nodded while smiling as she uttered with her lips wiggling, welcome back. Aleron's smile couldn't be any broader and his eyes moved to tears as he felt just how much he meant to them. I am back. Aleron used Magi lore and created the best healing skills possible for angel like Inorin and undead like Darzax and Ricky. Due to Magi lore's potency and how Aleron had an unlimited amount of it, he put the trio in different healing bubbles. Arriving at the balcony's edge, his hand rested on the wooden fence as he looked at the lively necropolis, beast folk village, and the 2 moons of this secret realm's sky while his smile remained constant. Everything is good, everyone is fine. And I am alive and well. Aleron laughed. It was a laugh of triumph. He won against a powerful foe and saved the day. System upgrade is available. You're in a hurry, eh? Aleron cheekily grinned and looked at the system panel. Ultimate Gacha System. Level 1. Gacha points, 100,520. Hehe. Aleron gleefully giggled at the number of gacha points. System upgrade. 10,000 gacha points have been used to upgrade the system. Aleron felt an otherworldly feeling enveloping him as if his own existence was being elevated. But it only lasted for a brief moment. Ultimate Gacha System has been upgraded to level 2. 3x banner slots have been added. A new function has been unlocked: banner adjustment. You can remove a banner pool and replace it if your banner slots are filled up. The feature banner pond has been unlocked in the gacha room. 2 banner prints that can turn into banner pools are available to invoke. 1. Arsenal of elemental armaments. 2. Exotic demons of netherworlds. Whoa. Aleron's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, Aleron saw a cute transparent blue slime with golden pulsing patterns in his mind. Master, I am Gachapi. Nice to meet you. The slime sounded polite and formal, but it had no facial features like eyes or mouth. It only had patterns that pulsed as it spoke in its cute voice. Aleron was surprised. Gachapi, so you are the system. Gachapi, yes, master. Do you want me to invoke both banner prints? Aleron smiled and nodded. Invoke both of them. Aleron got the notifications immediately. A new banner pool has been created, Arsenal of Elemental Armaments. A new banner pool has been created, Exotic Demons of Netherworlds. Gachapi, master, what do you want me to do to the rat that is hiding in your sea of consciousness? Apuch, who was hidden and left only a bit of his psyche soul after losing against Aleron, was horrified. How did he find me? I fucking hid well and I am on the verge of dying. Aleron sneered. He had already sensed its presence but was ignoring it to see if it was going to do anything. Essentially, it was trapped in him now, and he also felt that it would be easy to kill Apuch completely by using Magi lore and soul force in tandem. It was true that Akuma had great resistance to magic, but Magi lore was a different story. This was also why he, Darzax, and Inorin tried to kill Apuch by booting Inorin's attack with his Magi lore, though they failed, and he possessed Aleron upon sensing Magi lore in him. However, now that they were no longer locked in the battle of wills and Apuch was on the verge of dying, Aleron could easily end Apuch's life by combining his soul force with Magi lore. Apuch sensed Aleron's attention on him via his consciousness and visibly let out a trembling wavelength filled with fear. Don't kill me, please. Apuch pleaded. In front of death, Apuch didn't keep any pride or reservation. Survival was his top priority, so he begged without holding back. However, Apuch only felt frigid coldness assaulting him in response to his begging. You don't think twice when it comes to spreading suffering, so don't think that I'll release you by granting you death. For Aleron, death was a flexible freedom. To those whose lives were suffering with no end, it was a good freedom. To those who were spreading suffering to others, it was a wasted freedom. Aleron didn't want to give this Akuma its freedom. He didn't deserve it. You will live, Apuch. Aleron icily looked at the tiny black-violet wisp with 2 tiny eyes and a mouth with grey fangs, looking feeble and cowardly. From now on, your existence must continue to spread prosperity instead of suffering for as long as you live. Aleron coldly snorted and added, stay in this corner and taste some of the pain you've been inflicting on others while I think of some ways to use you. Aleron used Magi lore and created a torturous spell of fire attribute and lightning attribute, with the intention to inflict pain, but low damage. He added a minimal healing effect in it to keep it alive and offset the low damage of the torture spell. Arg. If I can get him under my complete control, that would be best. Aleron focused back on the banners afterward and reverted to his jolly mood after putting Apuch in the back of his mind. Alright, Gachapi. Let's summon right away. Aleron rubbed his palms and eagerly used up the free ticket of Arsenal of Elemental Armaments. As this is your first summon of this banner, you will summon an item from the highest category of this banner pool. Looking at the exotic weapons, armor, and various items in the whirling pool, Aleron was excited. A powerful item incoming. After a few seconds, one of the items spewed out of the whirling pool a dark purple bow, glistering with dreamy silver and black patterns. Congratulations, you have summoned a primeval rank weapon, Echostorm Starwink. Bow. Chapter 43, Op Bow Weapon, Exotic Demon, Echostorm Starwink Bow. Rank, Primeval, Peak. Description, a bow forged with the Cradle Star method that requires the sacrifice of an entire star. In this case, it was forged in the center of the elemental star Velter with added conceptual power by the crafter, possessing the power to unleash devastating arrows far and wide, capable of raining a storm of destruction based on the user's ability to design arrows that can utilize the bow's power. Weapon parameters. Attributes, sound, lightning, wind. Concepts, echo. Attack power, prime 500,000. Effect, S Echo Mirage, Vorpal Point, Star Wing Stand. Damn, forging a bow using a star, what the? Aleron was dumbfounded as well as thrilled, but he also wanted to properly understand this bow's power and its parameters, so he readily asked Gachapi about it. What is that echo concept, Gachapi? Gachapi, that's something only Ascendant rank powerhouse can delve into, master. You won't be able to understand right now. However, the Echo Mirage effect is there thanks to this concept. Ascendant rank? Is that one rank higher than primeval rank? Gachapi, yes, master. The one who forged this bow was a powerful Ascendant rank being. The star used as its base material was mini and could only forge it up to primeval rank, but he still added his own conceptual power to it for additional effect, which is that Echo Mirage. Sounds so cool, Aleron's eyes sparkled. Gachapi, this weapon is the most powerful one you could get from this banner pool in terms of raw power. What is its attack power? How powerful is Prime 5? Gachapi, once you reach primeval rank, the stats of a primeval rank being is quantified like this. Aleron soon saw a panel of stats. Physical status. Strength, Prime 1, 100,001/500,000. Agility, Prime 1.5, 150,001/500,000. Stamina, Prime 2, 200,001/500,000. Health, Prime 2.5, 250,001/500,000. Soul status. Soul potency, Prime 3, 300,001/500,000. Soul force, Prime 3.5, 350,001/500,000. Arcane status. Magic potency, Prime 4, 400,001/500,000. Mana energy, Prime 4.5, 499,999/500,000. So the difference between Prime 4.5 and Prime 5 is just 1 point, but there should be some significance attached to it. He also understood all the ranks until primeval rank and their stat level after watching this. Mortal due to 100 kill monster. Adept C 101 to 500 awaken innate talent. Exceptional, B 501 to 1000, epic awakening. Epic, A 1001 to 5000, legendary awakening. Legendary, S 5001 to 10,000, exceed life evolution. Exceed X 10,001 to 100,000 soul awakening. Primeval, Prime 100,001 to 500,000. I'll save this chart in my mind. Thanks, Gachapi. Basically, I can shoot anyone below primeval rank and give them flexible freedom with this bow, Aleron grinned. Apuch trembled as he was watching everything. Crazy, crazy, what kind of power this guy has? And what flexible freedom? Suddenly, Apuch greatly regretted targeting a lunatic like Aleron, who didn't even despair against his torture and pain, even won against him, and was already behaving like this even though he had just gone through a life and death struggle. Alas, he didn't know he would encounter such a setback and turn his life upside down. Oh yeah, so I need to create arrows for this bow myself, right? Yes, you need to create arrow form skills that can synergize with the bow and utilize its power, though this should be a piece of cake for master. Of course, I specialize in cooking skills, Aleron grinned. After all, Magi Lord of Arcane Lapis and his talent allowed him to cook magic limitlessly as he could devour magical knowledge of any kind and use it to design skills with his creativity. Gachapi, indeed. However, I am afraid that your physical prowess is not enough to wield this bow. It is quite heavy and requires at least 155,000 points in all physical stats to wield this bow. Damn, Aleron smacked his lips. But there should be a way around this, right? Like using my endless Magi lore to offset this requirement in some way, like creating powerful magic gloves or something like that. Gachafi, as expected of my master, you can indeed use Magi lore in the way you have imagined. With your current magic potency, you should use 1,350,000 Magi lore and design it into magic gloves as you said or superimposing arms to wield the bow with ease. Alright, that's decided. Aleron looked at the bow's parameters and wanted to try it, but he had more things to do before he moved to test it. Now then, it's time to summon a netherworld guest. Aleron grinned and opened the banner pool of exotic demons of netherworlds. Aleron used the free summoning ticket that comes with every new banner and eagerly watched this banner's dreadful whirlpool showing visages and appearances of exotic demons. In action, one of them suddenly pounced out and manifested outward. Congratulations, you have summoned A/N. Hello everyone, so I have a plan to hold a very cool event regarding the new banner pond function of Gacha Room. It's super fun, trust me XD, but before that cool event, we'll hold a mini event about this banner of exotic demons of Netherworld. The mini event is over. Join Discord for better communication. The Discord server's address is in the comments and below both. https://discord.gg/a4jxsqbctd. Chapter 44, Arentel, Abyssal Demon of Depthless Gloom, new crazy function? Congratulations! You have summoned Arentel, the Abyssal Demon of Depthless Gloom primeval rank. Aleron saw a shadow cast over him as a figure manifested from liquidy sparks of dark blue, black, and dark green. Whoa! Aleron's eyes sparkled as he looked up and saw an eccentric figure forming 3 meters away from the balcony's edge. The exotic aura soon shaped into a 2-meter-tall humanoid figure with an octopus-like head, but his dark blue tentacles were formally settled around his neck as they faintly glowed with black patterns. He wore a black patterned blue suit, held a cane in his left hand, and had a pair of round glasses on his beady dark green eyes that slowly opened. Upon looking at Aleron, he felt a whole life flashing before his eyes before they settled on a particular emotion: gratefulness. That gratefulness turned into pure devotion towards this being before him that granted a new meaning to his lost existence. My lord, Arental is at your service. Aleron broadly grinned and nodded. Welcome to the family. Inspect. Aleron used his inspection skill and checked out Arental's status while asking, so, what is your specialty? Tell. Arental, Abyssal Demon of Depthless Gloom. __ Speciality, Demonic Herald Nether Arts, Master of Depthless Gloom, Lord of Deep Blue, Abyssal Champion. Race. Exotic Demon. Bloodline. Netherite Abyssal Depthless Gloom. Lifeform Rank. Primeval. Physical Status. Strength, Prime, 4. Agility, Prime, 3.5. Stamina, Prime, 4. Health, Prime, 4.5. Arcane Status. Magic Potency, Prime, 4.5. Mana Energy, Prime, 4.5. Soul Status. Soul Potency, Prime, 4.5. Soul Force, Prime, 4.5. Innate Talents. Abyssal Pawns, Depthless Evolution, Nether Gloom Tree. So powerful. Aleron's eyes sparkled. I wonder what kind of crazy things he can do. My lord, I shall send you information on my special spells and capabilities, so you can make apt use of me, Arental said with a smile, using his free hand to put it on his chest and bowing slightly as he arrived beside Aleron like a hazy dark bluish-black mist. In the next second, Aleron felt a familiar energy in a new way entering him with Aaron's intention, which he could clearly read. Soul Force. Aleron accepted the information package as he learned of Aaron's capabilities. Damn, so he has a herald of demonic creatures that he had evolved based on his unique magic and bloodline. Such crazy spell. Aleron's eyes lit up in brilliance as he got an idea. Aaron, I have a job for you. Can you investigate an ocean for me? Also, make a route to cross it as well. Ocean is my territory. If you wish so, my lord, I can pour out an entire ocean if you want to build your territory on it or below it as well. Arental lightly laughed and adjusted his glass, his eyes showing confidence and pride. Investigating one is just a matter of time and no difficulty for me, my lord. Great. Then let's go out of this secret realm. I'll show you that ocean, Aleron grinned. Arental looked above at the secret realm's sky and nodded before saying, this world is also filled with mysteries in the ocean and islands. How about I send out one of my most capable subordinates to investigate the water around this island? Aleron welcomed that prospect with a laugh. Awesome, do it. Arental waved his cane, creating an abyssal whirlpool of strange dark water 10 meters away in the sky. Aleron looked at it and saw a 2-meter-long and 3-meter-tall anglerfish, with a ghastly dark blue fishing pole projecting from its head 2 meters away that a hung dreamy bluish glowing orb. However, Aleron could only see the fishing pole briefly before it vanished and the glowing orb just ghastly hung 2 meters away from it. Its 10 eyes of uneven size and strange slash and curvy patterns on its exotic body of dark blue and dark green colors only highlighted its terrorizing appearance. This fish actually floated in the air while having a strange wave of dim hazy black waters below it, and arrived before Arental while swimming on it. What orders do you have for me, master? Scary but cool. Aleron was amazed at this creature and inspected it with shiny eyes. Insanguis. Lifeform Rank. Primeval. Physical Status. Strength, Prime, 2.5. Agility, Prime, 2.5. Stamina, Prime, 2.5. Health, Prime, 2.5. Arcane Status. Magic Potency, Prime, 3.5. Mana Energy, Prime, 3.5. Soul Status. Soul Potency, Prime, 4. Soul Force, Prime, 4. Innate Talents. Madness Well, Sweet Bait, Comfort of Doom. Insanguis, tame all aquatic creatures around the island and investigate the strange source of magic I am sensing near this island in the depths. Insanguis nodded as its orb bulb lit up ghastly. Understood, master. A second later, the fish strangely dived into the magical water that was just several inches thick and vanished along with the water. But it appeared at the edge of the island, right inside the ocean. We can go now, my lord, Arental said with a smile. Boss. Suddenly, the room's door opened and Aleron saw Odar entering. This. Odar was startled upon seeing 3 dreamy bubbles, each holding a person inside. He recognized Darzax and Ricky, but Inoran was a new one. You recovered? Good, Aleron grinned as he looked at Odar. Thanks to you, boss. Odar walked towards Aleron. His gaze also landed on Arental and he gulped. Somehow, he felt that this being with an octopus-like head was the most scary and powerful being so far. We are going outside, so come if you want to. I'm going to meet with Rias to tell her that everything is fine before completing some minor tasks I have in mind. Aleron already knew about everything from Inoran and he was grateful that Rias chose to believe him by telling Inoran and Darzax about Principal Katata's plan. It seems that many things happened while I was recovering in sleep, Odar wryly smiled. While scratching his head, Aleron pointed his index finger at Odar and sent everything into Odar's mind using his soul force, filling up the blanks. Odar's jaw dropped to the ground as he saw everything. from Aleron entering the academy, sparring briefly, and Ocean Wrath's subjugation to the Akuma possessing Aleron and him winning. When he snapped out of his thought, he was already in the Lotus Dawn courtyard, inside the room where Aleron was previously resting. Arentel, you can show off your aura subtly for the powerhouses to let them know your power, Aleron said with a grin. Arentel smiled and nodded. Understood, my lord. He was a primeval rank powerhouse and someone who had lived for hundreds of years. Aleron told him briefly about his situation, and that was all he needed to know to serve his lord to the best of his ability. Let's chill here while Rias arrives. Aleron sat down on the sofa chair before taking out his comm card. Rias, who was in contact with Selena to get awareness of the situation at the beach and forest, suddenly saw her comm card beeping with Aleron's name and was surprised. Rias, Selena, since everything is fine and stabilized, you all can return whenever you want to. Selena, alright. Rias quickly cut off the call and accepted Aleron's call. Aleron, what's up, Rias? I defeated that Akuma, so everything is fine now. I am in the courtyard and waiting for you. Come soon when you are free. Rias, why you won. Rias's heart skipped a beat before racing faster. He won. Aleron, of course, ha ha ha. Anyway, I am cutting off the call. Come here when you are free. Aleron put away the comm card before putting his focus on the main dish as his eyes shone. He opened the gacha room and looked at the new function that unlocked Banner Pond. I wonder what kind of function is this. Aleron opened it and was met with a bunch of sections and bars. Gachapi also appeared nearby as its voice echoed. Gachapi, Master, this banner pond can allow you to create a limited banner of your choice. With 10 summons. It costs 10k gacha points to create one, and you also need to buy its tickets, but by filling up those brackets to specify what kind of banner and summons you want from it, it will produce that banner. Aleron was stunned into dizziness. Create a banner of his imagination? For real? This was crazy? Are you kidding me? Gachapi tilted its head to the side. Of course not, Master. A/N, hee, I'm sure you've understood what we can cook with this. Yes, we can cook limitlessly while I still weave the story for our exotic journey. Anyhow, I will create the first limited banner myself to show you its functionality, but for the next one, I shall allow one of you to cook it. I will announce when I will start this event, how to participate, and how to win later. For now, just enjoy the ride, wink. Chapter 45, Banner Pond, Wang Yueha. Banner Pond. General theme, ______________. Power structure type. Existence theme, _________________________________. World background theme, _________________________________________________________________________________________ Aleron looked at this and was a bit confused. Gachapi, what do you write in those brackets? Gachapi, you can simply tap on the banner pond and use your imagination on what you want. The data on brackets will fill up automatically. Unlike other banners, the summons of this banner will be pure and new in existence, be it items you want, new kinds of beings, unique beasts of your imagination, or anything you want. Oh, Aleron's eyes shone. So it's easy to use, eh? Alright, let's do it. Aleron tapped on the banner pond and began cooking. I want someone other than a wielder of magic. Since I can create anything, then I am getting a lot of ideas. I wonder if I can imagine a world of various animes and get original characters. How about Power Rangers type characters? Damn, if I can elevate their power structure with my imagination to contend against these magical beings, it would be awesome too. Oh wait, I know what I want. Aleron grinned, Eastern fantasy immortals and martial artists? Xiangxia and Wuxia. Alright, time to imagine and cook. Soon, the brackets started filling up. Banner Pond. General theme, Eastern fantasy. Power structure type, Qi cultivation. Existence theme, random Wuxia and Xiangxia type, not limited to living beings. World background theme, based on random Wuxia and Xiangxia worlds. Done. Aleron looked at the filled up brackets as he finished cooking in his mind. Gachapi, yes, Master. Do you want to spend 10k gacha points to create a banner based on this? Aleron replied affirmatively and eagerly waited as the pond started glowing. Soon, a mysterious rectangular wooden board with aesthetic calligraphy on it emerged from the pond. Congratulations. A new limited banner has been created, Yin-Yang Martial Convergence. The banner settled in the last and 6th spots of the banner slots and Aleron wasted no time in summoning from it. He didn't get a free ticket with this, but the price was the ticket was 500 and he still had 80k gacha points. Gachapi, the first summon won't be of the best category, but you will at least get the best category of summon 1 or 2 times out of 10 summons. Got it. Spending 5,000 gacha points, Aleron bought 10 tickets for this limited banner and initiated the first summon. From the whirlpool that depicted the wonders and aesthetics of Xionia and Wuxia, a figure emerged from and arrived in front of Aleron, causing the room temperature to go down several degrees as her presence established. Congratulations! You have summoned Wang Yueha, the Azure Moonlit Lady. Yueha's eyes appeared confused after the initial indifference coldness, but the mysterious bond she shared with Aleron was reeling prominently in her, telling her that he was the meaning behind her existence. Whoa, so you beautiful. Aleron's eyes widened and sparkled as he looked at this otherworldly beautiful woman. Her figure was covered in a white-blue hanfo with beautiful blue patterns. Despite being fully covered, it was plain to see that her figure was perfectly shapely, her skin peach pale with highlights of her running blood, especially on her white cheeks which had faint hints of red. Her gorgeous black hair calmly rested behind her as the beautiful jade pin held them in a pretty hairstyle while leaving 2 locks of hair flowing down from each side of her head, which only increased the purity of her appearance. Wang Yueha couldn't help but blush upon hearing Aleron's words and put her head down as she spoke. Thank you for the compliment. A strange power source. Arentel was surprised. He had never seen a power source like this lady had, but he still felt a subtle threat from her. Meanwhile, Aleron also inspected her and was surprised. Wang Yueha, __ speciality, 9 mystic moonlit cultivation technique, divine frost veil physique, alchemist lord, race, human, eye bloodline, moonlit frost veil spirit fairy, life form rank / stage, primeval / spirit chi lord, physical status, strength, prime, 4.5, agility, prime, 4.5, stamina, prime, 4.5, health, prime, 4.5, chi status, chi core, prime, 4.5, chi si, prime, 4.5, soul status, soul potency, prime, 4, soul force, prime, 3.5, arcane status, magic potency, 0, mana, 0, innate talents, celestial reverie eyes, veil of azure moon, lunar crescent martial spirit. Wow, so you must have a bunch of cultivation methods and techniques, right? Aleron asked. With shining eyes, Wang Yueha slowly nodded while looking at Aleron's excited eyes, affected by his enthusiasm, and smiling. I do have them, master. Awesome, Aleron said with a laugh. I want to learn from you later. Suddenly, Wang Yueha and Arentel looked at the door of the room before Rias burst inside. By opening, her eyes looking for Aleron which she quickly found among some strangers. Ale. He really won against the Akuma. Yes, Aleron grinned and nodded. I am completely fine and way better than before, with 2 additional family members in my journey. Ha ha ha. Wang Yueha's eyes flashed as she looked at Rias and felt a subtle prick. It seems that she likes Master Aleron. Calling him by nickname means they are close to, I guess. Come, let me introduce you two to her. As such, Rias spent the next 5 minutes absorbing some more shocking facts and digesting them, causing Aleron to look more mysterious in her eyes. Aaron, can you move us speedily to the ocean in the north? Aleron asked. All right, Arentel nodded and tapped his cane on the room's floor before everyone suddenly saw the scenery around them changing, finding themselves in a mysterious, sparkling water bubble with dark blue and blue waters outside it. What kind of power is this? Wang Yueha was shocked. This is a different world, Aleron said with a chuckle. You are using chi as your power source, but people use magic and mana. Wow. Yueha's eyes sparkled further as she could sense the movement of space that Arentel displaced using his power, which was related to water but also something else. I can't understand this. In the next second, the bubble plopped and the group found themselves standing above the waters near the starlit ocean's shore. So this is the ocean I need to investigate? Interesting, Arentel nodded as he looked at the horizon that stretched this ocean far and wide. I sense monsters of primeval rank and some other strange things far away in the depth. Primeval rank. Aleron was startled. Will this trouble you? Arentel chuckled lightly and shook his head. Worry not, my lord. It is only a matter of time before I make this ocean into my territory. Rest assured and give me several days. I shall clear all obstacles and make crossing this ocean into an entertaining journey for you, my lord. Rias and Odar watched with dumbfounded expression upon hearing that statement. I'll protect master while you are away. Wang Yueha arrived behind Aleron and put her hands over his shoulders before crossing them on his chest and smiling. He also wants to learn chi cultivation and I want to learn magic. Oh my god. Aleron internally screamed at how soft and pushy her bosom felt when she wrapped her arms like that. Cough, then we all can go to the Longinu's Academy, Rias said as she adopted a professional smile. Miss Yueha, you can also learn there since Aleron wanted to learn magic there. Good idea, we can all go there, Aleron said with a laugh. But before that, I want to visit all the libraries of magic you have in your palace, Rias. Of course, Rias happily smiled. Arentel looked at the group as he couldn't help but smile at their reactions. Lord is in for some fun or burn, ha ha ha. Alright, I shall take my leave and begin my work. I am sending you all back to the room. Arentel lightly slammed his cane on the water before everyone except him was enveloped in a big bubble again and arrived back in the room. Alright, let's go, Aleron said with a grin before he remembered something and turned to Rias, tell me who knows about my Akuma situation that everything is alright and Akuma is no more less they continue to worry. Actually, I already told 2 people who knew about this, Rias said with some hesitance. My father told me to bring you to the palace to meet you. The emperor? Haha, alright. Let's go and meet him. I'll use those summoning tickets later. As for 75k gacha points that I still have, going with Gachapi's suggestion is best, so I'll go with it. Chapter 46, Arranging a Deal. Aleron, Yueha, and Rias went to the royal palace to meet with the emperor while Odar returned to the secret realms since the epic rank pills to increase stats were ready. Entering the royal palace, Rias led Aleron and Yueha to a garden at the back where the emperor and empress of Longinu's empire were having tea. As Aleron, Ueha, and Rias entered the garden, the duo looked at them out of curiosity. White hair with some strands of black at the side. That anomaly aside, he doesn't look that impressive, Emperor Longinus thought upon seeing Aleron, but the moment his eyes laid on Wang Ueha, he almost dropped the teacup from his hand. Who is this otherworldly lady? Ahem. He immediately looked ahead at his wife and smiled. She is a primeval rank according to her physical aura. Empress Longinus rolled her eyes and spoke under her breath, either die at her hands or at my hands. Emperor Longinus frowned. Come on. I just glanced at her and was surprised. Rias was walking ahead, so she arrived first and gestured with her hand at Aleron and Ueha while smiling. Please sit. The table was big enough for all of them. However, Ueha didn't sit and just stood behind the chair where Aleron sat. I am fine here. It's okay, you. Sit here, Aleron chuckled. If you say so, Master, Ueha nodded with her usual faint smile. Master. Emperor and Empress Longinus were shocked, and it was clearly visible in their eyes. At the moment, they understood why Rias refused to elaborate on their background. A primeval rank calling an epic rank their master was something they never thought they would witness. I guess they understand now, Rias internally chuckled looking at her parents, who also glanced at her and understood. Yes, don't mess with them. The meeting wasn't anything serious or stiff. Aleron greeted them and talked without being overly formal since he didn't want to behave like someone he wasn't. However, he still had one thing in mind and he wanted to lay it out. Ahem, so does your empire have beast folk slaves? Rias was surprised at this question. Although they had both beast folk and human slaves, she didn't particularly like to enslave them just because they were beast folk. However, the market of slaves was run by people. Due to the conflict between Longinus and the Nightwing Empire, the affiliated adventurers fought at each other's territory, and if they encountered villages or settlements of humans, they would bring them back as slaves. People of the Longinus Empire would bring humans of the Nightwing Empire as their slaves and vice versa. Yes, of course, Emperor Longinus nodded while caressing his head. Do you want some beast folk slaves? Aleron's expression was plain at the moment, but he was contemplating internally, what do I say to dispose of their idea of slaving innocents? He wasn't against slaving as a whole. People who commit crimes must slave away their lives for atonement, but slaving people just because of their race? Just because they were from another place? It didn't settle well with Aleron and he wanted to change it. He had understood the power structure of the empire by now, so he also knew that he was powerful. Longinus Empire didn't have any powerhouses of primeval rank, but he had two. Of course, he knew he wouldn't be able to bring change this massive overnight, but he wanted to get started on it. I'll be frank with you, Aleron said with a smile. The idea of slaving innocent people is very repulsive to me. You want to free beast folks? Empress Longinus raised her eyebrows. Yes, Aleron nodded. If we free them, they will still bear hatred against us for enslaving them and will attack us, Emperor Longinus said with a frown. And then we will either kill and capture them again. What's the point of increasing efforts? Give me all of your enslaved beast folks, Aleron said with a smile. I want every one of them, even those that are sold to people of your empire. Everyone was stunned, except for Ueha who calmly sipped the tea and subtly nodded. Emperor Longinus looked at Aleron's eyes and rubbed his beard. A second later, he said, about over 200 years ago, we only enslaved general criminals and natives of the Nightwing Empire due to our conflicts. But Nightwing Empire started enslaving all beast folks, even those who had peacefully settled down in this continent as their new home. The emperor continued, they imposed this law everywhere, and my grandfather also partook in this because beast folks were essentially our enemies who invaded us and wreaked much havoc. Aleron frowned, and by now, humans think it's natural to enslave them and treat them as objects. I don't care what has been happening before, but I will change this. For my peace and my contentment, Aleron's eyes had turned sharp as he continued, please gather up all beast folks in your territory. I know it is too much to ask for free, so I will give you a gift and a promise. The promise is that I will go into the ruins of Azure Shard Moon with Rias and come out on top, above everyone else for your empire's progress. The royal trio was startled, but the confidence Aleron oozed out was something they couldn't ignore based on just a single achievement that he had shown to them. Preventing the Akuma from possessing him and defeating him, who could be a nightmare to all of them? And the gift is, I haven't thought about it yet, but it will be something good. Aleron smiled and took out a bow wrapped in a coating of Magi lore as it floated at the center of the table. Echo Storm Star Wink Bow, a peak primeval rank weapon. It will be something on this level. Emperor and Empress Longinus looked at the bow with shock filling their eyes. They couldn't notice Magi lore, masked as mana on the surface, with their attention on the bow that oozed its primeval aura. This is a prime rank weapon, Rias stuttered, her eyes flickering. It's more powerful than our treasured primeval rank gauntlets. Aleron waved his hand and put it back into his system inventory, which also surprised them because Aleron didn't have any bangle or ring to indicate that he had a storage item. Alright. I'll round up every single beast folk in Longinus Empire and the kingdoms in our jurisdiction, Longinus Emperor nodded with a smile. I don't know how long it will take, but as soon as it's done, I will contact you directly. Rias, give him my comm card's number. Chapter 47, The Situation of Starlit Ocean, Onwards to Ancient Light Dusk Academy. After the meeting was done, Rias took Aleron to the royal library which not everyone could access. Aleron sat at the table while Rias also decided to practice her bloodline's sorcery scroll in the library. However, she was soon dumbfounded. At the table where they sat, the books arrived from the shelves just for Aleron to touch each book or scroll for a second before flying back. Interesting. Aleron raised his eyebrows while his eyes faintly flickered deep within, indicating the knowledge he was absorbing. The general arcane knowledge you have in this library is high. So many theorized and experimented branches of each topic and element. Yueha was also roaming in the library, but even she was stunned. Master is amazing. He is really learning everything this fast. Meanwhile, Arentel arrived at the starlit ocean's crux, the giant city beneath it. Thousands of kilometers away from the light dusk continent, and 500 kilometers deep in the ocean, Arentel sat on a fancy yet eldritch-like turtle as his mount. Stop for a bit, Mothor, Arentel spoke. Master, the aura ahead smells troublesome, the eldritch turtle spoke as its swamp-green eyes glowed. Arentel nodded. Let's wait a bit. The city was still below and he could see it, but there was a barrier around it and the barrier was connected to a powerful being. Indeed, it didn't take long for a pair of eyes to approach them. This pair of eyes was cyan blue with a hint of dark blue patterns in its pupil. The distance between these two eyes was 100 meters, indicating that just the head was over 100 meters wide. However, the distance between the eyes shrunk as whatever creature it was turned smaller while approaching Arentel. As it neared them and light reflected on its face, Arentel saw that it had draconic features mixed in with whiskers and a long nose head. A leviathan? Judging by its features, it's a mutated leviathan. Leviathans were generally giant water serpents, but this one had the blood of dragons in it, mutating in a more powerful way. The aura it oozed out was a bona fide primeval rank 1, in the upper stages of it. Who are you? Asked the Leviathan as its head floated 20 meters away from Arentel. It also used its soul power and spell to inspect Arentel, but even without it, a deep-rooted fear started surfacing from it. Arentel tapped his cane on the turtle without saying anything. The turtle swam forward, crossing 10 meters of distance while also arching upward such that Arentel's gaze bore onto the Leviathan from above. I am Rochestar, the Leviathan spoke, its eyes slightly trembling. My master is the beast Empress Lurcia. Arentel didn't say anything in response. However, Rochestar still felt a gut-wrenching feeling from Arentel. Despite being on primeval rank and having this sea as its territory, Rochestar felt inferior and submissive from the depths of his wildest instincts. The strange being that was neither a human nor a beast folk, but something otherworldly entirely, demanded respect and submission from him. Rochestar understood this and this understanding was getting pierced into its eyes and bones with just Arentel's gaze. And at this moment, the final understanding dawned on him. He was no longer the master of this starlit ocean and he was given two options: either get devoured by this abyss or take sanctuary under it. Rochestar closed its eyes before its massive body that spanned over a kilometer in length, which was previously longer, shrunk again. It shrunk until it was just a 5-meter-long cute mutated snake with 4 arms and 4 strange wing-like additions. Leviathan Rochestar bows to the master. Arentel nodded with a faint smile as his tentacle beard slightly shone, and he tapped his cane on the Leviathan's head. Do you want to receive depthless evolution right now or later? Before that, may I ask what you are going to do in the city? Rochestar asked. Arentel looked below at the city covered in the barrier and fell into thought. Whose city is it, and why are they living here? Arentel could see that the beast folks living in the city were all aquatic-type humanoid beasts. The city is governed by Beast Lord Frezin, appointed by the Beast Emperor Ragara. They are living peacefully, but as per the Emperor's orders, if someone tries to cross the ocean from the Light Dusk continent, they must stop them. Oh, and they need to invoke ocean wrath to send beasts to the Light Dusk continent. Periodically. Arentel raised his eyebrows. So that's how it is, eh? But I should get the Lord's input on what to do. For now, I'll isolate this city and cut their connection outward. Roch, adjust your barrier to prevent them from communicating outward. Rochestar's eyes flickered. Beast Lord will sense it. If you want to isolate the city, we need to kill it. I am not powerful enough to kill him. Arentel chuckled. All right, bring me to him. I'll deal with the so-called Beast Lord. Northern Star Continent, Beast Empire Raventa. What? Beast Empress exclaimed, her aura destroying some furniture and blowing away the beast folk cats and bunnies who were trimming her nails and her hair. What happened, Empress? Did we make any mistake? Beast Empress's white tiger ears with black stripes twitched and she shook her head while she mumbled, Rochestar broke the contract. Why? What happened? In the next second, she vanished from the garden. Aleron spent 2 hours and absorbed all magic-related knowledge from the library. Rias, I still haven't read books in your Empire's Academy. Let's go there. Actually, you don't need to read there because the knowledge there mainly comes from this library. Rias smiled. Oh, then it's time to go to the Light Dusk Academy. Aleron grinned. Rias smiled and nodded. All right. By the way, you'll have to take the entrance exam like others if you want entry inside. Of course, haha. I am eager for that. That academy is the oldest place on this continent. Aleron's eyes glinted with excitement. It must have so many secrets. Since I have unlimited magi lore, then I also want to utilize this aspect to fully and get powerful, irrespective of my life form rank. Huma. Aleron nodded to himself in anticipation. Chapter 48, Journey in the Carriage. No, we are not going with teleport. Aleron vehemently shook his head, his expression almost like a pout. We are going by the road, no matter how many days it takes. I want to look at this world more closely and see how it is. I remember? Alright, I got an idea then, Rias grinned. Yueha nodded. I am also curious. She had memories of her learning and cultivating her powers at some mountains, fighting monsters, and such, but she didn't have memories of any person in her mind. However, she was a powerhouse with an elevated existence, and her soul gave her a clear understanding that she was created with some kind of otherworldly power. She had a heart, she had feelings, with one of them being loyal to Aleron because she was living and experiencing life solely because of him. At the Dawnstone Mountain's base, a luxurious magic carriage that looked normal-sized from the outside, but had a room-sized space inside stood at the city's gate. Aleron, Rias, and Yueha sat inside the carriage before it rode off on the roads. Inside, Rias, Aleron, and Yueha sat on the couches. Yueha sat beside Aleron, while Rias sat in front of the duo with a table between them. Rias waved her hand and put a map on the table. We are here at the moment. The distance to Light Dusk Academy is 3,466 kilometers, so we obviously won't go in this carriage all the way. We'll have to take airships, but don't worry, Rias smiled and continued. I'll show you the best things, and make sure you enjoy this journey. Aleron's eyes sparkled. Nice. Add in some forbidden zones or some secret places to root if there are any. Forbidden zones. Rias was speechless. Aleron grinned and nodded. Yeah, like some places that are very dangerous because of strange magic or something. I got Magilor's unique trait and my talent, so no zones are forbidden or secrets for me because all the phenomena of magic exist for me to devour them. Haha. Aleron really wanted to go to some mysterious places like he had read in those books. Well, there are two prominent secret danger zones on our route, but if I have to say a truly forbidden one, then there's one that nobody is allowed to go, Rias said as she remembered the famous forbidden zone. Oh, a truly forbidden one, Yueha raised her eyebrows, picking up her ears as she also got curious. This forbidden zone is actually said to be restricted by the goddess herself, and even then, there are some ancient guards that prevent people from going there. You remember the Beast Emperor of 500 years ago? Aleron quickly nodded, curious about the background of this place. That Beast Emperor actually wanted to go there. The goddess can't directly interfere in our affairs, but Light Dusk Academy and the empires fought and beat them back. According to the Central Goddess Church's holy texts, the goddess had sealed something very dangerous there that if it was broken, it would destroy the whole world. Alright. Aleron slapped his thigh. We will go there. Yueha looked at Aleron and merrily chuckled at his expression. Master Aleron is so cute when he is excited. Meanwhile, Rias was speechless. I just told you, we can't go there. Hihi, don't worry. We will go there, but not anytime soon. I'll just have to get more powerful and learn more about this world before going there. As powerful as goddess. Rias rolled her eyes. Nah, Aleron shook his head and grinned. More powerful than other. Rias laughed. You can't be serious. Why? Aleron blinked. I don't know your goddess, I don't know this world. But I know that I'll get more powerful than her. I don't know when or how, I just know I will, as long as I live, Aleron grinned. Rias wryly smiled. I've seen people who strive to reach their goal and hold determined with the intention to reach there by giving their all, but you are speaking with such confidence as if it's just a matter of time. What to say? Aleron shrugged and grinned. It is indeed just a matter of time. Suddenly, Aleron remembered about this plan and said, anyway, I'll be going away for a bit. Don't get shocked or panic. What do you mean? Rias asked with confusion, but before she could finish her question, Aleron vanished from his spot with a faint ripple of circular energy waves that briefly appeared behind him. Don't worry, Yueha said with a nod. Rias nodded with a wry smile. So, Miss Yueha, where are you from? Yueha shook her head. I don't have any memories. You can say that Master Aleron gave me this life from when I was nothing and I exist because of him. Rias was startled. He saved her and she started serving him. Maybe he saved her when she was at her lowest and had nothing. Wait, she is a primeval rank powerhouse. If Ale saved her when she was nothing, then how did she become this powerful fast while Ale is just epic rank? Rias's head felt like it would explode if she tried to think more about this, so she stopped. Whatever. By the way, how do you store mana inside you? Yueha asked as she controlled mana on her palm. I am able to control mana from the atmosphere, but I don't have magic power. What? Rias was dumbfounded. Yueha waved her hand as an orb of spirit chi appeared on her palm. This faint red-orange aura is spirit chi. I use this for my techniques. Rias was shocked and amazed. I've never seen this kind of energy, but it also feels so powerful. It's giving me the same pressure as a primeval rank powerhouse's potent mana. How do you cultivate this spirit chi energy? Rias asked while she also created an orb of mana. For us, we have an arcane source in us composed of an orb and a pool. Spirit chi is correlated to my body, Yueha smiled. In my body, there's an ethereal place called Origin Source where we store the chi si and chi core. Oh, sounds similar to the source space where the sources of our powers take root. Rias nodded with a smile. Yueha nodded. Yes, but unlike how you store mana, there are meridians in my body. I absorb spirit energy from spirit energy-based resources through these meridians to strengthen my chi core and expand my chi si. Oh, interesting. Rias was amazed. We can give special power to our chi based on the cultivation method we practice. Yueha smiled as the chi orb on her palm turned dark blue frosty, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Yueha absorbed the orb back swiftly since it would spell trouble otherwise. This world is filled with magic, but from my knowledge, it was supposed to be filled with spirit energy. Yueha wryly smiled. So I don't know if there are resources based on spirit chi here that can let me cultivate. How about this? Rias took out an SSS-grade magic stone. Yueha looked at the magic stone and her eyes widened. There's an abundance of spirit chi inside. That too of a pure quality. Really? Rias's eyes sparkled. I knew that magic stones were not made of pure magic. Haha. I can sense mana too, Yueha nodded. But it's strange. It's like both spirit chi and mana are combined in pure form. Maybe that's why magic stones have the power to turn its energy into anything. Rias smiled and infused fire energy inside after consuming some mana. The magic stone completely turned into a fire stone with fire-attributed energy. Spirit chi disappeared, Yueha nodded. It turned into fire energy. It is the same as when I make fire energy with spirit chi. So the end result of transforming an energy into an elemental attribute is the same, though its minor aspects and further empowerment depend on the user's mastery. Interesting, Yueha's eyes shone. You give it a try. Rias gave an SSS-grade magic stone to Yueha before weakly smiling. By the way, these stones are very important, so don't mistakenly break them by infusing too much power. You just have to infuse a tiny bit of your affiliated energy to transform the magic stone. Yueha grabbed the stone and infused a bit of her frost chi. In the next second, the magic stone transformed into an ice stone, filled with ice energy. Suddenly, Aleron arrived in the carriage out of nowhere beside Yueha and exclaimed upon seeing the sparkling icy stone. Cool. Pun intended. Aleron rubbed his arms. It's freezing even though I just reached the peak of epic rank. What is this stone? Aleron went to the necropolis to eat those epic rank pills to increase his physical and magic stats to the peak of epic rank, making them all reach 5,000, but this ice stone was still so cold. He swiftly created a coating of magi lore around his body, nullifying the cold with constant minor consumption of magi lore. It's an ice stone turned from a magic stone, Rias said with a chuckle. Yueha gave the orb to Rias as it floated towards her. Put it away. Afterward, Yueha and Rias told Aleron about their discoveries and the trio soon started discussing more about it. After an hour of riding the carriage, they were passing through a forest road. It was a rather dangerous area, but Rias purposefully chose this route since Aleron wanted to fight. And the fight arrived sooner than expected because a bunch of powerful monstrous auras soon approached the carriage. Chapter 49, Magi Lore Armor, Action. Time for some action, but only for me, Aleron said. I will handle it myself. He left the carriage and immediately saw a legendary rank infernal chain rhino rushing at the carriage. Flow it steadily and shape it just as I designed and imagined it. Aleron's body was fluidly wrapped in concentrated magi lore that looked like a beautiful lapis blue translucent humanoid armor enveloping him, appearing like a golem with Aleron in the center. The incoming powerful infernal chain rhino was coming while burning the trees and suddenly glowed fiercely as if it used some skills, shooting at Aleron like a raging rocket with its horn and chains around its horn and neck shining more intensely. In the next half a second, its horn was just half a meter away from Aleron. This legendary rank infernal chain rhino had stats around 7-9k while Aleron's stats were at 5k, at the peak of epic rank. This rhino had used the special and most deadly skill it usually uses to hunt its target, giving it a sudden burst of speed prior to its deadly attack. No other random legendary rank, even if it had higher stats than this rhino, would be able to dodge this attack easily, and if it was stuck, the result was always instant death. Moreover, it had a legendary rank bloodline, meaning that this rhino was born from exceed rank rhinos. All monsters below exceed rank who had a bloodline were either rarely mutated by nature or had exceed rank parents who spread their seeds by mating everywhere. Since it was a legendary rank monster with the same rank as bloodline, it was the direct descendant one of the overlords of this forest. People would either run or distract it and then run, but 99% of people wouldn't take this route for travel. That was how powerful this infernal chain rhino and the other 4 auras that were approaching the carriage were. However, Aleron's face had a grin stretched on it and its fist was already at its head. When Rhino's horn neared half an inch, Aleron's thick fist enveloped in this concentrated magi lore stuck the rhino's head, below its horn. Smash! Since his control of magi lore was flawless, his speed of swinging the fist far surpassed the speed of swinging his fist by solely using his physical body, which was why he wasn't controlling his physical body, but this magi lore armor that was attached to his body. Boom! The moment his fist struck, Aleron's first sequence skill activated, Mercoscatter. A jarring sound burst out along with an intense shockwave to all sides. It was as if a thick gale of wind was moving in a linear direction at the speed of several kilometers per second. It far surpassed the speed of sound, and these speedy blade-like thin wind waves that shot out of Aleron's fist, microscatter as he called it, utterly destroyed the rhino as not even its bones remained. Everything turned powder except for its core, which Aleron prevented from getting destroyed. Damn, I just utilized Wind Syllabus's simple skill and this magi lore armor boosted it to this extent. More are coming. Rias came out of the carriage and stood beside him. In her hand was an incense that she had lightened 5 minutes ago when they entered the forest. Yueha also arrived and stood beside Rias as she looked at the incense. How long will this last? 10 minutes. Aleron laughed. Great. I'll go and have some fun. I'll try the new elemental syllabuses I comprehended. Aleron grinned and vanished from his spot, arriving 100 meters away, not with force but with a fluid transposition of wind. Just like how wind would flow around the woods and obstacles to move forward, Aleron gracefully passed through the wood silently and saw an Amirite silverback Kong with 4 arms, dark silver-plated body rushing in his direction. Nope, I am not gonna wait for you. Aleron stretched his hand forward before a black orb with purple flames whirling inside conjured and dropped into his shadow, right before emerging out of the Kong's shadow and striking its balls. Fortunately, it didn't feel any pain because it already turned into ash in the next second, not even leaving only its monster core. That's not ideal. I gotta adjust the output of Magi lore in my attacks enough that it destroys them but not their core. Aleron's eyes flashed as he vanished from his spot again and appeared near the carriage as a black jaguar-like beast with glowing yellow spots was approaching the carriage. Crack. Aleron's body was making crackling sounds since it was greatly exerted with him going beyond its limit. But this was a good way to stabilize the rapid growth of power his body just had. Aleron felt a sweet pain and he liked it as his eyes slightly rolled upward while his fist squarely struck the jaguar. Boom! Microscatter! The monster vanished, leaving only its core that Aleron sent into his system inventory. More, Aleron grinned as he swiftly captured more aura and activated his ocular skill that he upgraded after reading books in Royal Palace's library. I'll add an addition that measures a monster's toughness from its stats and powers based on a rough estimate. This way, I can instantly adjust my output after glancing at the monster. Aleron's eyes glinted as his Magi lore armor suddenly oozed out a huge umbrella of sand that compacted together above him and the carriage. From above, a 2-head dark flame vulture of legendary rank had released a powerful offensive attack of 2 black-colored flame orbs with a bunch of high magic syllabuses from its 2 heads. The sand umbrella that Aleron made turned strangely sleek with golden patterns a moment before those attacks struck it. Boom! Boom! Not even a speck of black wisp remained on it. Those 2 attacks were completely nullified. Hitters. The 2-headed vulture released a raspy hissing but before it could do anything further, a black spear with purple flame patterns struck it. Swoosh. The wind rustled and took along its ashes while the monster core fell before Aleron, having successfully controlled his output this time. Yes. Aleron grinned. This purple ruin syllabus is quite powerful, combining aspects of flame syllabus, water syllabus, and darkness syllabus to create this destructive energy. He had learned it in the Royal Palace's library and decided to try it. Naturally, Rias was watching all of this and she was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing purple ruin in action twice. He really learned it. Chapter 50, one of the Big Five, the darkness beneath lively colors. Aleron fought against many monsters, though he killed all of them with one-shot attacks. However, he still exercised his magic and physical body to the fullest in his way to consolidate his foundation. Once he finished with that, Aleron relaxed and just waited for his legendary awakening, which would eventually come to him as he believed. For other people, they had to trigger their legendary awakening by establishing a legend of themselves within their mind, which would then take shape into some form of power. People usually triggered their legendary awakening by achieving a notable feat. But it was basically the synthesis of one's desire, ambition, wish, or whatever like that which they firmly came to believe they would fulfill. Leaving the forest, the Roxanne continued the carriage for 3 hours before the group finally arrived at a major city. On the way, Aleron learned about the big forces of the world and that their next destination was a place belonging to one of them, Nalim City. This city was even bigger than the capital cities of Long Inus and the Nightwing empires. It spanned massively 17,430 kilometers square in area. This city was a standalone ruler of its own, under no kingdom or empire. But a single force still ruled it, the Auerspec clan. Of course, it ruled the city, but there were still other players in it, and just like every big place, it had its fair share of ups and downs, darkness and light, dirtiness and dustiness. Entering this city meant entering a new world and Aleron was thrilled to arrive here just by looking at the city's outward appearance. The massive buildings, lots of flying exotic vehicles, structures, floating balloons, screens, and even nature were mixed along with the magic, which was applied just as advanced as in the Long Inus Empire's capital city, but it looked more prominent here. There's a lot to see in this city, so we'll stay here until you are satisfied, okay? Rias said with a smile. Good idea, haha. First, we will get out of the carriage and put it away, Rias said as she got out while Aleron and Yueha followed. They were at the entry area of the city which only had a limited amount of buildings, but more empty spaces where they could see airships parking, and transportation systems to get into the city like trains, flying cars, flying mattresses, and such. The roads in this city are only for pedestrians and shops. For people who want to travel fast, they can fly at a distance of 50 meters off the ground. For vehicles, they must fly 100 meters above the ground. Cool, Aleron's eyes sparkled and he zoomed in to see the city's various parts visible to him. Everything is structured so properly, but I can't even see the whole of the city yet. It must be so massive. Nice, Yueha nodded, also slightly eager to fill colors in her blank life upon seeing this city and feeling its liveliness. Rias put away the carriage inside her storage ring after paying the city entry fee to the guard. So what do you want to do first, Ale? Roxanne asked with a smile. It's only a bit over 2 p.m., so the first thing we should do is to eat some good food, Aleron grinned. Let's go to some fancy and good eating place in this city. I want to eat delicious stuff. Rias chuckled and said, there are many such places, but I'll take you to the best one. Powerhouses wouldn't get hungry easily, but many still ate daily just to enjoy the food. It was one of the pleasures of life. Moreover, the food made using mystic cooking was more tasty and also beneficial. Golden Nectar House. This restaurant was built through a giant tree 378 meters tall with a trunk that was 16 meters in radius. It was massive, to say the least, but it looked magnificent with an exotic pavilion on its various branches and a fancy magic leaf elevator to go on each floor. The ground 3 floors catered to casual dining, and above these 3 floors was a big kitchen that took 3 floors to itself. Above the kitchen floors was the main luxurious section VIP floors. Arriving at the grand reception hall, the group walked towards one of the tables as a staff led them. A Tier 3 VIP dining pavilion, Roxanne said as she took out a small pouch and put it on the desk. The lady wearing the midskirt uniform smiled and nodded as she took the pouch and opened it. How much it cost? Aleron curiously asked. Tier 3 VIP dining pavilion is the most expensive and it costs 1000 SSS grade magic stones, Rias smiled. Food is free to a certain extent, but it would only cost more if many people are going at once. I see, Aleron nodded. I wonder how many SSS grade magic stones would gather by farming those arcane veins on the island. Soon, the group rode on a speedy moving magic leaf elevator that moved up while traveling around the trunk like a snake. Their Tier 3 VIP pavilion was at the 300-meter mark on the tree, one of the top floors. These fancy open Tier 3 dining pavilions only numbered 5 in total, and they were on the last floors of the trees. A branch across from theirs was another branch that had a Tier 3 VIP pavilion on it and was filled with a group of 10, all young people looking in their late teens to early 20s. One of the girls who had worn a black dress with dark pink embroidery and had twin pink ponytails looked at Rias, Roxanne, Ueha, and Aleron walking into that pavilion. She rubbed her eyes and blinked. Is that Princess Rias? Rias, the young man beside her asked as he raised his eyebrows. He had black hair and golden eyes with light brown skin and appeared handsome. He was none other than a member of the Auerspec clan Luthen Auerspec, and also the sponsor of this party for his peers of the Light Dusk Academy who were here to visit the city. She is really Rias, Luthen nodded as he used a skill to observe properly. Let's finish eating first, Dolly. We'll make contact later. Dolly, the pink twin ponytails girl nodded with a smile. I wonder what is she doing here? I see some unfamiliar people with her. Hey, what are you two talking about? Come on, enjoy this dish. Freaking tasty. Nothing, just got a new surprise for us later, Luthen smiled. Buried in the gaps of lively colors adorning this city, there lay some spots of darkness that thrived on others' misery. Rich and poor, powerful and weak, bound by circumstances and sections. But for personal gains, no matter what status or circumstance, people could make other people suffer. As they say, one's happiness was another's suffering. But the whiff of the dark stinks in this city was about to reach someone who could place his heart on his sleeve and act for what he thought was right. Boss, we could only capture 13 tonight. One virgin boy under 16 is missing to fill the list. Find it in 1 hour or your head will roll off. Capture someone from ghettos. Look for one. Behind the golden nectar. Hurried footsteps echoed before vanishing, leaving only one man looking in his late 30s. With a creamy robe adorned in the dimly lit room. He was bald but had a tattoo of a dragon head on his head. Some sacrifice is necessary for development. If I can get this deal by giving up some unknown brats, it's well worth it. Ding. Suddenly, his comm card rang and he frowned upon seeing the person who called him. Our Spec clan head. Father is calling me. The bald guy leaned back in the chair and started tapping his head. After 3 seconds, he accepted the call. Melkern Our Spec, where are you? Reikern Our Spec, I'm a bit busy. Am I needed for anything? Melkern Our Spec, there's an unrest in the East Hill area. Enforcers are busy and our clans capable members are not available, so go and check it out. Nobody should be harmed. Reikern Our Spec, understood. Bang! Reikern smashed his fist on the table after cutting the call, his face ugly. Did the old man catch on to what I am doing, or is he sending me there because there's really no one else available? But he had no other choice now that he got an order from his father. He took out another card and called someone. Reikern, the kids will be ready on the platter at the exact time. I'll be busy for a bit, so don't call me until I call you again. And better yet, go to the Golden Nectar and have lunch if you haven't. At the moment, Reikern didn't know that he would be the first spark that would light up this city and forever change it at the hands of Aleron.